important is because at Izium lay the 1st Guards Panzer Army, the 2nd Guards Motorized Rifle Division, and the 4th Tank Division. That's a Guards unit. To the south of Izium, Ukrainians have crossed the river, and they are threatening Izium from the south. So this is super, super important. And that leaves Izium really with only one route of resupply. That's a huge amount of forces relying on one road. That's the P-79 that goes back into Russian lines, eventually across the Oski Reservoir and then into Russia. So this is pretty shocking. This is pretty new. That also goes back to Kupiansk. So it looks like Ukraine has, the salient that's pushed in from Ukraine. Shevchenkove is a town, very important. What's happened is the Ukrainians have bypassed that. The same thrust that took Volokhiv Yar has moved past Shevchenkove and moving towards Kupiansk. Large, I would call it probably a brigade-sized group. That's a horrible thing for Russia to have in its rear. That effectively cuts off about four huge, what's left of four very large armies. I don't think they're army groups by our standards, but we're talking about 10,000 troops probably on the Russian side. And if the Ukrainians consolidate near Kupiansk, then you're going to see other thrusts from other parts, which the Ukrainians are keeping closely guarded. So there are very fortified positions in this part of Russian-occupied Ukraine. And in order to mitigate losses in a direct assault, a frontal on these units, it looks like in the Izium area, the region, the Ukrainians will just cut off Izium. By doing that, they go and bypass the town Shevchenkove. Then they encircle, they cut off every supply route to those three armies in Izium. Izium would be starved. There would be no resupply. It's a brilliant move. It's actually quite ingenious. The Russians assumed that the Ukrainians would just follow the roads and take city and destroy them. And Ukrainians said, that's not what we're going to do. We're going to cut right across this open terrain, and we'll go straight through Voloska, Balaklia, and then over to Kupiansk. Big problem. Kupiansk is relatively not as anywhere near as defended as any of these other towns. So we're looking at a very, very serious problem for Russians in resupply. This is big. This would collapse pretty much the Russian presence in Kharkiv in total, in Kharkiv Oblast, and that would then put a lot of pressure back on Severodonetsk because they're in the Lysychansk area. There are another huge amount of Russian forces, and this would create a flank on their north, on the Russians' north, which would easily be exploited by Ukrainians if they use the same professionalism that they're doing now. I don't want to go too far, so I will stop on Kharkiv Oblast. If there's any questions about the battle Ukrainians are conducting in Kharkiv. Also, Ukrainians moved up considerable air defense in Kharkiv Oblast area to offset Russian counter moves from the air. It's good news. Again, the maps only show Balaklia. However, from Russian Telegram, we know that that thrust pushes right across the M03, and it bypasses one choke point, Shevchenkove, and then and it looks like the next tactical bound there is Kupiansk, and that spells bad news bears for all the Russians at Izium. If you were to look at a map, there's the 78, there's the 79, and the 03 highways, and they move together towards Izium. It would be a death blow to 10,000 troops. Any questions on Kharkiv Oblast? Okay. Joseph.
No, that was great. If anyone does have any questions, please feel free to press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. We do have Dr. Paul up. He might have a question.
Okay. We're looking just at Kharkiv right now, so if you have any other questions, we'll wait. And go ahead, Paul.
Hey, Yehuda. Hope you're doing well.
I am.
So what is the smart thing to do for Russia? Okay, and ignore our bias, right? Of like we want them to get the hell out of Ukraine, right? That's the smart thing to do. But like just from a military perspective, in the situation they're in Kharkiv, in that town that you referenced west of Kupiansk, about 30 miles, call it. What is their move? What is the move? To fall back behind the Oskil, dam river? What is the right move for them to do right now?
Hold on. So 30 clicks to Shevchenkova and Kupiansk. So I would say hold on. So I suspect they're like 10 kilometers from Kupiansk, to be honest with you. If I was a betting man, I'd say they're in and around Baranove or Berezivka, and that's on the outskirts of Kupiansk. There's more to it. If this is happening, there's definitely stuff happening just north of it. If I was a crazy person and I was in the Russian military today, the one play I'd have, which would be the most dangerous, ironically, for the Ukrainians, is I'd withdraw to the 23rd of February lines, concentration of force, everything you've got, move it right to eastern Donbass. Those are lines that they have really. I mean, they're there for 8 years, so they're entrenched. They have the tradecraft that Paul will understand if I say the corporate knowledge. Do you know what I mean by that, Paul? Like they've got the corporate knowledge in the eastern Donbass. Does it mean they're safe there? No, but I think that's where they'd have the best chance. Right now in Kharkiv Oblast, they don't have Kharkiv, right? So they have the hinterland, and the problem with that is that their resupply is very dependent on their sustainment lines. Whereas in Kherson, they had a veritable city, right? Well, Kharkiv Oblast, Kharkiv, the city was never taken, so they don't have it. So that means that their troops are living out. The morale is lower than probably others because they're living out in the fields and in villages, and it's for what gain there is. It's not worth it. I would say if I was a Russian to be there, and it looks like what they've done, judging by the map, judging by what we know Russian Telegram is telling us they're doing, it looks as though they're very, very front heavy. It doesn't look like they have defense in depth. There's no way, a tank regiment should be able to fly around several major defensive positions and go to Kupiansk. Kupiansk should be somewhere on a map. If I was a Russian and I saw and I was in control of that region, I'd say Kupiansk. There's got to be a ton of defensives around Kupiansk. Kupiansk has got to be totally protected for the simple reason it's a crossroads of 4 major highways, right? And not just highways to nowhere, highways to one goes straight to Kharkiv through Shevchenkova. One of them goes down to Izium. The other one goes back towards its own lines. And two of them go back towards their own lines in a roundabout way. So this is a perfect place that you want to protect. And it looks as though the city might be protected, but the avenues to the city, Ukraine just went around. And that's in a day. Now, this is only the distance from, say, Balaklia is going to be, hold on. If you were to go about it in a roundabout way, it's about 70 kilometers. Let's just say you went about it in a tactical way, not using the roads. 70 kilometers. Maybe that number changes when you take roads to 50. That's a that can be done in a day, but the truth is that could be for tomorrow. Either way, there's some kind of if there are Ukrainian armored units moving towards Kupiansk, they're not moving alone, if that makes sense. So if I was the Russians, I would feel that I was being encircled right now. I would feel that anywhere in the anywhere in the Kharkiv Oblast, that's east of Stary Saltiv, and over to Kupiansk, that would be no bueno. You'd have to get out because you're being encircled. Just as we speak, they're encircling them. And then as a result, because they have so much force at Izium, which is about, due south, right? Izium is about, another 60 kilometers south. They're all front heavy too. They don't. Their rear is exposed. There's almost no rear security. They've thrown all their eggs in one basket, and that basket is Izium. Well, you get Kupiansk, you've just screwed Izium. Very stupid. Why on earth? It's like they never. I don't think they ever expected to fight. I don't think they ever expected a counterattack. Now they're scrambling. That's why we're seeing so many surrendered Russians. Hope that answers, Paul.
Absolutely. And yes, there's a huge uptick in surrendered Russians. And yeah, great points, Yehuda. I really appreciate it.
So I'm just drinking some water as I woke up. All right, next question, Zodiac.
Okay. Not so much of a question, more just to add on to what you were saying, if you don't mind.
Go right ahead.
If I was a Russian commander right now, I would be very much leaning on my intel officer and being like, okay, what is out there? And the reason why I say that is, if any of you haven't been tracking, about a month ago, Ukraine rotated 4 brigades off of the Donbass front, including the 7th Tank, which was on the south side facing Izium at the time, and replaced them with 4 fresh brigades, including the 73rd Jaegers and a few others. So a month is a long time to have 4 brigades out of action to rest and refit. And now all of a sudden we have 2 major offensives across Ukraine. So you have 4 brigades to play with. If they're still, say, in the Kharkiv area, if I'm a Russian commander, I want to know where those missing brigades are and if they're a threat to me right now. Because if they're just punching and punching, they can just keep pushing. And especially once they get into the rear lines, their logistics have already been shattered. Their maintenance is shattered. They're in very serious trouble here.
Yeah, I'll touch on that. So obviously they did a big old rip, and you're right. So a div size plus, or a div, depending on how you want to look at it, of combined arms div. They weren't hiding. Well, they were hiding. They weren't where they should be, and Zodiac, I think you're giving them way too much credit. I don't think they're wondering where they went. I don't think they care. Now, you ask about the J2. I wondered about that too, because, pardon me, these guys should be doing something. They have a ton of UAVs, a ton of drones in the air. What the hell are they doing? So there's a few options. Either they can't tell what the UAVs know what they're doing. They know, but they don't understand what it means. They know, but they understand what it means and don't care. So that could be an option too. They might just not care. They might just think we have superior force, concentration of force, don't care about what the Ukrainians are doing. If so, they do so at their own peril, obviously, right? Doesn't make sense. But I suspect, and that's, well, you kind of filled the gap. I don't think it's off. It's nothing OPSEC. I don't have access to Ukrainian plans, but I'll tell you this: if there is a battle group moving towards Kupiansk, well, from the Chukhyev area, basically at the bottom of, let's see, where can I point out to the map? So just north of the H26, the highway. If you know what I'm talking about, Zodiac.
Yeah, I got a map open right now. I'm kind of following.
Yeah, so if you look at basically the water body there, for those asking, if you're looking at Basilivka, imagine Basilivka down, there are roads there and it's open terrain actually. It looks like I would suspect that at least there's a brigade. There are at least two brigades moving right now, two up, one back. One is going to the north of Shevchenkove, and one is going to the south, and they're both bypassing Shevchenkove because they don't need it, and they're going to Kupiansk. And then there's going to be one in the rear. Maybe they'll be the one to isolate Shevchenkove, and the 4th Brigade will be in reserve. And that's what I would imagine they're doing. And by taking Kupiansk, if you look down to Izium, you'll see all of these roads push through. So the group at Balaklia, the whatever that is, if it's a couple of battle groups, they are pushing, in my opinion, to Vesele. It's at the cross section of the M03. I think it's a 78 or the 79. Let me see. I think it's a 78. So Vesele is super important. You take Vesele, Kupiansk, and you isolate Shevchenkove. That's a good phase 3 of this attack, of this counteroffensive. And the reason why is by taking 2 specific towns and bypassing the 3rd. You now have used your forces to isolate our enemy positions 3 times your size without engaging them. You've just basically skirted, around them. Now, how did this happen? Well, I think you don't have to be a rocket scientist. It happened because the Russians pulled out and they thinned out their lines. So, I think 2 up, one back as a brigade, as 3 different brigades move. And so what'll happen is, what that means, that would lead a total collapse to Russian forces, that are billeted. I guess they're whatever between Chkalovsky and Shevchenkove are going to be isolated, cut off, and all of Izium will be cut off. That's why you see the Ukrainians south of Izium pushing to get into, to cut off any kind of withdrawal from the Russians on that part. And in that region, all roads lead to Izium. It's a super bad day for them. But thanks. Let's stick around, Zodiac. We're going to go to Adrian. Go ahead, Adrian.
Hey, morning, Yehuda. Are you still up from yesterday, or you have a ultra
I
early
have
morning?
young children. I don't sleep properly, so I already went to bed. It's 1 a.m. here, and I went to bed for my 4 hours in the evening. And now I'll probably be up, unfortunately.
I see. Well, I actually wanted to ask you more like of a historical question. So I understand that, well, not necessarily strategic question, because I'm not good at it at all. So I understand that they apparently stopped their attacks in Bakhmut and Solidar to reinforce whatever they can reinforce in the Kharkiv region, and they did this extremely rushed because their intelligence completely failed and they weren't aware the Ukrainians will do this. Can you say historically, or what does this mean for an army when it has this kind of failure and is forced to basically take troops from a section of the front and move them to another to reinforce an area that is under attack? Does that make sense as a question?
Sorry. Can you say the question again?
So
what is the historical precedence?
No, not necessarily historical precedents. So basically, I'm trying to get you to say that it's, let me make it obvious, that it's really bad when you're forced to give up an attack in order to reinforce the defense of a section of the front that you missed completely on intelligence-wise from the enemy. So basically, I'm asking how bad is it, the fact that they're having to basically take troops from Bakhmut and Soledar and plug their holes in Kharkiv?
Yeah. So the truth is,
sorry, I didn't have my coffee yet.
Listen, it's okay. It's not unusual to reallocate troops, but you do so with the understanding that you have to have a minimum manning. But these guys are not. That's not happening, right? So if they thinned out Kharkiv for Kherson, and they've allowed for holes to pop up in their defensives. You know, maybe they don't care what they're losing. You know what I'm saying? So people reallocate assets all the time. It happens, but you don't do too much, and that's what they've done. Zodiac, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I was just going to chime in that. So when you got to redeploy assets, you're either doing it in one of two ways, either tactically or strategically. So tactically, you are jumping in your vehicles, full battle rattle and everything, and you are driving to wherever you need to get so that you're ready to go right in. Strategically, redeployment would be, in this case, like if you had to redeploy a battle group from, say, the Donbass over to Kherson. You're not going to drive there if you can help it. You're going to load up on rail cars and then rail it all the way there, unload. That takes a lot more time to redeploy. Well, right now, with all the forces that are now trapped in Kherson, Russia doesn't have too many options. They got to redeploy as many forces that they can spare from the Donbass and other areas. And from what I'm seeing, they have now stopped their attacks on Bakhmut. And they've even apparently, I'm seeing anecdotal reports of them stripping the defenses around Lyman in order to try and blunt this Ukrainian offensive in Kharkiv. And right now, with the forces
too late for that, though. Hey, Zodiac?
Exactly, it absolutely is. Because with the forces trapped in Kherson, you're robbing Peter to pay Paul. So now by stripping these other fronts, now these fronts are weakened. And if you lose any of those forces now in Kharkiv, if they get trapped, cut off, and unable to come back, now you're looking at the potential that Ukraine could go on the offensive in the Donbass too and push the Russians back because they just lost all their forces in Kharkiv and they can't go anywhere else.
So I think to me, it's very clear from a divisional level. Bakhmut, a Ukrainian force in Bakhmut will do nothing. They will fix, they will harass, they will suppress with artillery. They will keep those Russians engaged in Donbass and Bakhmut. Let them bash their head against the Ukrainian wall. Let 10,000 troops, basically for the audience's sake, let 10,000 troops north of Donbass and Kharkiv Oblast, let them get surrounded. Those are 10,000 fighting troops. Those are the combat arms troops there. I mean, they've had an artillery brigade overrun by infantry. Never heard of it. Never seen a gun in an exercise in my life. I've never seen an artillery piece on an exercise in my life. They're in the rear. They do their things. I've taught at training centers that have artillery ranges. I have never even seen one. I hear them, I don't see them. Why are they co-located with a rifle company, with a rifle brigade? I have no idea. It is possibly the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Protect the guns. That's why they have big ranges, so you don't have to have them close to you, dum-dums. It's not the audience, but Russia. Just ridiculous. So it's a great point. You tie up those four armies. They call them armies. I'll put bunny ears, little quotes, for Russian armies. You have them in northern Kharkiv Oblast there. You deny them to the enemy, and at that point, that's when I think Zodiac. I think that the Ukrainians in Bakhmut, their mission task verb on their mission there and their orders is to fix, keep the Russians occupied. Don't let them peel away to reinforce Kharkiv. Maybe demonstrations or show of forces. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. Maybe a feint. But there's no need to risk it. Just don't get decisively engaged. Pound them, and then wait till you get the Ukrainians on the north of the Donbass and on the south. That's a perfect world. That's what I would do. And right now, if you have Wagner and the VDV in the center in this bulge that are going bananas, they're so happy after 4 days. They've captured Peasky 8 times apparently in the last 6 weeks. Good for you. Peasky's population, I think if you Google it, it says 8. 8, like not 1-8, not 8-1, not 8-1-0, 8. We're talking about an abandoned, village on the line. And the good thing about it is, I hope it's peacekeeping. At any rate, the Russians are expending all this energy just so they can look on a map and Putin can say, "I have Donetsk, I have Donetsk and Luhansk, I have the Donbass." So it's really interesting. Thank you for that, Zodiac. I think this is more of the Canadian invasion. Zodiac's also Canadian, and a colleague of mine. Paul, let's go ahead.
Oh, I didn't know Zodiac and you were colleagues directly. Did you guys? That's interesting. Yeah,
I
it's
just
great to
found out.
Okay, got it. Yeah, very cool. Yeah, Zodiac, love running into you in other space a while back, so it's great to have him on here always.
Some
So
people
Yehuda,
say that his opinions are killer.
indeed,
Mhm.
indeed. So
That's a
Yehuda,
Zodiac killer for the audience. If you didn't pick up, it's quite funny.
yeah,
You
I
didn't.
called his name like creepy the
I
other
hear.
day.
I don't see any laughing emojis, so I have to explain the joke. All right, go ahead, Paul.
All right. So one takeaway that we've learned, I think, from the last week or two that I haven't really heard anybody necessarily discuss, but in Yehuda, I'm going to ask this as a question. Now you don't have to answer it. It's just to set up kind of like the context of what I'm trying to say. So, okay, the fake question is, are these new combat forces that Ukraine's doing these offenses
Not new.
with from recently trained forces from Canada,
Not new.
UK?
Not new. Not new.
They're the old
They got
forces.
they got they were relieved in place, as Zodiac said. Hey, where's someone with a bean counter on the Russian side saying, hey, we just saw four brigade groups just friggin' leave and new ones showed up. We got 8 zillion drones. Where are they? Don't care. Long hair. Don't care. I don't care where they went. I'm a Russian commander. We're the Russians. You might have heard of us. He's right. Where'd they go? You don't take 4 months to resupply. You don't take 4 months to fix a track. You can build a tank in 4 months. You don't need it to change tracks on a tank. Where'd they go? Well, they were moving and grooving. They were shaking out. Maybe they were doing validation exercises. Who knows? But those are the ones that they're seeing. I just wanted to clarify, Paul. And yes, you're right. They're constantly being augmented by a ton of soldiers that are being sent to fill in the gaps.
Okay, Yehuda, thanks. So that clarifies it. So that's how the newly trained forces are being used, right? It's not like a newly trained, let's call it a brigade, right? That then comes in and there to save the day. They're being slowly implemented, integrated to combat experience units, right?
Yeah. Not only that, though, from the beginning, there are 5 tank brigades that just went to ground. No one knew where they went. They're hiding. Guess where they are now? Kherson. Hello. Sorry if you missed us. So the Ukrainians are quite good. Well, it's their country. They can do what they want, right? That's the benefit of defending your country. You know the terrain. You know where to park you know where to make a leaguer. You know how far back you can go. You know the range of Russian drones, so they really can't see you in the rear. But yeah, all right. Zodiac, hope you don't mind. I said we're colleagues. Actually, I should have asked you first, so my bad.
Yeah, real quick, Yehuda.
No worries.
Can I say one quick thing, Zodiac? Real
You
quick?
may. Yeah,
Okay.
man.
Yeah. So okay, the key takeaway and implication here is Russia has yet to field like any, an equivalent amount of like replenishment forces. So there's a wax and a wane here a little bit. It's a scale really of like Ukraine's able to replenish itself much faster than Russia, which we kind of always suspected. But I think what we've seen the last 1 to 2 weeks now is kind of proof of that. So it's like added confidence, at least for me. So maybe for the military guys here, you guys always knew this and nothing like earth shaking here, but for me it's a lot more confidence in that, like that pipeline, in that cycle to replenish the force.
No, you're right. Sorry, I'm going to do my best to answer it. When I sometimes come up, I get a lot of questions, and I'm sorry. Then the next day, I see like 15 questions from things. So I feel bad being a Canadian. I feel, like the way I was raised by my grandparents always told me, if anyone writes you a letter, it is absolutely disgusting if you don't reply. And so, by extension, I think that messages on Twitter or letters probably should ease up on that. But Thomas asks, how big a part of the Russian army in Ukraine is locked up west of the Dnieper River? 1/5 or 1/4. Thanks. it's 1/5. It's about 20,000, 25,000. So those are the Russian military personnel in Ukraine. And I just want to answer that. Another person said to me, Ted Cruz's father was Canadian. Your joke with Zodiac is starting to get weird. And I said, I hope that's a joke. Uh, yeah, I don't even know what that means. Are Canadians mass murderers, serial killers, or is Ted Cruz's dad a serial killer? I have no idea. All right. So we'll do our best to answer your question. Love Child of Barry says, uh, don't give Russia lessons on artillery doctrine. Issue a correction. I apologize for misinforming our Russian friends. I misspoke. Artillery should always be placed well forward of infantry lines. Well, if they're that dumb to do it the first time, they're not going to listen to me, my friend. Okay, so on balance, we have a situation where the lines in Kharkiv were thinned out to support a really horrible, stupid offensive in Kherson. What is that offensive, you ask? The offensive is actually, I have it on good authority, the Russians had planned to attack Odessa and Mykolaiv. You heard it right. Attack Odessa and Mykolaiv. So between the 15th and the 25th of September every year, Ukraine, if you were to look at a meteorological report, the heavy rains. That's what the int guys would tell you, and I think they use that as the same benchmark the Ukrainians use to attack. So they figured they'd attack Odessa before then. So a lot of the troops pulled out of Kharkiv, and the Donbass were actually sent to do that. Point of information: in Kherson Oblast, in the south of Ukraine, if you're looking at a map, in the most southern part of Kherson Oblast, the Russians, and that region is actually bisected and strewn with drainage ditches. If you're a farmer, you grew up near one, you know you don't want big chunks of water on your field. So drainage ditches were made, turns into canals. Some of these canals are about 20 meters wide and 6 meters deep at their largest. So they form natural obstacles. And in one corridor, actually the whole region is mined by Russian mines. The Russians actually demined a corridor for this express purpose of moving forces up and westwards towards Odessa and Mykolaiv. Once the Ukrainians spotted this, and since they were already situated, oriented east, three divs worth of three different brigades. The brigade to the farthest south, with access to that corridor, seized the opportunity and advanced, destroying the Russian brigades that were there, ironically. So we do know that. So already forces that have been reallocated from the north of Ukraine to the south were destroyed. Super bad. And as a result, thinned out the Kharkiv lines, and it's allowed for these four Ukrainian brigades, this one Ukrainian division, combined arms division, to move east and smash through Russian lines in Kharkiv. I hope that's not too complicated. Let's go to Antti, and we can discuss that, and we'll discuss the center of Ukraine, and we'll go to Kherson to finish up the update. Go ahead, Antti.
Thank you, Yehuda, and good morning. I just wanted to comment that when I woke up this morning and checked out Twitter, I saw a tweet by CJ quoting Rob Lee's account that 15 Ukrainian tanks at Balaklia had broken through and basically rampaged through a Russian mechanized infantry brigade. So I think that's a clear sign that the tank is obsolete as a fighting vehicle. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely. Did you say that you think the tank is obsolete?
Yes. So that's what I had. Thank you.
No, I totally disagree. The way tanks are employed and the doctrine has changed already. Just because other people didn't get the memo doesn't mean tanks are obsolete. It just means the way the Russians use tanks is obsolete. That method the Russians had a huge in World War II. If you look historically, rather, how else could you look into the past if not historically? I hate being redundant. If you consider the Russians in World War II and you look at how they conducted themselves, they produced a ton of tanks and they just figured they'd roll over, right? They didn't care. Survivability isn't a thing in Russia. in Western countries, Zodiac will tell you, if I was his platoon commander and I said, "Hey guys, we're just going to go here," and the implication, if you read through the lines, is we will all die. They would mutiny, and rightfully so. They'd say, "You're crazy. We're not doing that." But that's what the Russians do. So they don't have regard, you know. They just don't have any regard. So there is there's a factor, a principle in planning, in battle procedure. We consider survivability. We don't look at will we be destroyed to the last man or woman. We look at, will I become combat ineffective? So will I lose 30% of my things? Things meaning, tanks, personnel, trucks. If I lose 30% of my things on balance, all things considered, then I'm no longer a fighting force. I need to withdraw. The Russians don't use that. They don't care. So the hard thing for Western planners sometimes is understanding how bizarre the Russians are. And I don't think it's anything to be proud about. I think the Russians brag about that. They almost sound like crazy, jihadi terrorists who say we love death more than we like life. It's just a weird concept for normal people to understand, but that's what the Russians are doing. They're ISIS, 5.0. We will destroy. They don't say it. They don't dress it up with religious wording. They dress it up with nationalism, but that's what they do. Back to Paul.
Hey, Yehuda, yeah, you pretty much covered it all. I was just going to add on basically. Like first off, tanks are absolutely still essential. What I would say is is the platform itself needs to evolve, just like any, weapon, munition. As warfare evolves, so does the platform. It needs to, and we see like new versions of modern battle tanks that are like in development still that are starting to, so they need more capabilities, more sensors to like kind of evolve, be more useful. But like you said, it's more how you use them than exactly the weapon itself.
It's a doctrine, Paul. It's a doctrine. It's how you use them. It's not necessarily the case. It's not just the technical hardware. It's how you use them. If you think it's not World War I or II where a tank can just roll. I mean, you could literally have enough tanks, and if the Russians were, if it's vice the Germans, if you had enough tanks, it doesn't matter how many Panzerfausts and how many tank punches, how many anti-armor weapons the Germans have. If you have literally more tanks than they have anti-armor weapons, they're just going to roll over you eventually, right? So that was the Russian game plan before. We will overwhelm in numbers, right?
So, guys, just so you know, you did get that I was being sarcastic with my comment, right?
Oh yeah, no, I didn't. Sorry.
Either did I.
Oh, I really have to work on my tone of voice for sarcasm, apparently.
No,
I
it's
mean,
not your fault. It's not your fault.
Yeah.
You finish. We get it a lot.
Yeah. I mean,
Actually,
I
I'll
was
be
in the
honest.
armored force, so I know what
Oh.
tanks are all about.
Well, I'll be honest, NT. I get several messages every time any Finn comes up. They think it's you with a different name. They think all Finns are monotonous and sound the same. Yeah, I'd love to check out a Finnish comedy club. At least the delivery, would be consistent. Apparently, like I swear that's Antti with a different name. I'm like, no, he's just Finnish. They're just Finnish. Don't worry. Thanks, Antti. Let's go to Zodiac.
Real quick, Yehuda, can I just make one quick point?
All right.
Just in the evolution of tank warfare, like for Rheinmetall, for example, like their latest battlefield tank, they include things like anti-UAS, weaponry and sensors to do that, and like that's what I mean. Like that's a key capability that's probably essential, I think, to just moving forward. I mean, what are your thoughts on that? I mean, you can push back on that. Happy to take that pushback.
Sorry, go ahead. I was looking at a DM.
Oh, I was just saying that Rheinmetall's latest main battle tank includes things like anti-UAS weapons and both electronically and actual munitions, and I think that's like a really important capability, as we've seen with how this war is unfolding with all the UAVs flying around and for spotting for artillery.
Yeah, I know. I mean, yeah. Listen, tank warfare will the abilities and capabilities of the hardware will increase. The Israelis are really good at it. They have all sorts of really cool countermeasures on it. The Israelis love, their Merkava, was one of the first tanks. I think the first tank, or one of the, I think it's the first modern tank that had its engine relocated to the front to act as a shield for its troops. So that's cool. Yeah, listen, that'll always change, 100%. All right, Zodiac.
Thanks. I was just going to add for context to the debate when it comes to tactics versus equipment. Let's take the example of the Leopard 2. Okay, so Canada drops Leopard 2s into Afghanistan in the 2000s while we were in combat operations there. Fighting insurgency force that had, RPG 7s and that, not the best anti-tank weapons, but they still had them. Never lost a single tank. Fast forward to about a decade or so, and let's look at the first Turkish incursion into Syria against the Kurds. They dropped in Leopard 2s without supporting infantry, and they got their tanks absolutely wrecked by the Kurds because they had no support and thought the tanks needed. And they learned the very hard way, losing these expensive, very sophisticated battle tanks. Like Yehuda was saying, it's not necessarily the tank, it's the crew and how you employ it. We can all laugh at the Russians using T-62s. If the Ukrainians were competent, the T-62s could still wreck their day.
Yeah, 100%. Zodiac, you're cutting out a bit.
I just
Zodiac,
stopped
there?
talking.
Oh, sorry. No, you were getting choppy.
Loud and clear.
Okay, Paul, and then we're gonna go to the other front.
Yeah, so CJ earlier today, I believe, said like within kind of like the Kharkiv Oblast that the Russians had like one division's worth of tanks. Yehuda, based on how everything's going, how many of those were destroyed before? Do you think? What by percentage of that division, and or transferred to like Kherson or other spots before this occurred? And obviously, I think
I'm unsure.
Ukraine.
I'm unsure. I don't know.
Any don't care to take a guess?
It's not I don't care to take a guess. I'd just be making it up, and I try not to do that.
Mm-hmm.
I save the stories for my wife.
Yeah, I guess the point I'm making is that it feels like it was a precondition of the feint or whatever you want to call it to kind of get some of these forces out. And as far as what I can see, I've not seen any tank battles. So there's armored personnel carriers and IFVs over there on the Russian side, but at least what I've seen, I haven't seen many tanks at all.
In what front?
Kupiansk, Kharkiv, Izium.
Well, no, tanks are a part of that for sure. Kupiansk, we have a tank brigade, an armored brigade. It's not really an armored brigade. I have a feeling whoever on Telegram posted that. It's very hard to understand, especially if you're a private or you're an infantry private. I don't think you'll understand what a combined arms battle group looks like. So they might just see a lot of things moving across the field. But we all know that they're not moving with just armor. It's not a tank brigade by itself. There's definitely close support from it's a mechanized brigade. All right, thanks, Paul. And again, if you'd like to come up, just send a note. Thanks. It was a joke about Ted Cruz's dad. And apparently, I didn't understand the other comment about the tanks. All right, thank you. All right, here we go. Some other people keep asking the nuclear question. If there's a collapse of what are the chances of Russia using nuclear weapons as an act of defiant? I'm not sure what that means, but I think I understand your point. Look, Russia getting spanked in Ukraine. The chances of them using a tactical battlefield nuke, in my opinion, are 0.01%. They, if losing an invasion where you weren't able to conquer another country's territory as an excuse to use nuclear weapons for the first time in 80 years. You're going to lose China. You're going to lose India. There's way too much at stake. So, no, I don't think it's an option. All right, we're going to rock and roll. We're going to head over to Donbass, or the center front proper. We've already touched on a bit of a hybrid area, which is Auvergne and crossing, pushing up towards Izium on the M03 from Sloviansk, and there are gains made throughout there. It would appear that the Ukrainians are shaping the Russian enemy in Izium. But if we were to go over towards Sverdlovsk and Lysychansk, we're going to see that the defensive lines that the Ukrainians have in place from basically about Lysychansk all the way down to Donetsk, which is a big line. It's not small. It is a frontage that is approximately 120 kilometers. Let's say 120 kilometers. What you have there are an incredible amount of Ukrainian divisions that are defending. They have artillery. They have not air support. They have incredible UAV technology there. And they have already fired into the rear, the deep battle towards Luhansk and Alchevsk. And the Russians, this is where all the Russian activity is right now. The majority of Russian activity is in this region. What are they doing? You have Wagner. You've got the 6th Separate Motorized Regiment, 3rd Separate Brigade. You have 7th Motorized Rifle Brigade from the so-called DPR, which is garbage. 74 Separate Guards. Those are good guys. I mean, good as an effective. You have artillery brigades, the 305th, 2nd Guards Combined Army. You have a lot of Russian forces in this. It's a very dense concentration of force. So this is where, when someone asked me if I was a Russian, what would I do? I would concentrate my forces there. Also, just for housekeeping, please do like MryiaReport. I do appreciate it. We are also raising funds for the Ukrainian Ministry of Veterans Affairs. They're coming to the United States in the next couple months. If you are so kind to have the capability to donate to MryiaReport, please do so. In the message of the donation, put for Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Veterans Affairs, Ukraine. Then they'll know to pass that money on. They're raising funds for Ukrainian veterans. Why? A veteran isn't an 80-year-old anymore. It's a 21-year-old who has a leg blown off, who has to go back home. He needs help, or she needs help with life, and these are actually micro loans for businesses. So the expectation of Ukrainian injured and amputees is not that they're not going to go and sit in a home for the rest of their life. They're actually going to go to work. And so the Ukrainian Ministry of Veterans Affairs actually provides micro loans, grants and loans to Ukrainian veterans. And it's a personal point of preference. I was a veteran once, enlisted, and it's a cause near and dear to my heart. And considering that these veterans who have given almost everything they have, minus their life, they're going to need help. And if people who listen to us can help by donating to MryiaReport, and then the message of whatever method you donate, if you could put for Ministry of Veterans Affairs, Ukraine, we'll make sure that our friends at MryiaReport send that money over to them. It's an important thing. I haven't done a lot of housekeeping. MryiaReport has been here for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for more than 6 months, and we're speaking truth to power, sharing with the world what's going on in Ukraine. And this is actually, I'll be honest, I gave updates in the beginning. I stopped because other people were doing it, and then I've jumped back into it in the last couple of days, and I've actually sharpened my pencil, and I'm going to lay out all the technical details, because I think people apparently like it. I didn't know they did, but at any rate, we're going to go back to the map. We're looking at Donbass, and we're looking at, if you're so inclined to follow along on a map, and you start at Sverdlovsk and Lysychansk, and you go out about 10 kilometers. That's the Russian line. and you have all manner of Russian forces and different brigades, and they form divisions. And what they're doing is they are continuously trying to advance westward. It is a wall. They want Bakhmut. Bakhmut is probably the most fortified region or area right now on the planet. Maybe Israel's a little more defended, but Bakhmut is there. But it's very much the Ukrainians tying up Russian forces. Horlivka is a bit of a weak spot. There aren't as many. They have the 7th Separate Motorized Rifle Brigade from the fake Donetsk People's Republic. And all they're trying to do is lash out. Donetsk has the 1st Army Corps from Donetsk and the 150th Motorized Rifle Division from Russia. It's all Russian troops, and they're all Russian officers. So what they're doing is they have this fantasy they're going to push westward, take Kramatorsk and Sloviansk. They're not. And then apparently they're just going to just fly over to Kiev and Dnipro and Kiev, and they're going to be great heroes. No one cares. It's not true. But that's what they're trying to do. So as the Russians are concentrating all their force in Luhansk and Donetsk, the Ukrainians are making mincemeat of them in Kharkiv and in Kherson. Are there any questions for the battle in Donbass? It is almost static. There's almost no movement. There's a lot of people dying, don't get me wrong, but there's no movement. Any questions about that region? Also, welcome to the panel. We have a bunch of new people here. I'm going to remove you if you're not talking or you don't have your hand up. I see there's a bunch of people there. There are people that want to talk. We got Martin Witness. He's a PhD apparently. And if you have a question or not, do please ask it. If not, we're just going to cycle you down, not because we don't like you, but because we can't hear you. Okay, here we go. So if you come up to the speakers panel, the first thing you should be doing is raising your hand. I don't know how to do it. You go to the little clicky thing with the button on it, and you press the hand that goes up. Okay, we've got Martin coming back. Got a picture of a Concorde or something in his profile. Oh shoot! Did we just lose everyone, Joseph?
Hi, Yehuda. Can I speak?
Who's that?
It's Witness Martin. You just kicked me off the stage.
Okay. I didn't kick you off. I just cycled people down who weren't speaking. Okay. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay. My question is kind of related to the Kherson region, because I think Zodiac was speaking about something about robbing Peter to pay Paul, meaning that cycling out, the Russians were cycling out troops from Kherson to sort of bolster the front on the Kharkiv side. But when you look at kind of like when this whole offensive started about maybe 2-3 weeks ago, someone on here said that it is a big no-no to fight with your back against the river, right? So if the Ukrainians do make, and not if, when they finally get to the Dnipro, especially in the Kherson region, what strategic moves and sort of like technical moves would they have to do or make in order to ensure that once they start crossing the river, that they're not then fighting with the river against their back and actually getting pinned into that little corner? Like, I'm not versed obviously in the art of like combat and fighting, so it just seems like something that they obviously have to consider as they move the front beyond the river. So like, how are they going to sort of like try and manage that situation?
Sorry, can you I was half listening because something came up. Are you saying how would the Ukrainians do the same when they cross the Dnipro?
Yeah, so like how would they make sure that once they cross the Dnipro, that they're not then pinned into an area where they have the river behind them, and they need to move this front further into the occupied region, the region occupied by the Russians.
Okay. Yeah, fair question. So this is how it would work. The Ukrainians wouldn't make the attack across the Dnipro without sufficient resources. They would make sure that Russian artillery and close air was denied. So what happens when you cross obstacles like rivers is, by our training, we create a bridgehead, secure it on the other side, That means that you can have traffic both ways should you need to evacuate people and wounded and PWs. I suspect that when the Ukrainians do choose to cross the Dnipro en masse, the tactical bound won't be 1 or 2 or 5 kilometers; it'll be 20 or 30. So that they'll want to do that, and then they'll want to have a defense in depth. They'll push back even further on the next stages of that offensive. So they'll keep a lot of space between them and the river. Should the Russians mount some kind of miraculous counteroffensive? Do I think that the Russians will? I don't think so. I think they're a spent force. I think it's pretty clear. But will the Ukrainians plan accordingly? I suspect they will, judging by everything they've done and judging by how they operate. They're not going to get stuck in a position where they just get across the river meagerly and that there are, thousands of Russians waiting on the other side and they have some kind of, there's some lack of assurances that they have a tenable position on the east side of the Dnipro. I don't think so. I don't think that's the case whatsoever. When they go, they're going to go in force. You're going to see them cross multiple areas. It'll be like a colander. There'll be so many holes that you'll see them push through, and it won't really make a difference. The Russians. Also, the other aspect or component is not losing the initiative, right? So as long as they don't lose the initiative of what they need to do, then you're going to see the Ukrainians make that push over. And the reality is that the Ukrainians have already blunted the Russian capabilities for close air support and for artillery. And that is with the HIMARS. Lend-Lease starts in 3 weeks. This is what the Ukrainians have done with little. Imagine what they will be able to do with a lot. Okay, so this is what the Ukrainians have put together with kind of like a hodgepodge mix of this, that, and the other, and stuff they already had. They've been able to begin the route of 25,000 or surrender 25,000 troops of Russian troops west of the Dnipro to encircle almost 10,000 plus troops in Kharkiv, and they're just getting started. So, witness when they do cross the Dnipro, it won't be piecemeal. You're going to see, several, I'd say 3 divisions, two up, 1 back, in that sense, or in reserve, and they're going to cross the Dnipro, and they will prosecute with extreme prejudice eastward across the map. I hope that explains the question.
Oh, perfectly. Thanks, man.
It's my pleasure, and please do stick around. May I ask for the South African and Tanzanian flag?
It's Namibian and South African flag.
Namibian, sorry, I don't have my glasses. Great.
No, it's all good, man.
Well, it's great to have your voice here. We looks like we dropped a few people. It's a bit of a Twitter glitch, and I apologize for that. I blame Zodiac. Hopefully we get him back, Zodiac. And Ollie is here. Ollie is our friend from Ghana, and this is nice. We're gonna have an Afrocentric panel. I'd love to get more people from other parts of the world. Canada, we might be the nicest people in the world, but we're not the only people. Ollie, welcome.
Good morning, Yehuda. Good morning, Joseph. I hope you guys are doing great.
We're doing well.
I've just been having goosebumps with these pictures and these explanations of how the Russians are getting, right? I just feel so good.
You know what they say? It's a new day. It's a new dawn, and it's a new life for us. And I think Ollie would agree that we're feeling free or good. Ba-bump. Ba-bump. All right, enough. I'm a bit of a lyricist, and finance has to jump in because he just knows I'm very funny, but I'm not. I'm just very happy. Ollie, we have a new friend, witness Martin.
Yeah, witness. It's always good to see Africans on this panel, on this space. It's amazing because most of them who come up on here come and spew the Kremlin's bullshit, and they are so full of. I don't want to curse. I don't like cursing on the space, but they are so full of you. You should guess what, and it's nice to see other Africans coming up on here because the majority that I've had a personal encounter with on this space, it's not turned out to be great.
Yeah, I mean, with that, I think it is refreshing to kind of like hear other Africans that think counter to what is normally encouraged politically back home on the continent, at least. If you look at most countries, African countries especially, most of their struggle was partly funded by communist regimes, right? So the politicians that are in place right now all kind of espouse and kind of tout towards and ingratiate themselves with communist regimes like Russia, China. So, and that's where most people go and get their education, especially if you look at like some of the scholarships being given out. They're giving out a lot of free aid, and the politicians typically do not speak against Russia or China. So, yeah, hearing a different voice counter to what is actually being taught back home is quite refreshing.
Yeah, no, we had Lauren from South Africa, and Lauren is a very big speaker on this space. She's a very proud woman, and it's funny because we had some Russian trolls. What do you expect from a white racist apartheid lover? And meanwhile, she's black, and she doesn't make she doesn't have to carry her ethnicity on as she has no picture, and it's just funny because it's refreshing. And she said earlier today that the average South African doesn't support this kind of stuff. However, the politicians do. She even said, she told me something which I found interesting. One of Putin's aides, and I forget the name, I was in South Africa recently, and the airport that he was at refused to fuel his plane. Do you know what I'm talking about there, Witness?
Could you maybe just repeat that one more time? Sorry.
Lauren had said to us that in South Africa, one of Putin's aides was on a visit, ostensibly a vacation, she said, in August, and that the airport refused to refuel his jet.
Yeah, actually, I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, I hadn't heard anything either, but I think it was a local desire or a local initiative, vice governmental policy. But it was interesting to hear, and she's quite piping mad about it. And a lot of people, when she speaks, they say, "Bring it back to Ukraine. Why does this woman keep talking about SA, SA?" Because she doesn't say South Africa. She was say, "Here in SA, rot." We always say, and I always find it funny.
Yeah.
I said to her at our big Crimean beach party, "Will she bring boerewors?" And she says, "Rot, I will." Yeah. Anyway, thanks for that. Baza, go ahead.
Yeah, I just watched the 46 seconds of the Macron call with Zelensky at the start of the war. And that would have been after Putin had told him that he wasn't invading, and after his Secret Service had told him that they weren't going to invade. And it was fascinating to watch, but it's almost
How
his
long was
never
it? 46. Did you say 46 minutes?
46 seconds. And you could see from Macron's face that he's just sitting there thinking, all the advice I've got is wrong. And he's basically had his Neville Chamberlain moment, and yet you still hear the stupid comments that he made the other day. I mean, when is he going to learn? It's just it was just gobsmacking after seeing that, and then seeing the comments he made. What was it, a week ago? Just bizarre.
Yeah, you know what? Macron is one. I mean, I like to pick on the French, and we have French moderators, and we love all people from all over the world. But he, there's this bizarre take that France has. It's a nice place to visit. My late grandmother said, you know, France is a beautiful place, minus the French. And that's not nice, but she said it tongue in cheek. And I think France really thinks they punch above their weight a lot. And the man was convinced that Macron was convinced that he could singularly, apparently, the president of the French Republic thought that he could, stop the hands of time and convince Putin not to invade. And he was doing this right up until the 24th of February. We've been here actually more, for actually 7 months. We've been here from before the invasion of Ukraine, going, 24 hours a day. And Macron really was delusional, frankly. He thought he could, I know that I've got this. In the NATO back channels, French representatives were saying things like, no, Macron is talking to Putin, everything's good, it's all kosher. No one in the military with a brain thinks that a year-long exercise on the border of a country makes any sense. It makes no sense. And when they upped the ante in October, November, we all knew once Russians reinforced and cycled out troops and brigades and army groups from Western Russia, everyone with a functioning brain said, "There's no way that the Russians aren't invading. This is crazy. The cost involved of keeping the soldiers there, it doesn't make any sense." But Macron thought, on the 20th and the 15th of February, that he could fix this. He'd had these calls, and he would publicize it. He was showing off. He was showboating. Look what I'm able to do. Look what's going on. And we kind of all laughed. And since then, I've made some pretty mean jokes that he's offered to negotiate. And I said, unless he might be offering to negotiate a surrender, he might know a lot about that from historical precedents. But that's not nice. The reality is he has zero say, zero pull. And I think what's more shocking for Macron is the realization that he's not that important. Russia doesn't care just because they name some of their favorite dishes. French names doesn't make Russia care about France. It's ridiculous. To the Russians, whereas in Africa and in certain countries, English might be the lingua franca. In Russia, people aren't aware, and in Eastern Europe, parts of Eastern Europe, French was the lingua franca. That was the cool language to speak, not your local language. And the reality is, there is this throwback, maybe there's some residual belief in France that Eastern Europe and Russia have some respect for France. They like visiting. They like your wine. They like your cheese. They don't really care about your values. So get over it. Good point, though. I really do appreciate it, Baz. A follow up?
Yeah, I was just going to say, it just appears that it's so try hard, and he's obviously really trying to make sure that his credibility within the EU and NATO is at the pinnacle of what it could be, and all he does is basically put it in the dustbin by doing this sort of stuff. It's just you wonder about his advisors.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what? Look, what they've given militarily, I think, is meh. They have the Caesars. Should they have done more? Can they do more? Sure. Will they do more? I think he's still in shock. However, where France is going to save the day in Europe is going to be with all they're turning on 36 nuclear reactors. That's a big deal, offsetting the cost of energy. So France still has a role to play, albeit a little late to the game. Not depending on France to save the world. I'll tell you that. I don't see any Rambo, Frambo movies where it's a French protagonist who saves the world. I'm not sure they have that. I don't even think in their wildest dreams they would make that movie. Let's go to Daniel.
Can I be nice and defend Macron?
You can do whatever you like.
Okay, mate. What I take from the Macron moves, and I was very harsh with French position and German position because us in the East always yell about Russians, and we yell a lot. And we did this past 15 years, telling everybody look at Russians, look at Black Sea, look is a danger, is a problem, and Polish, Baltics, Romanians, Slovaks were slapped on the hand and called alarmist, and there is no trouble there. And better we made trade deals because, you know, we need to grow because it's European Union, all the stuff. But what I think Macron have done and he's doing is not so bad how it looks. Of course, Anglo-Saxon axis, United States, Canada, UK, the Eastern allies, which are very stern about the attitude with Moscow, is a natural choice, is the good choice. Macron believes very, very much in French diplomacy, believes in their ways to strike a deal, and I will not take them like untrustful ally. I will not take them like a political choice which is just anti-American and Eurocentric around France. This discourse, which is forever in France, it doesn't mean something against allies, Ukraine, or positive take to Russia. Any way we'll take, any way we spin it, after defeat, they'll need peace talks. Ukrainians are bold and probably will be very harsh with Russians. And it's their right to do. Also, they need a mediator. Turkey is not a mediator. Turkey is probably a constant disappointing past 40 years. And in last 10 was something like you don't think he's even an ally. And French can reason, can use their skills, their attitude, their style of compromise to open the channel. It's not about mediation. It's not about imposing some, I don't know, concession. It's just a good channel to talk. And Macron, let's put it this way. He won a presidential election. Everybody were scared about Le Pen. And we know who she is, Marine Le Pen. They have a lot of stuff, which I'm pretty sure they sent. And they need to send the IPVs, which they promised 1.5 months ago. And I will be more cautious to call Macron, I don't know, not so good. In my opinion, not only he's trying, but he changed his narrative. And if he says the Eastern countries are too harsh and undiplomatic, and we must open the place to talk, to discuss, to negotiate, doesn't mean you something like a demeanor addressed to Poland, Baltics, or Romania. I never take this because they are our allies, strategic partners like USA. They are not some backwater country. They are a good country, and I trust them. I trust them in the limits. For me, trust starts with the United States, and second of that is Poland. But this is my take. I think we are too harsh with Macron.
Fair enough. Okay, we'll take that and go to Paul.
Hey, sorry, Yehuda. Little delay there. Hey, so some of the stuff I monitor, there's some very encouraging signs in my view. What DoD in the United States and likely a lot of our allies are doing But there's a key quote today from a DoD Pentagon press release from a kind of a procurement guy, saying that the United States taxpayer is going to have to get used to paying for long-term ammunition supply chains to keep them running. And now that's very important because, as CJ alluded to much earlier in the day, tomorrow is the contact group meeting, or it's probably today there in Germany. Actually, in fact, it's probably going on right now, I think. And that a significant aid package is going to be announced potentially for Ukraine. And I think it's a very important thing. A lot of the people in the space have kind of like food and kind of minimize the importance of like ramping up production capacity of ammunition. And the Pentagon has essentially acknowledged that like we aren't prepared for sustained like military confrontation. We have stockpiles and we can go for a while, but the good news is the United States is like starting to make that investment, and I think our allies are too. So I just wanted to bring that up, Yehuda. I think it's a very important point because the ammo expense that the Russians are going through is obviously extraordinary. 7 million artillery rounds so far. They're having to go out to North Korea and Belarus. Obviously, that's a good sign of like how bad it's going for Russia. The good news for the United States and our allies, lots of different ammunition manufacturers. The United States is finally starting to actually invest in it. And I think there was a false assumption here, not just in the space. I'm talking generally about the United States and, worldwide, kind of how the United States actually procures these things. We do not actually have the production lines to sustain like a multi-year conflict beyond a couple of years probably. And so the good news is finally like the United States is on a war footing, and this is great news for Ukraine because that means if we're investing in the procurement and the actual capacity to manufacture artillery, GMLRS rockets and all these things, that's great for Ukraine because they can keep firing away at the Russians to kick them out of the country. And so that's something that's a very important thing to monitor. It's like there is a sea change going on. I've noticed it like in the last 2 to 3 months, multiple events, multiple updates. So there is like momentum here. And like Japan found out and Germany found out in World War II, once the industrial capacity of the United States gets aligned towards an objective, forget it. It's game over. So just wanted to bring that up real quick.
No, good points. Look, the Americans aren't short at providing jobs for this for their industry. What people forget is although there are billions of dollars being delivered in product, that's all being replenished by American industry. So although those numbers, I mean, it's funny, all the crazy, ultra right weirdos who believe in space lasers and gay frogs, complaining for some reason about supporting a country against America's perennial enemy. The Cold War didn't end; it just got a little different. Russians still authorize the attacks on the American homeland through cyber crimes. That's a fact. And why anyone who claims to be a First, Second Amendment, red-blooded American would think that you need to defend Russia because who is Ukraine is nuts. I mean, Ukraine could be, an animal farm. It could be Myanmar, and you'd still want to support it. That's how serious the threat of Russia against the United States is. So these comments to the contrary are not just silly, but they don't help America. America, will benefit. Ironically, they're not doing this because it benefits them. No one wants a war, but the reality is helping Ukraine is actually good for the world, not just on the moral points, but also on the economic front. They say, "Well, it's after COVID, we can't afford it." No, what you can't afford is to be late for the game in World War III breaking out in Europe again, and America sitting on their heels and then getting involved later. Let's not let that happen. That's what smart people in the United States are saying, whether they're Republican or Democrat. They're saying we're going to have to put our differences aside, and we need to realize that we must support Ukraine in its cause in the defense of freedom and democracy. Because if Ukraine falls, Europe falls. You know, don't believe me? Well, if a rapist has a manifesto that says, I want to rape women because I'm nuts, and then they rape a woman, would you sit back and go, why did he do it? We'll never know. It's so confusing. The man's telling the world Ukraine isn't a country. The Baltics belong to us. Historical Russia includes Kazakhstan. It includes this and it includes that. Why are we lying to ourselves? Why are we? What is the point of pretending anymore? The mask is off. It's obvious. I almost want to shake people, throttle them when they say, "Well, this isn't our fight." It's not your fight. Was World War II your fight? Because you said that for 2 years, America, and then you got hit at Pearl Harbor. So I don't think it's many Americans. It's just some strange people. It's the far right. It's the far left. If you go to England, United Kingdom, it's the same thing. It's the far left. It's the far right. Putin's not your friend. No matter how much you appease Russia, there is no such thing. And for those who know Russians, know Russian culture, the proof, how do I say this politely? To be a bully is to be strong, is to be the right person. And we need to stop patronizing them, and we need to stop lying to ourselves and pretending that somehow some way that if as long as we're nice to Russia, they'll be good to us, and it's better for us militarily, economically. It's better for us. It's not better for us. Don't be stupid. Putin just gave a speech at Vladivostok, an eastern country, fantasy. How do you call it? They're very, very sophisticated, and they had who was there? You ask. The great country of Myanmar, formerly known as Burma. They were there. So we're supposed to sit there and take him seriously. Myanmar, those are your friends? Okay, pretty bizarre, very bizarre, but yet that's where we are. There's a bunch of people coming up to speak for some bizarre reason. I don't understand it. I don't think this conversation is kind of boring. I'm just kidding. Paul, go ahead. Finance, you have your hand up. We got to get some new people here. We got a whole bunch of new people coming up to talk, and I'd like to have them come up. Paul, then Timmy.
Sure. And this will be like my last comment for the night. But yeah, Yehudi, you're absolutely right. Like, Ukraine is the vanguard of Europe. I mean, it is absolutely the absolute pivot point, and that threshold has been passed with the Russia invading them. And if Ukraine goes, so does the rest of Europe, because we all have seen how woefully unprepared, except for maybe Poland and some of the Baltic states, are for an actual confrontation with Russia. So, in my view, Poland and Ukraine are the emerging leaders of Europe. Maybe not by GDP yet, but hopefully in the future hopefully they can displace Germany. I hope over the long run. Probably not. Finance probably would disagree harshly with me on that. But it's also evidence of, like you said earlier, Russia never expected a fight. I'm going back to like kind of that ammunition and the arms production stuff that's going on with the United States and Europe and all of our allies, really. United States is a little bit behind the power curve, but the fact that Russia is buying munitions from Belarus and North Korea is a sign. Invalidates everything you said. I mean, they never expected a true prolonged war here, and they are obviously much further behind the power curve here, which is an important thing. And so, finance, you got your hand up. I was just going to say real quick, if you could maybe touch on, for every incremental dollar spent on munitions or arms for Ukraine or the United States in the United States, how does that impact GDP? If you have any sense of that, I'd be curious to know that.
All right.
Wars.
We'll answer that, and then we're gonna finish off with some of the military update in Kherson. But go ahead, finance.
Yeah, I hopped up to hear all of that, Yehuda. So perfect for me. Wars don't easily lend themselves to straight economics. It's very hard to say if I spend an extra dollar on a HIMARS, what does that get me, right? Because on the one hand, if Ukraine loses the war, which right now we're hearing just the opposite, and it's glorious, then we're looking at a situation where clearly any amount more spent would have been worth it, basically, just because that would stop a genocide, right? And what you're talking about is genocide. You need to spend more and faster. I will say that the speed at which the stopping Russia from taking territory, stopping Russia from taking, because whenever they take territory, they take control over Ukrainian citizens and they take the ability to destroy long-term Ukrainian infrastructure. So, the ability to actually stop them dead in their tracks is incredibly important, has very big long-term economic value. So it definitely is something where, while I can't easily value it on a spreadsheet, maybe someone in the military can. There's some really cool operations guys in different militaries who do that sort of thing. I am not one of them. It is its own specialty, but even they are sort of trying to back of the napkin it. And it's more along the lines of, we have this kind of budget. What should we spend it on? What is the most efficient thing? The Israelis are quite good at this because they have only so much budget. And whether they say buy a new tank or spend that money on more training is something that they care about on the margins. And I would say that in a post-war world, Ukraine looks like it is poised to be an economically dynamic part of the world, and obviously a free country where people can actually do business, not some corrupt mafia gas station. I'm please go back to Yehuda telling us all about things going boom all over Kherson and the speed and rapidity. I'm hearing that the Kharkiv appears to be being taken by basically technicals, so that the Ukrainian armed forces are going like Somali warlord style on the Russians, and it's working. Is this correct, Yehuda?
Sorry, say again your last.
I said I'm here. I said I correctly reading that the Ukrainian armed forces are taking a lot of stuff around Kharkiv with technicals, with regular unarmored pickup trucks with a machine gun or something on back, and that just because they're making it work, and that this is actually effective, like Somali warlord style, they're kicking the crap out of the Russians. Is this correct? What?
Moving forces. There are some. Yes, I saw that tweet you saw. Yes, there are, not all of the equipment that they require available to them. However, no, this is a very professional and measured, I'd say it's a division size attack on Russian forces that have been degraded and thinned out in Kharkiv. What's important is that we have what appears to be, just judging by what we know of Ukrainian forces and what we know of Russian whiny telegram channels, we're looking at skirting several Russian fortified positions in Kharkiv Oblast to make a push for Kupiansk, and to cut off Russian forces in Izium and in the west of their positions in occupied Ukraine. That's a good thing. But there's nothing Mickey Mouse about it. And yes, I saw the one tweet that said infantry fighting vehicles are a little too late. That's a bit of bravado. It's not a bunch of pickup trucks moving. This is what I'd call a very organized combined arms brigade movement, with at least 2 brigades in the front and 1 in the rear and 1 in reserve. So this is textbook stuff. Nothing, is this an excuse to not send stuff? No, but it's definitely not what I wouldn't qualify that, God forbid, as some Somali warlord style nonsense. Not true. Finanza. Is that a good enough explanation?
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Look, I support the Ukrainians working with whatever works, and I look to you for got into an
No, I
explanation
know
of
you
what's
do.
going on the ground. So you
Yeah.
understand.
I was annoyed by that tweet, to be honest with you. When I saw that, I'm like, oh, stop. You know, they're not rolling with garbage. They're good. They're good. Doesn't mean they're not. They're not good to go forever. I'm just saying, in that regard, they are good. Cool beans. All right, let's Tim and then Axel. Baza was next, but we're gonna go to Tim and Axel. They're long-time listeners and long-time speakers.
Good morning, everybody. Just a minor point for you, Yehuda. It's Burma. It's not Myanmar.
Wow.
Myanmar,
Listen,
Burma.
Colonial.
It's no,
Listen.
no, it's not. It's not. It's not. It's very important to their revolting regime that we call it Myanmar. Therefore, we shouldn't. The name change was a direct result of the seizure of power by the current revolting regime in 1989.
Fair enough.
So
I'm calling it what the
Piss them
UN
off.
calls it. But that's fair enough.
Piss them off. Call it Burma. You won't
Fair
regret it.
enough. All right. Well, we shall all have a beach party in Rangoon, you and I, Tim.
Absolutely.
All right, Axel.
Yeah, good morning. At least I had a laugh over Burma. I'm delighted. But thank you very much. And thank you very much, Yehuda, for still being with us at this reasonably
Ungodly
morning
hour.
Yeah, there you go. No, seriously, from what I'm hearing and what I'm reading in the last hour, there is still substantial movement towards Kupiansk. And it's exceptional, as you just highlighted, the textbook attack on the one hand, but at the same time, what an astonishing amount of gains they're making. This is, unheard of. It's a combination of the Russians giving up, being unprepared, unworthy of being called an army on the one hand, completely incapable of defending positions, and the Ukrainians methodically and with extreme speed moving. Can you speak to that, or have you been doing this prior to me arriving?
While you were getting your lulls there, while you were sleeping, we went through Kharkiv Oblast with quite, I think, specific detail. So much so that I asked the audience, "Is it too much?" I was told it wasn't. So we will circle back to Kharkiv before I depart. But yes, we're talking about a division size, expected division size offensive in Kharkiv. Yeah, I know. I don't want to repeat everything again, Axel. I'm almost done with Kherson. We'll circle back to Kharkiv. How's that?
Yeah, no problem. That's why I asked. I wasn't listening. I was doing other stuff at the computer.
You were busy. You were busy living your best life. I get it. All right. Okay, so we're gonna go to Baza real quick, and we're gonna go back to Kherson, and then we'll go back to Axel on this question. Go ahead, Baza.
Yeah, Yehuda, I was just going to say, being in the Pacific, everything that happens in Ukraine has a relevance for dealing with China as well. So I think it has worldwide implications here. And if if the result goes the way we want, it basically isolates China to a degree.
Yeah, it certainly does. China's wondering what's going on. Let's be honest. They don't want to lose what they're going to lose, right? And they are. So as a result, there are issues. There are issues.
And I just hope that Ukraine makes sure that when they rebuild, that China doesn't get any opportunities to participate.
China won't be anywhere near Ukraine, I'll tell you that. Not a chance. Not a chance will they be there. So,
yeah, good.
All right. So listen, we're gonna go over to Kherson Oblast. If you want to look at the map and that Joseph has so gladly posted, Kherson. I'll let him do that. I think he put the Kharkiv one up. Okay, so for those who are unable to say it, imagine an encyclopedia and then just add Vesico, Lopelia. The Ukrainians, so the maps that exist on open source show Novosensneske captured. However, their Novoskreneski is further south by about 10 kilometers. And Ukrainian forces are well past that. And we're looking at the 11th and the 10th. First of all, the 10th and the 126th Brigades, 10th Separate Assault Brigade and the 126th Naval Infantry Brigade. Rest in peace, requiem in pace. They are no longer with us, for good or for bad. They didn't get a chance to surrender because they didn't give up, and they're gonzo. They've apparently Milov is where the remainder of the brigade of the 126th is, and the 10th collapsed into the 11th, a separate assault brigade there because they didn't have the manpower. So that leaves all of the Russian-occupied Kherson Oblast west of the Dnipro under Ukrainian control, and you have the 205th Separate Motorized Rifle Brigade hanging out in Verivka in Kherson Oblast. And why that's important is because they're on the road to Novokhovka. There's a rail line there, and you're going to see Ukrainian forces descend on Novokhovka. It's there's a island and estuaries in between the region. Hopefully they can make it across. They're quite sad. And let's just see here. We'll give you an exact number. There
are they also closing in on Milov?
Oh yeah. Milov is spelled my love, but there is no love for the Russians there. So there are areas that are about 100 meters, 80 meters in length between the west side of the Dnipro and the east side. There are several islands in between, or islands or little peninsulas that the Russians could cross with ease. You know, you could even swim it if you're so inclined. And so, hold on a second here. 470. Okay. Okay. So basically, yes, the Russians are in a weird position in Kherson. Most of the forces that are left, let's focus on southern Kherson. So the 10th, the 11th Separate Motorized Rifle Brigades, the Coast Guard Brigade or the Naval Infantry have fallen back to Milov, and the maps that we see, that I see online, Novokamianka, they show these cities here: Sadok, Borozenske, Trifonivka. This whole area has been taken by the Ukrainians. There are open source maps that don't update that, but in the next couple of days, when they do update them, you'll see that those northern parts of Kherson Oblast, west of the Dnipro, have been taken. And you can tell actually, because the maps aren't 100% accurate, but where they put their unit indicators show that in fact all the Russian troops are in different positions because they withdrew. We're talking about brigades, so groups of 5,000-ish, 3,000 to 5,000 men have fallen back to very different positions than they were before. And I'm just going to go back historically in time. So these troops and these headquarters where they're at have basically not been able to mount any or sustain any defense of Ukrainians who are attacking. And what's happened is Ukrainians have moved quite gingerly across the front, and they are now trying to encircle Kherson. And there are the 10th Special Brigade, the 56th Guards Assault Brigade, the 127th Separate Reconnaissance Brigade, which acts as a screen. So the only thing, one of the very few times I've seen the Russians do anything properly, vis-a-vis doctrine, is in a town called Muzkivka, and that is northwest of Kherson city. That is about, I'll give you the actual distance. That is about 10 kilometers. It's a little short, but the distance between them and the Ukrainian front line is about 8. And so what's happened is the Russians have a screen from this brigade. They're camped out at Muzkivka, the 127th Reconnaissance Brigade, special or separate rather, not to be confused with the United. And the noose is tightening. So now Kherson City, if I do a number here, Kherson City has about a 20-kilometer radius around it on the Dnipro, from west of the Dnipro, that's not occupied by the Ukrainians. So Ukrainians have pushed forth in many regards, and they have limited the Russians' ability to counter move. There is no Russian close air support, and the artillery is bupkis, almost zero. So what that means is that these forces that are within, say, 10 kilometers of Kherson City will fall back to the garrison, and I assume will attempt to hold the city hostage and try to scare the Ukrainians into doing something, into some capitulation. That they'll capitulate, but they'll be able to leave with their arms. So you have the 22nd Army Corps as well, co-located at Kherson in the northeast of the city. The 7th Guards Assault Airborne Division, VDV, 7th Guards VDV, are in Zelenivka. That's about 5 kilometers northeast of Kherson City proper. Now, the remainder of Russian forces, we're talking about the 205th Separate Motorized Rifle Brigade, the 11th Assault Brigade, which is now actually the remnants of the 11th and 10th Separate Assault Brigade. So the 10th Assault Brigade no longer exists because they've been destroyed. Whatever stragglers have co-located with the 11th. So the 11th Assault Brigade at Maxima, and that's where they're at in Kherson Oblast. The 126th Separate, they call it Coast Guard Brigade of Naval Infantry. They fell back to Milov. They're very diminished. I'd be surprised if there are more than 2 companies. They will attempt some kind of littoral riverine crossing. It is about 5 kilometers from Milov to Hornostavivka, rather. I'm reading Cyrillic in English, so it's a problem. But that's a very tough go. I suspect they're going to push down to Kozatske, which is about 15 kilometers south of Milov, and they'll cross there. And there's also an estuary where they can do so. So basically what it means is all Russian forces, there's only 3 units left in the north part of Kherson Oblast, the 11th Separate Assault Brigade, the 126th Naval Infantry, and the 205th Separate Motorized Rifle Brigade. This is where all the videos actually are coming from. All the videos on the YouTubes there and the Twitter of collapsed Russian positions. Most of them are actually in this region. So if you look at the digital maps online, you'll see it all look red for Russian. But the truth is that the Russians aren't there anymore. They're beating a retreat, sans drums, to Kozatske, to Novokhovka, really, and they're leaving town. So that's a good sign. And the remaining Russian forces in Kherson Oblast are going to most likely focus on Kherson. They'll fall back to the positions that they have, and we'll see some form of either capitulation or fight to the death if that's what they're so inclined to do. So actually, I'm looking at the maps that are available online. They're probably 80% wrong. Ukrainians don't want to share where they are. However, if we look at Russian Telegram, we can see that in fact they're toast. So that's it for the update. Sorry, it took an hour and a half apparently because we had too many questions. But that's what's going on in Kherson Oblast. I'll take a few questions if anyone has any. And thank you very much. We've got Albir. You came up. Didn't hear from you. Put up your hand if you don't mind. If not, we'll go to Ricardo. As a witness, you're still there. Do you have questions, witness?
Yeah, I have a question. Mostly related kind of like the longevity of this offensive that the Ukrainians have put on. If it becomes a long and protracted offensive, who does that favor? Does that then favor the Ukrainians? Say if this thing gets drawn into winter, perhaps, or beyond winter next year, who does that favor?
I would say it actually favors Ukraine just because simply it's the home turf, number one. That's the main reason. The Russian supply lines are cut, so everything they do in Ukraine is hampered versus whatever the Ukrainians do in Ukraine is supported by the local population, and they're only a couple of tactical bounds ahead of their own lines. So they're obviously going to they'll have the home field advantage, regardless of how long it takes. Hope that answers it. Witness, we're going to go ahead.
Good.
It's common sense, right? Imagine Zimbabwe invades South Africa in the dead of the summer. You know, South Africans know their own land better than Zimbabwe, right? Okay, I guess I do. Whose mic's on? Albir. Shut her down. Let's go to Hermie.
Yehud, I have a question. Do you have a conservative estimate about the number of Russian POWs in the last 48 hours?
No, I don't. I have a conservative estimate of the KIA, right? In the last 24 hours, almost 2,000 dead Russians. And that's across the front.
Yeah, so the numbers from the Ukrainian side have just been released and they state 640. That's what they officially say.
Say again?
So the numbers for the last 24 hours have been released just 50 minutes ago, and they said 640 Russians killed.
No, the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense released a number about you're talking about.
That's I shared.
The numbers are ridiculous. As I said, I suspect, and I gave a number, and just for posterity, it's the 8th of September, 62,000 Russian dead.
That sounds more like it.
I'll stick to it. I firmly believe this. Let's go to Patrick Bateman.
Thanks, Yehuda. Appreciate you riding the early shift here with us. Curious what your thoughts are about the end game, Ukrainian end game in Kherson. Are they just going to try to choke out these supply lines, or they're going to go for the encirclement? What do you think the thought is?
Well, they'll encircle. That's choking them out. So same thing. Yeah, they won't want to go to Kherson. In my estimation, they want to encircle it and starve out the Russian garrison. That could be 10 to 15,000 troops, depending on how many have left. They've already. I mean, I suspect casualty numbers in Kherson Oblast on the Russian side are north of 7,500, 8,000. They've really routed them. It's not a couple of TikTok videos, right? It's that times 100. So we're looking at Russian positions overrun everywhere. The maps don't show it, but I suspect that literally 80% of Russian occupied Ukraine west of the Dnipro has been taken by the Ukrainians.
It's wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, they just don't have any resupply. They have no artillery. Look at the maps. If you look at the firm's data for the last 6 months, it's a Russian big old party. They're hitting every day. 7 million rounds fired. In the last week, almost nothing. They're not able to touch the Ukrainians. Yet the Ukrainians aren't using the same rate of fire. However, their accuracy is almost 100%. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. All right. Let's get some other hands up. Albir, I muted you a few times. Albir 24. Habla español. ¿Qué tal? You have to unmute your mic. All right. Albir is figuring out the mic. Albir, are you there? All right, let's go to Axel.
Yeah, so in the meantime, I updated myself on the things which I missed whilst you had meticulously gone through the northeastern sector. And that's why when you just said that the casualties are almost likely to be significantly higher than the reports which came out, I think also overnight, where the Russian KIAs were yet again tallied up and 51,000 and something and whatnot. These are, of course, the numbers as we've seen them when confirmed of each and every soldier identified and the likes packed up and ready to be sent back to Russia.
Yeah, and Axel, let me interrupt you.
Yes.
You. For the calculation, the Ukrainians actually take, this is so, not only do they take confirmed visual kills through UAV or assessments upon consolidation, if a UAV picks up a BTR or a BMP and the maximum load of personnel is 8 people, they divide every number by 2. They divide every number by 2. So what that means is that they're certainly not overestimating. If anything, they are underestimating. So what they're saying is we don't know how many Russians are in that armored personnel carrier. There should be 8, but let's say they're garbage and there's 4, because that is kind of how Russians operate. No one, they don't follow any rules anymore. It's just kind of a mad dash to the finish. Like it's cannonball, war style, a la Russia. And so I suspect that their numbers are much lower than they actually really are. I suspect that where there is combat, the Russians are manning those infantry fighting vehicles because they're dwindling. They're going down. So the Ukrainians might say, we know there are 8 people that fit in that armored personnel carrier, but for the sake of accounting, we'll say there's 4. That's incredible. So that means that the numbers could be off by 50%. 50%.
Yeah, the rate of increase seemingly is substantially higher what has been reported prior. So if you take what increased in recent 6 days in the official reporting, that has increased massively with one bump yesterday supposedly of 640, and the reporting has never caught up with what's happening in the field, where people are literally lying 7 people close by in a ditch. This is that's what I'm saying. They are so swift. They're executing and prosecuting this maneuver warfare so quickly that we should expect to see numbers to go up yet again in 3-4 days from now in leaps and bounds. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, the number that I'm looking at, so I have a kind of an open source map I'm looking at, and I'm juxtaposing it based on the information I'm getting, and the map is super delayed, and for good reason. The Ukrainians aren't very keen to share where they are, and nor should they be keen. But the reality is, there's a bit of a tell, a tell, like a poker tell, a gambling tell. The map does show approximately where the Russian forces are located. That the maps still say the Russians have. You realize that's not possible, and therein lies the truth. It's a bit of a detective work, and I'll try my best to continue doing that for the promotion of truth and virtue. Let's say the Ukrainians have it,
but that's what I'm leading at. That the logic supports what you've been indicating, and it has done so now for various days, which is why people are listening. And the interesting part with this is, of course, that the more the Ukrainian offensive gains speed and momentum, or has speed and momentum, as it evidently has had in the last 36 hours in the northeast, the fewer reports will come in by comparison of the real numbers of how many troops have been RKIA and how many troops have been taken in as prisoners of war. That's what I'm saying. The delay will actually increase the bumps which we're going to see in reporting. That's fine, but it doesn't matter. The only thing which matters is how many kilometers or miles are they out from Kupiansk, and when can they deny / disable Kupiansk, or God forbid, take it.
You know what? It is now 2:39, 100 hours, 0239 hours in Eastern Standard local time here. I wouldn't be surprised if the Ukrainians were in Kupiansk right now, frankly. That's the reality. You know why? Because the last time I got information on that brigade moving through, it's not like they stopped at a local Motel 6 and had a beer and went to bed. They were fighting through to the objective. So I suspect in the next 12 hours, 24, we'll hear that they've encircled Kupiansk, that they are, conducting mass fires on it, that Russians are running away, making TikTok videos about how crappy their lives are. That's what we'll see. I mean, I feel like the Oracle of Omaha. It's probably the only time in my life I've got so many things right, and that's probably because I've spent a lifetime studying this. The Ukrainians have taken advantage. They've exploited Russian vulnerabilities, and they're moving forward. It's a good day.
Well, to buffet your argument, and by the way, I would really like to find out what the Hebrew equivalent of Warren is.
The puns here are mine to make, not yours.
Yeah, but hey, I gave you a flanking support in that regard. But okay,
you know what? I think everyone would agree you're not very punny.
No, I'm as I said, I'm providing flanking support. Now, if and when the assumption is correct that sometime when I fell into my happy lull, they were 10 or 12 kilometers out from Kupiansk, rather than what was indicated by many other people on radio and television.
You said 25. You said 25.
I said 25. Yeah, exactly. I was just about to say that. When I fell into my lull, they were 10 to 12 because you said it, as opposed to what other people had reported, that they were 60 kilometers out and whatnot, and the long distance cover. And the last thing I had heard was 25. So that means they will have made a lot of gains from the last time I had any kind of information up until that part early during the night, our time. So, and if they continue with this kind of speed, of course they're taking these places and they are being able to pass them by and circumvent them, and that is so impressive. The logistical preparation for this operation is stunning, and the execution even more so.
Yes, I'm just looking at my map to tell you. Oh, I didn't take a picture. Yeah, so they've bypassed Shichika, blah blah blah. They've bypassed the city about 25 kilometers west of Kupiansk, and the Russians have reported on Telegram they're very upset about it. They wanted to meet the Ukrainian forces in a particular town, and the Ukrainians said, "Well, guess what? It's about 10 kilometers of open field here, and we're a mechanized brigade, so you know, f off. We're gonna bypass you, and our our brigade in depth will sort you out, and our follow-on forces will do the rest if they need to. They'll clear the area." So I suspect that Ukrainian forces are now in Kupiansk. I suspect they will secure the highways, the crossroads. There are 4 major highways in Kupiansk. The most important one is the one that supports Izium, and the Ukrainians will push northwest from Sloviansk towards Izium and fix them there. Their goal would not be to attack 3 armies. Their goal would be to fix them and create enough problems for them to stay engaged, whilst a Ukrainian brigade on the south of Kupiansk interdicts, and then a brigade on the north of Kupiansk also does the same. So they will encircle Kupiansk, destroy it, and then they will cut off Izium, including those 3 armies. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. And on that note, we have a friend from down under. He's a doer, not a not doer. So he's not Canberra, he's a Canberra. Go ahead, Canberra.
Yeah, so just on the numbers of dead, so just to repeat something we've said in the last 24 or 48 hours, the Wagner PMC numbers are not included in the number of dead. And in yesterday's report from the UFA, they made up 40% of the dead. So by implication, they, if you gross up the 640 number that just came out, that the fellow was talking about from UFA, 1,000 people died, 400 of which were Wagner PMC. Now, I also believe they don't include the LNP DNR militias in the number of dead. I think there's 2 reasons for this. One is for political purposes, because there's going to be a discussion at some later date as to whether these people are classified as Ukrainians or Russians, and they probably don't want to get into that discussion now. But the second reason, I believe, is that the Ukrainian command would believe that the Russian chain of command isn't allowing a lot of this material to accurately get to all of the decision makers in the tree, and they don't want to disabuse those decision makers of the information that's being provided erroneously by the rest of the chain of command. So it's to their advantage, and has been over several months, because that can be the only thing that can explain some of the low casualty counts that were coming out when that earlier offensive was occurring around the Severodonetsk River, when clearly there were thousands dying every day, and the numbers were coming out, 200 or 300. I believe that was just to basically allow that situation to continue unfolding. And one of the ways that occurs is by this statistical aberration where they don't count certain types of people in the death. And secondly, it's just these other ways of statistically undercounting to ensure that the pattern of behaviour of attacks on the front line continued. And just one question for you. You're talking about them launching an attack on Kupiansk, and I'm just wondering, if they take Kupiansk, does that then mean that Vasily as a target becomes redundant, or do we believe that they're already in Vasily anyway? Thanks.
I don't think it becomes redundant. I think that it's part of the plan. I think that, and about the numbers, I disagree. I think the numbers include, because UAVs don't really zoom in on people's uniforms. I think those are good numbers. I think about 10,000 Russian troops will be encircled. And just so you know, the city's name is Shevchenkov, and it's halfway between maybe Kharkiv and it's about I'll tell you right now, it is 30 kilometers from Kupiansk, and that city was bypassed. And where do we get that information from? We get it from pretty verifiable video documentary evidence from Russian Telegram that shows that the Ukrainians skirted them on two fronts. From Balaklia, from Volokhyv, and in the north, they've bypassed them north of Petrivka, which is a small town. So they've bypassed them there. They've gone to the south and the north. I suspect that their defense and their offensive, they're 2 up, 1 back, and the 20th Guard Army will deal with the Ukrainians that are the follow-on forces there. They'll be cleared, but the truth is, Kupiansk, as long as they have now secured the H-26 and the P-79, those are it's a crossroads. So basically, Kupiansk is bisected twice by the H-26 and the P-79, and the Ukrainians will most likely come up through the city on the southwest. They'll probably skirt the road there. The main the H-26 there is called Kharkivska Street, and they'll pull up into Kupiansk. Mass fires destroy what they can, and that will basically, in effect, cut off the forces in Izium from the northern sector. Yeah, I hope that helps. All right, Ricardo or Albir. Albir, you keep coming up, but you're not talking. Can you hear the mic there, Albir? Albir, can you hear the mic? If not, off you go. Okay. All right. So Axel, it is getting towards that time of day and night. Are you guys
ready to rock and roll?
Are you ready to rock and roll?
Of course, always. We have Finnish people who even sing "Return to Sender" in a version rendered with HIMARS. So yes, we're ready to rock and roll.
But is the address known?
No, unknown at this point in time.
I knew it.
I
knew it.
Nothing
It's
ever
unknown,
changed.
but I knew it. All of, jeez, you're killing comedy, one Prussian at a time. All right, Timothy, I will. I'm happy and honored to do a handover to my this group of Europeans, all having a pre-Crimean beach party in Estonia. And what's funny is there are no beaches in Estonia.
Yes, there are.
Okay, we're gonna block Tim. Tim is persona non grata. Basically, he's truculent. In French, I think it's truculent.
Before you leave, Sean has come up.
Sean John, purveyor of expensive clothing. Go ahead.
Good morning. I just want to thank Yehuda for the last 1 and a bit hours of updates about the counter-offensive, and we're thankful for the space and providing this information to us. It's important when we're making tactical moves downrange to know exactly what's going on. And before you go, I just want to share some signals intelligence that we are seeing that the Russians have problems with communication, and Putin recently asked one of his top generals for an update on the special military operation. And he was told, I think the direct translation is, we don't know, no one's come back yet.
Well, Godspeed to his messengers, and hopefully they have an escape route out of Russia. Sean, thank you very much.
Boom, boom.
Shake the room. Thank everyone, and to all of our colleagues at MryiaReport. Thank you very much to the room. It's been a long time since we do a handover at 3 a.m. that there are 600 plus listeners. It only speaks to your commitment to the cause of democracy, freedom, and justice in Ukraine. We won't stop until the Russians are back where they belong, and that is Russia, or whatever is left of it. Please do follow the MryiaReport page. Follow our hosts. It helps increase the algorithm. Everyone is equally important. None are more important or equal than others. We're a team. And as you know, if you can spell, there is no I in team. Unless you speak a language where the word team has an I in it, then it's problematic. And I can't help you. I want to thank everyone for listening. I apologize if I got too granular. I have decided that I will use my squirrely senses and start delivering updates, if not daily, as often as I can. We will get granular, and I think it's important now because the fight is real. The advances are important to discuss, and this is where Ukraine takes back their country. They take back their freedom. They take back their independence. And the least I can do is sit down on a computer and go through the numbers. And I thought that no one liked those things, but my American friends have messaged me and said that's what we want. And I will gladly do it. And if that's what we need to do every day, all day, we'll do it. We need to support Ukraine. We need to speak truth to power. MryiaAid is an organization we support because they're really good at what they do. In addition to MryiaAid, we support the government of Ukraine. Government of Ukraine, Ministry of Veterans Affairs, Natalia, my contact there, is going to be on the space as much as she needs to. We're trying to raise funds to help Ukrainian veterans. They aren't 80 years old. They're not a 90-year-old from World War II. They're a 21-year-old who lost his legs fighting and saving his country. As we talk about numbers and symbols on a map, this actually means, this translates to Ukrainians dying and being maimed and having their lives changed irrevocably. That's not a joke. And I can't be flippant about it. If we can help those veterans with microloans funded by the government of Ukraine, that literally means when you donate right now to MryiaAid and put in the message, this is for Veterans Affairs Ukraine, they will get that money over. Spoke to Colonel Lake. They will get that money over to the Ministry of Veterans Affairs in Ukraine for the sole purpose to help Ukrainians rebuild their lives. We're looking 2, 3, 4, 5 tactical bounds in the future. We're not going to watch Ukraine get decimated and have genocide committed on their lands and their children raped and murdered and shot in the head. And that's what the Russians do. It's kind of a Russian thing. So if we can help them, I appreciate it. I should have mentioned it before. I haven't. But if you are so inclined or financially able to send $5, $10, 50, 100, whatever, if you can send it to MryiaAid and say, look, I want to donate this money and I'd like it to go to the Ministry of Veterans Affairs Ukraine. It's very simple. There's no confusion. The director of the Ukrainian Veterans Foundation, Natalia, she will be here tomorrow, and she will speak about her programs. I will ask again, and I rarely ask for people. It's almost I don't feel ashamed, because the truth is it's for a great cause. But if you can help them out, you're helping out not just a wounded soldier, you're helping out his wife, his children, his future, and you're doing a good thing for mankind. Because as you know, Europe is confused. Governments of Europe aren't 100% on board. And we need people like you, good people, simple people, average people. When I hang up my phone, I'm going to go to bed with my 3-year-old and I'm going to hug him and I'm going to kiss him. And he's a Ukrainian baby. He, his great uncle, was killed in an airstrike by the Russians in a home for the deaf at the beginning of the war. And he'll never meet him. I never met him. I don't know who he is, but I know it's his great uncle. And I honor my wife and her family by doing this, and that's one of the reasons why I'm here, because it's important to me. It's personal. I know it's not personal to everyone, but if you believe in democracy and meaning and things that are important, if you have a heart and you don't want to see a nation divided and destroyed and have genocide committed, if you can't donate, just listen, like and retweet, let people know you're here. Retweet some famous person, maybe with the blue check mark, and let them know, hey, there's great news on Ukraine here. And they're talking about what's going on, and they're sharing with the world. Because if we don't have you, the listener, we have nothing. We literally are here because of you. We have 30 people plus, audio engineers, moderators, doctors, lawyers, financial consultants, experts, military types, retired people, students, university students. The whole team is made up of people from all over the world, from all different backgrounds. And we're not doing it because it's fun. We're not all doing it because we don't like our mothers-in-law and we want to get out of the house. We're doing it because it's the right thing to do. So again, if you can support MryiaAid, if you want to help out the Ukrainian Veterans Foundation, which is a part of the Ministry of Veterans Affairs in Ukraine, if you can help out, great. If you can't, let everyone know. Retweet. It sounds silly. I have to do it myself. It's not intuitive to me to go online and click the retweet button or quote tweet. Seems silly, but apparently that's how it works. So on that note, I want to bid you adieu. And I want to thank everyone for all their support, especially Joseph for helping me out all night and putting up those pictures that we need and graphics. And Doman, Axel, Tim, Ricardo, Paul, longtime listener, Tom, hiding in the back there. We see you. David, not Attenborough, but the next best thing, Brookfield. He is Yehuda. Thank you very much. We all thank you for being here. I'm going to sign off. It is the 8th of September and 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for supporting Ukraine. We will do our best to continue to promote and raise awareness for Ukraine, for the plight of a people maligned, attacked, people facing genocide. And we're doing our bit to put our finger on the scale of history. They'll write about it. They will write about this because it's the first time in history that simple, average, normal people from all over the world were able to make an impact on a global level. Thank you very much, and be well. Good night.
Slava Ukraini.
Heroes slava.
Slava Nazi.
Good night, Yehuda. Yeah, that was very moving words from Yehuda as usual. I guess we have to find our own meaning in this war, right? I guess mine would be because I live in Estonia. I live 150 miles away from the Red Army. My wife is Estonian. My children are half Estonian. One of my cats is Estonian. The other is unfortunately Russian, but he's not sanctioned. He's fine. And seeing, the death and destruction in Ukraine, seeing the murder, seeing the atrocity, and it's so close. It's not some dusty place about which we know nothing. It's basically just down the road. And so I find my meaning in the fact that I live in this lovely little liberal democratic country that's very, very close to Mordor. And in my head, it just could just as easily have been us. And it could just as easily been our country that was destroyed. And so that's how I find my meaning in this. In this. How about you, Dermot? Very good morning to you.
Good morning, Tim. I think I'm in a similar position to many, in that I was preoccupied and missed Yehuda's update.
And I have a strong hunch that there's a good 50 to 100 people here who missed Yehuda's update and have just heard that Yehuda gave an hour-and-a-half long update. And they're very curious as to what was in that update. So if anybody has Cliff's notes, Cole's notes, whatever, of that update, I think there are many of us who'd be very happy if you were to share.
Well, I participated only in part of this, so it'd be unfair to call this up. You need to get Joseph back up, who was just swapped out from co-host, so if you can get him back up, he can lend some supporting fire. But the long and the short of the update to the end is that Ukrainian armed forces have, in the northeast, in their surprising maneuver, in their surprising attack, for the Russians, surprising, but very well crafted, very well logistically supported attack, continued to go leaps and bounds. I mean, they have passed by Russian strongholds, fortifications, and encircled them, and then left their forces to take care of them from the rear. Meaning, it's a movement of one brigade in front, two right behind them, flanking. It's what Yehuda called divisional style attack, with another brigade in reserve, mechanized infantry, plus armor, in an attack formation, fast moving, passing by, encircling, and then again sweeping up and mopping up Russian troops. Whilst during the night, when he and I had a conversation, I said, well, the last information I had was 25 kilometers outside of Kupiansk, and he fortunately was able to correct that by means of highlighting was 10, but we both were significantly undercutting what had been reported. And Language Learner also in a brief update he was giving, say shortly after midnight, Eastern European Standard Time, summertime, had indicated, they would still have to take another 60 kilometers, which was completely, utterly rubbish and very outdated in this regard. It became evident that the Ukrainian armed forces own the night, just like the United States Armed Forces once, following Rangers, intended to own the night. They've moved during the night, and they've continued to push, and with their momentum, according to Yehuda, it is extremely likely that since the early morning hours, they are in Kupiansk and around Kupiansk already. Doesn't mean that they have taken the city, but it may simply mean that they are now about to attack the city from at least two sides, which is interesting because they operate on completely different tactics than the Russians expected. The Russians tend to expect them in fortified locations and want to take them head on, whereas the Ukrainians simply say, well, that's nice, thank you very much, we'll leave you here. Somebody will come and see to you later, whilst your logistics are cut off and you can't do anything. And this has served them well in the northeast, whilst at the same time they're moving in on Izium in the same fashion. And the move through to Yampil has been successful. So what you can see, it's a wide movement along the Severodonetsk River and the national parks and forests in order to pierce through the Russian lines, dissect, interdict their logistics, truck logistics, as well as their reconfiguration and rebuilding efforts vested in the rail logistics, and just not letting them breathe. And therefore, as you highlighted at the end of his update, whereas in the past weeks and months, everybody who's been looking at firms data and will have seen the area bombardment incurred by Russian artillery. In the past days, at least the last 6 to 8 days, literally none of that occurred. The area bombardment has fallen short and it has literally stopped. There's predominantly very surgical, very specific, very locatable and concentrated fire by the Ukrainian armed forces. And yesterday, sometime later in the evening, the Ukrainians overran another, and therefore took another artillery battalion of the Russians. which in order to take that large battalion, you have to first and foremost also kill off or say take the existing infantry, which is what is indicated as having happened. And he went through the KIA numbers, and in order to make sure that people do understand what actually is happening on the ground, first and foremost, the conservative approach the Ukrainian armed forces are taking to counting the KIA. Then the fact that this also entails that they've identified the soldier on the ground, respectively, geolocated, photographed, and taken them in, which is an MP task, by the way, which also means that it takes time and only comes with a certain delay factor. And the faster and with more momentum your troops move, which is the exceptional part of this offensive in the northeast, but also in the south just as much. But in the northeast, it's very, very evident because the speed of operation is so significantly higher, and they're keeping up the logistics, that the Ukrainian armed forces will be unable to report as quickly and as fluidly all KIA. But the numbers, nevertheless, which are officially brought out, for example, the 640 Canberra highlighted, do not include necessarily all troops of the terrorist organization Wagner. They've, say, outsourced, not private military contractor in Canberra. I dare you to please relieve you and disabuse yourself of the notion that Wagner is a private military contractor. The so-called company has been created by the GRU and FSB with full consent by the Kremlin and Gerasimov at that point in time. It is only a sponsored operation in order to commit acts of murder, atrocities, and subjugation abroad, which is not the case, and private military contractors in the West should never be compared to this because they simply operate on different footing. But having said this, the Wagner Group casualties, and there's discussion about whether they are in, say, relation to regular troops, what kind of percentage they make up, but the Wagner troop casualties are also not included. So in addition to a conservative approach and undercounting, respectively, very, very meticulous processing of KIAs, the Wagner group KIAs and casualties overall are not included in the official figures, which is an interesting feat. There is discussion, that is true, and Canberra highlighted this, but we've had this discussion here on the space as well, to what extent Ukrainians press ganged into service and Ukrainian citizens who have decided, for whatever reason, to volunteer, because there have existed as well, few, but nevertheless, for the ill-fated two so-called separatist, but essentially just Russian-led occupied territories and their so-called militias, that Ukrainians may or may not have been counted. There's, shall we say, there are differing views onto this, and there are, as I understand, there's no clarity on this matter quite yet. But we will be able to ask that question because, as you would have highlighted, Natalia from the Ministry of Veterans Affairs, who is also in charge of the Veterans Foundation at the ministry, will be with us tomorrow, and maybe we could get some clarification on these matters as well. As the Kherson Oblast, Huda was so kind as to highlight that one of the targets which we had identified a few days ago has now been put heavily under pressure, that troops and units of the Russian forces have been quite literally obliterated and annihilated. But they've collapsed into one location or towards one location, that's Milove, or my love, as some people have said, given the fact how it is spelled. And if you look at your map, the road right in parallel to the Dnipro basin is of critical importance with its inlets and alongside of that, and the three main bridges which have been identified already end of last week. The Russian troops have been withdrawn to that part. You could also say they've been in full forced retreat as they literally collapsed in the field. The Ukrainians are about to cut off the remaining Russian troops to the north, and there's a second salient forming to the south of that. As a consequence, we will either see more surrenders, for which the Ukrainian troops have brought forward military police in the hundreds to the front line, and close to the front line whilst it is moving fast. And the alternative being that those Russian troops, if and when they stand and do not surrender, will be annihilated. Furthermore, further down southwest towards Kherson City, as Yulia has highlighted, it is highly unlikely that the Ukrainian troops will try to take Kherson City without having beforehand further attrited and encircled the city, and therefore starve out the Russians, respectively force them to surrender, with a view to not harming the city proper and its remaining population, hiding in cellars, sheds, bunkers, and the likes, from both Russian atrocities and the side effects of indirect fire. The Ukrainian troops have already arrived at the outskirts of Kherson City 2 days ago. And in one specific area, they're about 5 kilometers only away from the city center. As a consequence, Kherson City is directly under attack, respectively. It is challenged, and the Russian troops there have absolutely no way out. That's it in a nutshell.
Thank you, Axel. Did you say 10 kilometers outside of Kupiansk? I know that was 3 minutes
That was
ago,
early
but
during the night. Yeah, that was early during the night. They, as per Yehuda, contrary, this is what I was trying to highlight. At a point in time when my information prior to going to bed was still that they, and this was information from late afternoon, early evening, that they were roundabouts 25 kilometers outside of Kupiansk, which is why I was flabbergasted to hear in a discussion with language learner that, oh, this is 60 kilometers away, this will take days and da da da. No, on the contrary. Given the fact that they had moved to 25 kilometers outside of Kupiansk yesterday afternoon already, and that is reported at that time, that means that they had taken 40 kilometers within the space of 24 hours.
they pretty much
Which you
started
only
off
do.
60 kilometers away.
Yeah, 65. But yeah.
There we go, yeah.
Yeah, so 65 kilometers away was the front line where they had troops built up and the line of contact was there. So they took 40 kilometers, as it seemed to yesterday afternoon, and Yehuda then highlighted during the night when we had a quick exchange, whilst I was tired and flabbergasted, that it was essentially 10 kilometers. So, and that's during the night. They've moved on since. So Kupiansk is currently being attacked from at least one, if not two sides.
Well, that is most excellent news because we all know what, or even if we don't all know, we have some idea of just how important the logistics hub Kupiansk is, and taking Kupiansk means, or at least cutting off Kupiansk from logistics means cutting off Izium from logistics and cutting off that entire salient to the south that the Russians have been holding for some months now, all the way down to the south, to the Zversky Donets River, where apparently Russians were still conducting assaults to the south of Izium yesterday, not realizing that maybe they should adjust their posture somewhat. Ricardo?
Yeah, I'll be quick. Axel talks about tired and flabbergasted. I'm there. It's 3 a.m. The other thing that Yehuda mentioned, which is, I think it tugs at our heartstrings, and I think that Axel and you could speak to this, and Tim, he talks about being 150 kilometers away from the Russian border, and the fact that his passion when he was speaking of the fact that Ukraine is not only the battle, but he brought up his kids and the fact that they are there to save our democracy. And Axel came on right after that, and I was really hoping he would hear that because his eloquent speech, and I think that for us in America and the West, I think we need to hear that sometimes, that it's not close to us, but it is. And what he was saying, it was very passionate that this extends to where we live and what we do. So I don't know if you guys it's kind of maybe off topic, but as far as the battle and all the granular stuff, but that moved a lot of people, and a lot of people came up and wanted to hear that.
So in other words, more of this from Yehuda. That's the feedback. Let's kindly ask him to talk more about this stuff, because he is actually very well qualified to do so, and that makes it very well structured. And I'm just looking at the feedback I got, because I missed all of it. But people have been messaging me quite extensively that it was very well done, and they want to hear more of this. And why hasn't he been doing this all the time anyway? There you go. It never done. Well, I would have. Well, very, very good. So, Axel, yesterday, while we were talking about things about 21 hours ago, maybe, when you were busy with other things, I flagged that, Ukraine is moving ever closer to Kupiansk because of Izium, that much in the same space, there was a very important front back in 1942, 43, that you had discussed in quite some detail back in March and April, and that I thought that as this offensive unfolds, as this counteroffensive unfolds, you will undoubtedly regale us with a historical explanation of context of how it went then, because I know that you're particularly detailedly familiar with that one. And apparently we are running out of time, because Ukraine is much closer to Kupiansk than it was a day ago, and it is known to be much closer to Kupiansk than it was a day ago. So if if at some point during the day, when and if you have the opportunity and the time, if you could walk us through the historical parallels of this again, because it has been some 4 or 5 months now, I think that would also be greatly appreciated by many listeners.
In other military news, I've got a little snippet for you. The Institute for the Study of War, which is an American think tank, is reporting an upsurge in partisan activity in Kherson. Tangentially related to this, I can't find any more details on that, but I will keep my eye on it. But tangentially related to that, a gentleman called Artyom Bardin, who is a Russian colonel, and is the political commissar who has been put in charge of Berdyansk, which is a city of 100,000 people. It's about it's right on the Sea of Azov. It's about 50 miles west of Mariupol. He has suffered a slight incident with his car that has apparently cost him both his legs. So poor old Colonel Artyom Bardin has had a catastrophic car failure and is now legless in what TASS News described as a serious but stable condition. So the moral of the story is, don't be an occupation official in Ukraine. That's bad for your health. That's bad for your health.
Yeah, I've never heard a doctor prescribe a course of treatment that included running an occupation administration for anything. So I can't think it's particularly good, that anybody would have thought it's particularly good for your health in the first place.
Absolutely. So yes, he's now legless. So boo-hoo, poor chap. Other news, the UK Daily Express is reporting that Putin has been falling asleep in meetings. Have you heard about this, Doman?
I have not. He's falling asleep in meetings? So you're saying there is a chance?
A chance of what?
For someone to traverse the length of the table and take him out while he's...
Yes, I guess this is why he has such massive tables, because he likes to have a little nap underneath them or something. But yes, so the Daily Express, quoting the Telegram channel General SVR, has made a number of footage has been released of Putin and some of his officials in the meeting. In fact, hooding their eyes, shall we say? So the officials started dozing off when Putin was making a speech, and Putin started generally dozing off. I'll watch the video in full and see what we think. But the Telegram channel General SVR has shared a number of claims about Putin's health, including the usual rumors that he has kidney problems and Parkinson's disease, etc., etc. But he's we have it on video. He's definitely looking very sleepy. Whether that is health related or related to his recent trip to the Far East to play at soldiers with the Chinese, I'm not really sure. But he's looking like a very, very tired fascist at the moment. Very, very tired. Bags under the eyes. He's obviously fed up with this nonsense.
I'm thoughts and prayers, I guess. What else? What else can we say?
Absolutely. I'm sure we all wish him well here on the Maria Report. Shaggy, welcome up. Very good morning to you. How's the van?
The van is great today. It's all lovely. It's all lovely. Just a little quick one. I sent you a couple of DMs the other day, but you haven't read them yet. One was to do with deal. Remember that payments to Russia thing? So it's just for you to, just a heads up for you, really. And that's kind of it, really. I'm listening this morning because I'm driving around.
Thank you, Shaggy. Yeah, Knut is looking a lot more deeply into that. A lot more deeply. So he's kind of taking the point on that. Axel, I don't know if you've heard, because Knut Vyshniakovsky came around at some point when you were busy with other things, and they highlighted that there is this American company called Dewel, DWEL, that is providing a service through which you can hire people working in Russia or Belarus, especially in the IT sector, and you can hire them from outside of Russia and Belarus, say from Europe or North America, and pay them in contravention of the spirit of the sanctions, at the very least, if not the letter of the sanctions. I don't know exactly how they're doing it yet. They might have set up another bank account in Uzbekistan or some such, and are funneling things through there. But everything goes through them. They organize the whole thing, and I think it's absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, the link I sent Duman contains who the providers are. So Deal are the middleman, and then they go through. They have partners like Coinbase and things like that, and it's detailed in the DM that I sent Duman who they are. PayPal isn't used for Russian payments, but there's quite a few surprising ones that are. So I will check that out.
Excellent, thank you, Shaggy.
Okay, so a very good morning to everybody in Europe who is just waking up, driving to work, etc. You are listening to the Maria Report. We are a 24-hour Twitter space dedicated to fighting the information war over Ukraine. We bring you up-to-date news, expert analysis and comment with various high-profile guests regularly speaking. We are staffed entirely by volunteers. So we have a core team of around 30 people from an enormous variety of backgrounds. We have military guys, we have economics guys, we have politics guys, we have a wine guy in Doman. So whatever you need, we have it right here. Our volunteers will never reach out to you and ask you for donations personally. We'll never ask you to buy us a coffee or any of that nonsense. If you wish to support us, we would urge you please to donate to Maria Aid. Maria Aid provides non-lethal assistance. It is a registered charity in Canada, provides non-lethal assistance to the Ukrainian armed forces and civil defense organizations, including drones, including optical equipment such as night vision, medical supplies, etc., etc. So please do, if you've got a spare $5 or potentially a lot more, there's really no upper limit, please do chuck that over to Maria Aid if you would like to support our work. We've got a couple of my favorite people coming up. Daniel, very good morning to you. Welcome.
Good morning, team. I come back home because some problems with my kid, but I just shared with Domen the losses for yesterday, and they're gigantic, ginormous. I think they are the biggest from the start of the war, and I can't believe it. But wow! Did you see it?
So I'll read it out. I'll read it out so that everybody knows, because otherwise it's bad radio. In the past 24 hours, reports by the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense and the General Staff of the Armed Forces that the following numbers of Russian personnel and equipment have been liquidated. 640 personnel. Now I have to note there was 460 yesterday, so they lost their divisible by 50 number, and clearly they had to get it back. So it's 640, not 650 today. That's why. 640 personnel, 15 tanks, 37 APCs, 32 tubed artillery systems, and 5 MLRS. That is massive. When you're losing 32 howitzers in a day, 32 howitzers. That's I don't even know how to contextualize that, because Ukraine was given what, 200 something, 155 howitzers by the West collectively. Russia lost 32 in a day. 3 anti-aircraft systems. So this could be anything from S-300s to Pantsers to Buks to whatever. 2 fixed-wing craft, 2 rotary-wing craft, 4 UAVs, 24 supply vehicles, and 1 piece of what they call Specjalna Technika, special equipment. These are radars, engineering equipment, like bridging equipment, things like that. So it all kind of... Sorry, Daniel?
Oh, I cannot use something. The 2 aircraft losses are 2 Sukhoi 25.
Yeah.
And for anti-aircraft systems, Operation Command South, I read it this night, probably was put it around 2 a.m. They said they destroyed 30 anti-air systems. 30, not 3.
Well, this one says 3, so I don't know what they mean by 30. Maybe they destroyed 30 munitions for anti-air systems?
No.
Because
It's Operation Command South, that it is from the center.
Please kindly send me that.
Let me see on Telegram, I will send it.
Oh, what I want to say is, yesterday, among others, one of the reports was also that Ukraine destroyed a small ammo dump, but an ammo dump that was exclusively S-300 missiles, right? And that went up in a big boom because they're full of propellant and explosives in there. It's very impressive indeed. 640 dead Russian soldiers in a day is a lot, right? How can we best contextualize this then? 640 in a day, and mostly in defense at that, right? That I'm trying to draw a historical parallel, but I can't really think of one.
I can say something like this. If they lost a brigade of artillery and they are close to be encircled at Izium area and there is an army corps, I think Kursk 1943 was a small battle in comparison.
Something like that, yeah. I mean, 640 personnel, that's dead. That's basically the equivalent of -1 BTG, dead. Now, obviously, it doesn't work like that, but that's just, for context. insane. Eric.
Good morning. As Europe is waking up, could you just maybe give us a short run through of this Kharkiv offensive? Because I mean, I've been 100% focused on the Kherson offensive, and it seems like the Kharkiv offensive is what is piling up these huge numbers. But I haven't really understood it yet. Could you maybe just give a quick run through what's happened over the last 48 hours and during the night, so I can have a better understanding of it, if you don't mind.
So I will give you the somewhat Blue Peter version, because I don't really understand it either. But basically, Ukraine pushed in from where the front line was, and you can find that on maps from a few days ago, through Balaklia, through Volochyv Yar, through Shevchenkove towards Kupiansk. That's the main axis. I believe my understanding is there's another couple of axes from the south and one spurring off somewhere towards a little bit further to the south, but that's fundamentally it. Ukraine pushed from being what Axel about 65 kilometers away from Kupiansk a couple of days ago to being only about 10 kilometers from Kupiansk now. So basically they're progressing at 25 kilometer a day pace through territory that Russia has controlled since sort of March, April time. Kupiansk is very important because there's a rail line that goes through, I think, from Russia through Vovchansk to Kupiansk, and then Kupiansk is kind of the logistics hub for everything going to Izium and further south towards the Svyazhsky Donetsk front in that section. Without that, they can't really sustain any of their offenses from the north on Sloviansk and Kramatorsk either, if I have it right. And cutting off Kupiansk, which is a major railway and general road transportation hub as well, right there on the Oskil River. That whole segment of their front is basically out of capacity for supply, right? So basically, in the first day, Ukraine moved from being HIMARS range to Kupiansk, barely HIMARS range to Kupiansk, to being M777 range to Kupiansk. And in the second day, they moved from M777 range to Kupiansk to what should we call this? Rock throwing range to Kupiansk, mortar range to Kupiansk, something like that, right? And we don't know exactly how far they've gotten since, but it's a massive deal. Who wants to add more? Tim, Axel, anyone? Okay, guess that's it then. That's roughly what happened. That's what I can tell you. Also, Ukraine has been expanding the bridgehead at Ozerne. That's that area to the north of Sloviansk, as well as I believe possibly another bridgehead a little bit further upstream on the Svyazhsky Donetsk, closer to Izium. So it looks like that there is something of a pincer movement forming there to thoroughly and truly cut off Izium. And that would encircle a very large number of Russian troops that would then be without capacity for resupply. Some parallels have been drawn about how Ukraine uses terrain very well, much in a similar way to how they're using terrain, specifically rivers around Kherson, to their advantage. Similarly, they're also using rivers around Izium very much to their advantage as well. And I don't know if I'm the best to comment on that, but maybe Tim would be better because he used to be a star, and this is the sort of things that they think about.
But I mean, that sounds like a general collapse then, because if you can move 50 kilometers in a bunch of days, then you have to pass the first line of fortification, the second line of fortification, and maybe the third line of fortification. That means they're screwed, or doesn't it? I mean, is this the collapse that we have been waiting for on the Northern Front? It sounds like it.
Okay, Domen, I send you the messages via DM, and I don't know, maybe it's wrong translation. I put the Ukrainian one also, but he said like this: confirmed losses of the enemy are 30 anti-aircraft guns, 2 BMPs, 1 K-52 rotorcraft, 1 BC in Berislav. And the hour is, let me see. I need to get again on Telegram. Watch it. Maybe your Slovenian helps.
Yeah, that's 30 Russians, not 30 aircraft guns.
Yes, yes.
It
Because
doesn't
I
say 30
saw
aircraft guns. It
about
says
Pantsir also. Maybe it's the translation from Ukrainian to English.
it's the translation. It says that they have destroyed 30 Russians, 2 BMPs, 1 Ka-52 helicopter, 1
Pantsir, they made
ammo
it
depot
Pantsir.
in the Beryaslav rayon. Above that, it says w rejonie Nowej Kachowki zniszczono Czerchowy Pantsir. Yeah. Okay. So there was a Pantsir in the morning at Nowa Kachowka.
I saw the Pantsir. I saw.
Yes, but where your translation says confirmed losses of the enemy are 30 anti-aircraft guns, it just says 30 Russians, not 30 Russian anti-aircraft guns. I don't know how this translation happened. The translation's wrong.
Do know usually is good. Usually is very, very, very good. I was baffled because for the anti-aircraft guns is enormous, and probably
So the reason why I will tell you why this got translated this way, right? Because it says in Ukraine. No, that's not why. No, Daniel, no, that's not why. That's a different paragraph. It says confirmed. Підтверджені втрати ворога складають 30 рашистів. Now, складають is a verb that usually that is associated with like throwing a plane out of the sky, like kicking something out of right. That's why. So because they use the verb that
they
is usually
say blow
associated.
up, and translation was destroyed. Something
Exactly.
in the air.
Yes, so that's why, because that's the sort of verb that that you it's something. If you throw a stone at a bird and the bird falls out of the sky, you would use this verb.
The irony is I have elementary knowledge of Russian, but is not close to Ukrainian at all.
No, and this is this is one more of these myths that Russia perpetuated through the centuries, and we don't have to go into this fully. Oh, we have Andre up. Andre can confirm my note here, whether it's true or not. But I'm pretty sure that's what this refers to. Hi, Andre.
Hey, sorry, I just I think the explanation for the skladayut word is not that. It's actually if you say that втрати ворога складають, it means that casualties consist of. So it doesn't really say.
Oh, so you wouldn't associate that with kicking a plane out of the sky?
No. The way I hear it is like, casualties consist of, and the list of, data.
Okay, well, very well then. Then that explanation is wrong. Okay, so I will send you the auto translation that Daniel had and the initial image, and then you can try to figure out how the hell. Can I message you? Yes, I can. How the auto translation thought that it said 30 anti-aircraft guns then, because it makes no sense to me.
I think is probably because the algorithm of the IE is stupid and use Russian to translate Ukrainian.
Maybe that's why. But I'm sending this now to Andre, and maybe Andre can tell us how. Okay, how can I actually? I think I need to do this on the phone. It'll be easier. Anyway, let's go. Can I forward this? Copy photo. Yes, I can. Okay. Anyway, Eric, I'm sorry we got distracted from your question there. But I think that's about what we know. What we know of what's going on, and it's very good. It's very positive. It's very impressive. And it's no. Again, Tim maybe can comment more on that. But Andre, if you check that, if you figure out how that mistranslation happened, then that'd be great. Tim, any thoughts? Okay, no.
I'm sorry. I was speaking with Axel for a couple of minutes. Could you could you ask me what? Could you ask me
Oh,
again?
so Eric was asking us a few minutes ago, what's going on around Kharkiv, and then I gave him the best of my understanding of what's going on. Basically, Ukraine made massive progress, going from about 65 kilometers out of Kupiansk to, barely double-digit kilometers out of Kupiansk, which is obviously very impressive in itself. But also at the same time, that will be very significant when it comes to cutting off logistics and the like. So Eric said, "Oh, if they progressed 50 odd kilometers, that means they've broken through all the lines of defense and Russians are screwed." Is that a reasonable assessment there, Tim?
That would be a reasonable assessment. I mean, the Ukrainian forces further to the north are very much exploiting the thinned out Russian lines up there, which has been, as a result of the Russian reinforcement to the south to counter, as it turns out unsuccessfully, the Ukrainian advance around Kherson. They did thin their lines out quite substantially further to the north, and the Ukrainian forces seem to be making real hay with it. Right, they're really exploiting this very skillfully. They're continuing to target the logistics nodes. They are continuing to target concentrations of manpower and equipment, transportation, etc., etc. Yeah, there have been Russian counterattacks around Kharkov, but they appear not to have been particularly successful. Around Izium, Ukrainian forces have gained a very, very substantial amount of ground. Yes, I would say your assessment is fair. It does look like a colossal failure in the north from the Russians.
Excellent. Thank you, Tim. Thank you for backing that up. Andre, have you managed to figure out how the auto translation got it so wrong? And
actually, it's very funny. I don't know how translation got so wrong, but it's wrong. Maybe it was correctly said that it was wrong AI training or something. So the word they used is rashist, and it makes me laugh because you can tell it's from the command south. Southern, Ukrainians are kind of people around Odessa, associated with like some funky sense of humor. So even though it's official military report, they still use kind of funny language, a little bit of humor. So the word rashist means like Russian fascist, and it would be like, calling Russians in a laughable way, just diminishing them. So yeah, like, and this word rashist, which basically means like Russian fascist, it was saying that 30 of them were killed, and somehow it translated into 30 anti-aircraft, which is wrong.
okay, good. So I got it right, but I got the wrong reasoning for it. That's good to know. Yeah, sorry about that. Thank you for jumping up and fixing me especially.
No problem.
Daniel, any last thoughts? Okay, Daniel is indisposed.
Sorry, my kid. My last thought. What I raise my hand. I want to say something very big, and don't laugh at me. I think General Zaluzhny will be So in the future, even greater than Eisenhower. I know it's a big statement, but sorry, you have an army very small with Soviet tech. You get some help from Europeans, Americans, Canadians, Australians, and you beat probably the biggest army in Europe and third in the world, right? And not only you beat them so hard, they are in disarray, ready to surrender.
Let's put it this way, Daniel. They made the Russian army the third most powerful army in Ukraine now, after A, the Ukrainian army, and B, of course, the Ukrainian farmers' tractor brigades.
Don't forget, they have fleet, they have ICBMs, they have huge aviation, and they are beaten so hard that Izium area. I'm in shock.
What did I tell you yesterday, Daniel? In a few months, Russia is going to get kicked out of Ukraine by Ukraine, and then the Russian army will consist of ICBMs, strategic bombers, and not much else. With the way they're losing men and material. So yeah, I mean, that's fine. It's their own fault. The only thing that I'm sorry about, literally the only thing that I'm sorry about here, is the devastation that this is causing Ukraine in the process, and the number of Ukrainians that are giving their lives and limbs for their country, and not just for their country, but for the entire Western world in the process of doing that. And this is why we are here all the time agitating to please give Ukraine more stuff to kick Russia out of their country with, because the quicker that can be done, with the better the technology, the more often, the quicker that can be done. The quicker that can be done, the fewer Ukrainians have to suffer for it. The fewer Ukrainians, the fewer young Ukrainians are going to lose their life and limb over it. It's going to be done regardless. The only question is how many Ukrainians have to die for it. And let's minimize that cost as much as possible
later a bit?
by sending them Bradleys and Leopards and all that other stuff that was designed in the first place for what? Beating back a Russian invasion of Europe. This is now happening. This is what they were meant for. Let's give them to them and allow them to get to the end goal, which is inevitable anyway, more quickly and more efficiently. Look at what they're doing with like a third of the stuff they should have. Look at that. Imagine what they could do with another 600 tanks and 800 IFVs. Imagine the difference.
Domen, I don't know if you put this in perspective. John Howard put it very well all the time, and I think usually I was not agree with John Howard, but now I put this in perspective. I don't want to sound scary, but we must assess this thing. It's not about Russia will be defeated in Ukraine, question mark. We can agree they will be defeated. I don't know when, how, and I hope faster than later. But we need to put our feet in cold water and understand this. In 1 month, the debacle in Beijing will stop. I don't know if Xi Jinping will be re-elected or not. China will not help Russia. China will not be their ally. My worry is if it's a catastrophic defeat of Russia, if it's so beaten in Ukraine, and Ukraine will win this war. We understand this at this moment. I don't know what will happen in the future, how many prisoners, how how this surrender will be. But I bet Beijing will move against Russia. I will bet, and they will move faster and smarter. And I don't think Russia will get help. If you ask me 3 months ago, I will say Europeans in the United States will help Russia to not be humiliated by China. At this moment, I don't know how much of you think about this, but believe me, Chinese will never let this occasion to make what they want, their expansion. And we talk about Taiwan. People from Vladivostok must be wary. I think we need to pay attention after the October.
Oh, and this is why I say to everyone who legitimizes Russian invasion of Ukraine with, oh yeah, but this is used to all be ruled by Russia. I tell everyone who says that then Russia should go and invade Harbin, because that used to be a part of the Russian Empire, and China should go and invade other bits of the Russian Far East, because that used to all be part of China. So hey, and Tuva used to be part of China. Don't forget that. Then what will Shoigu do? I don't think that the Chinese will take him as their defense minister after he's done this poorly in Russia. Anyway, no, you're right, Daniel, in a sense, but also at the same time, I mean, we have to not care whether Russia gets humiliated. This is such a nonsense narrative that got started off, months ago. Russia just has to get out of Ukraine one way or another, and if the only way to engender goodwill from them is to dump a lot of howitzer shells and gimlers on their heads, no. Okay, let's. I think we have time for one more caller. Let's go to Nina, and then I think it's time for a short commercial break from our sponsor, Atacam Cigarettes. Nina.
Thank you, Domen. And it was funny because when I came, my question was for like a shortish update what's happened, and you just gave everything to me, Daniel, and also Andre and you, Domen. And because I already got what I wanted, and I will soon go for work, I just will say something which I thought is really funny, because we have to, when we read what Russia or Putin or anybody in Russia says, I have to remember to always translate it to the opposite. So TASS wrote, I read it today, TASS wrote, Putin said, we haven't lost anything, and we haven't lost anything in Ukraine. So I translated it, we have lost everything, and we have lost everything in Ukraine.
Yeah, he says that, and I just think, yeah, it's what Eric said. They really are screwed. Thank you, Nina. Thank you for that that bit of comedic relief. Finance. How do you read that?
I mean, right now, we read huge amounts of sales here at the Atacam's brand cigarette companies. I love that the news story that I woke up to this morning was that the reporter who was not a MryiaReport reporter, could only describe what happened at the Belgrade power distribution station as going boom. To which we here at the Atacam's brand cigarette company.
Finance, look.
Thank them.
No, you need to understand. You need to understand finance. This is what happens at the birth of a nation. It is often difficult. It is often replete with problems because things aren't running properly yet, because things haven't started properly yet, and that's it. It often happens in the early months, such as of the emerging nation of Belgorodskaya Narodnaya Respublika. Right? It's just going to take a little while for everything to get sorted, and then there won't be any more power outages and water supply issues, anything like that anymore. They just need to keep going at it for a little bit longer. It takes a while after gaining independence to sort things out like that.
I mean, we're just really happy that the new nation of the Belgorod People's Republic, the Belgorod People's Republic, is a proud user of the Atacam's brand cigarette company and the Atacam's brand cigarettes. And we just look forward to such a long-term prosperous relationship with this new republic and great long-term sales opportunities for smoking in the Belgorod People's Republic. And we wish the fine men and women of the Belgorod Independent Partisans Group much success freeing themselves from their Russian overlords.
And let's hope they smoke inside and outside and everywhere.
We support all sorts of Russian smoking, and we would like to remind everybody that smoking kills, so please only smoke responsibly at a Russian ammo dump.
Thank you, Finance. Shaggy.
Hello again. Yeah, just a quick one on China. Yeah, China. I think China views what's going on there in one way as one giant real life war game. So they're just gaining info on what Russia does and how what kind of prowess they have. So they've learned quite an awful lot. The other thing I'm kind of a little bit concerned about is I want Ukraine to win as quickly as possible, but I don't think Putin. It's not like an Iraq situation where if you take Saddam Hussein out, then everything else collapses, because we're not really going to be taking Putin out. So he's still going to be there. And I'm kind of a little bit worried about what possible sting in the tail, like a scorpion sting, he is likely to do. I'm not talking nuclear or chemical weapons or anything like that, but I'm more thinking of the Air Force, because they haven't really used that much.
They don't have the ability to.
Oh, they don't. So they don't. I mean, I read a report yesterday. Okay, it was on a rashist blog thingamajiggy saying they scrambled a few strategic bombers were in the air and stuff like that. But I think that was just fear mongering from them guys. But I was just wondering if it does kind of turn into a rout. So basically, if it turns into a rout, it's just game over, is it?
So I can give you a bit of a breakdown of how the Russian Air Force looks like. So they have things that they have been using, right? Which is like Su-25s and various, Su-30 whatevers. It doesn't matter. I don't know much about planes. I'll give you a Blue Peter level explanation here. So they have a bunch of planes that they have been using, which are fighters, fighter bombers, stuff like that, right? They've actually been using those over Ukraine. They keep getting shot down. That's fine. All normal. Then they have a bunch of transport planes. They don't really count in an offensive operation like this. Then they have a bunch of strategic bombers. They've been using those. They've been using those to deliver standoff weapons, basically caliber cruise missiles. And they've been launching those over the Caspian and the Black Sea. As has been noted, they're running kind of low on these standoff weapons. And what they're keeping back is basically their World War III. We really desperately need everything we possibly can to stave off America kind of stuff. Which obviously, it's just there as a strategic thing. Okay, so there's that. But then they have a bunch of dumb bombs for strategic bombers. The problem is with the dumb bombs, they need to actually fly over where they're going to drop them. And they have used them. They've used them over Mariupol. They've used them over Azovstal when the closest Ukrainian units, other than the ones in Azovstal, were 80 plus kilometers away. So they could use them. They had the freedom to operate there. But they don't have freedom to operate over Ukraine because they're going to get shot down. Period. They just are. Strategic bombers are big, unwieldy, relatively slow. Many of them are actually turboprop powered as opposed to jet engine powered, right? They're slow, big, lumbering things. There's no way that Ukrainian air defenses, if they actually go over Ukraine, there's no way Ukrainian air defenses aren't actually shooting them down. So that's good. Right? That's always good to know. And then they have a bunch of planes that are completely useless in Ukraine for them because they are, they're very high altitude fighters used to chase off other countries' strategic bombers. They can't use them for anything here because Ukraine doesn't have any B-2s, basically, right? If Ukraine had B-2s, yeah, great. Those high altitude fighters would actually come in useful. Ukraine doesn't. Those high altitude fighters are completely useless against anything that Ukraine has. So basically, they're using what of the Air Force, and they're just talking about fixed wing here, right? Helicopters, obviously, they're using all of them already. There's no helicopters they're holding back. What they're using of their Air Force, they're already using. What they can use, they're already using. The only thing that they could still use that they haven't used
our strategic bombers to deliver very large dumb bombs on Ukraine, but then they'd get shot down, and Russia knows that. That's why they haven't used them in that capacity thus far. I might be wrong, but if somebody who knows more about air forces, and specifically the Russian Air Force, wishes to tell me that, please jump up and explain to me how I'm wrong. But that's the explanation I have anyway. That the Air Force is what it is, and it's not going to change much.
Okay, thanks for that. I basically overestimated the Russian Air Force and what they had left, so thanks very much for that.
And remember, the Ukrainian air defenses are getting better by the week.
Yep. Cheers, thank you.
That helps as well. Thank you, Shaggy. Finance.
Yeah, wanted to comment briefly on my views on China as it pertains to Russia in this war. China is not an enemy of Russia, clearly. In some fashions, they understand long-term that they are far closer culturally to Russia than they are to the West. They are both dictatorial shitholes that believe in oppressing their people, oppressing their minorities, and have absolutely no concern for the human rights of their own people, let alone anybody else. Notably, China is in the middle of committing a genocide within their own borders. So on that, they understand that long-term, they have issues with doing business outside with the West, because they are aware that there are long-term problems with how their behavior works and interacting with the world, the wealthy parts of the world that do not approve of such horrific, disgusting, vile behavior. So in that sense, they understand and are willing to work with Russia. On the other hand, they're not traditionally an ally. China has zero desire to bail Russia out. They don't want to spend their precious resources to give Russia lots of equipment so that they can win the war. Quite frankly, if Russia loses the war, if Russia breaks up, if Russia holds together, either way, China's view is to make as much money and power for China as possible. So to this end, yes, they might trade with Russia things that we would really not like them to trade with Russia. However, they're going to do everything they do with a view towards increasing their leverage over Russia and or any future decentralized or defederalized states of Russia. And they're going to, do anything with a view towards the Wall Street term here is ripping your face off, right? Taking as much money as possible from a desperate client as possible. So they view Russia as an incredibly struggling mafia company, which they basically are. They're the mafia gas station. They are having huge business problems, and China is going to extract as many concessions and cash as possible for China, for their own corrupt leaders, as they possibly can out of this deal. And that is very different than, say, what the Western world is doing as an actual ally, where we send a bunch of equipment and money and funds and things to Ukraine so they can win a fucking war. So while I would rather they tell Russia to go take a long walk off a short pier, because that would be even worse for Russia, on the other hand, what they are doing, while speaks a lot to who they are and what we're looking at and what we're talking about, also does not lend itself towards Russia, say, being able to pull off a military victory, because quite frankly, China probably is able to extract even more leverage and even more financial wins in the medium to long term if Russia loses. And I think Beijing is aware of that. So that is sort of the way I read the entire situation vis-a-vis China and Russia.
So, I mean, what you're completely forgetting, obviously, finance is the variable that is North Korea. And North Korea is now supposed to be supplying ammunition, including for both tubed and rocket artillery to Russia, which is hilarious in its own right.
And slave labor. You forgot the actual
slave labor deal. Yeah. No, but that's older. That's like a month old. The ammunition is only a few days old.
But the slave, unlike the ammunition, I actually think that North Korean slave labor works.
Yes, it does. Okay, let's go to Daniel, whom I'm sure has a lot of thoughts to share on this.
Okay, finance. I want to tell you why I go to that line about China and extreme orient of Russia. Agree, there are two systems, authoritarian, almost dictatorships, with concentration camps, with less respect for human lives, and China at least tried to be something different, but I follow China long before what happened now in Ukraine, long before. And past 5-10 years in China is a nationalistic movement, not similar with Russians. They claim land. America know very well the 3 dash lines and things like that, but it's not only in that area their interest expands. For them, the parts which Russia take from Japanese Empire in official discourse of Beijing, they are claimed to be ancient Chinese land. Is already for 10 years probably a big influx of people, money, and economic interest in all border with Russia. They, I can say, already colonized that area, make all the people from there dependent on Chinese mining, Chinese stuff, Chinese apparels. You'll hear about the economic interest of China in Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, all the stans, at least less in Tajikistan. But in extreme Orient, and I'm not just calling Kamchatka, all the parts north of North Korea is a clear movement, colonized movement, what you see in Africa. Russians don't tell anything about, because Moscow at that zone is very, very, very weak. And I mean weak in governor. There's are probably the most free hand local authorities in all Russian Federation. And Chinese, they have a need to satisfy, a need similar with Vladimir Putin. Is about ego, is about political interest above strategic, economics, image, diplomacy. They've been framed on Xinjiang concentration camps in United Nations paper, officially. And don't think they will let a very weak Russia to be propped like a muppet and just subordinate economically. They will move very, very, very aggressive. It's not just about history of the wars in Cold War period from Chinese to Soviets. Now China is the top dog, and Russia is no more an underdog, is a state who need help from North Korea and Iran. And Xi Jinping is not closer to Deng Xiaoping, is more close to Mao Zedong. And I can say if he gets silence in China, which not have now, which he can fix the COVID problem, the economic trouble, which are great in China at this moment. But when he will get, if he will get again a new mandate at the Congress of Communist Party, and all the moves they done until now, which was not hostile against Americans, say what you want, but past 6 months, China didn't act hostile to America, to Europe. They don't want to press our buttons, and they let the Russians fall, and they will bet we will don't make any help to Moscow, and Moscow will be for the taken. They will start with skirmish, classic Soviet Chinese skirmishes, but if Russians protect Russian speakers in Georgia, in Ukraine, and Moldova, look how China will protect the Mandarin speakers in East Russia. Just look at it. And believe me, Chinese are not only capable, but it's very good for them to escape from the Taiwan debacle. Thank you.
So in other words, you're saying it's better for China to go and try to take bits of Russia off now that Russia's weak, rather than doing any nonsense against Taiwan. I like the thinking.
And another thing, Domen, Chinese.
There's a lot more useful stuff in Siberia than on Taiwan. That's also notable.
Yes, and Chinese are logical. They are not in the state of mind of Vladimir Putin and their establishment, political establishment from Moscow. You can say anything about Chinese. They are maniacal, nationalistic, but they are not mad. I'm pretty sure the logic prevailed there. And logic say, what do you need to fight with American Navy to get political gains and say, I made China great again, I will enter in history, when you have a very weak enemy, easy to crush like Russia. And after all, Russia made it anything to make hostile United States, European Union, and all the big allies of the 50.
Thank you, Daniel. I wouldn't be that optimistic, but let's see what happens, because things have a tendency to happen a lot more quickly all of a sudden when a precipitatory factor occurs. I think we had Canberra, then Eric, and then Lima. Canberra.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it sounds like something we could put in the nice problems to have basket. I've only been half listening, but I think we're getting ahead of ourselves, and maybe something we should park. If anybody is a threat to Russia, I would have thought the thing they'd be looking at is separatist movements linked to some of their eastern populations. There's lots of things that could go wrong with Russia in the wake of this defeat. To be honest, I don't. I think we're getting way ahead of ourselves, thinking that China's going to start picking a scab off Russia when China's got massive problems of its own. You know, I mean, we could go on for hours about how economically fragile China is as a nation. And I think we should just park this and get on to keeping across what's actually going on right now in between Ukraine and Russia. Thanks very much.
Hey, Canberra, I agree. It's I think it is getting a bit ahead of ourselves. But would I mind it? Not particularly. Not particularly. Eric.
Yeah, I think this is a really interesting discussion, and I want to badly paraphrase an article I read some years ago about the invisible invasion, or the silent invasion of China into parts of Russia, the border areas. That, I mean, I think it is self-evident that the Chinese affect, and I wouldn't say control, but it's part of control certain parts of Russia already in the eastern provinces, and that the process has been going on for a long time. And China nibbling off bits of a completely failing Russia post Ukraine doesn't have to take the face of a military conflict. It could be many other ways. It could be fake referendums. It could just be that that border areas pledge allegiance to Beijing instead. It could be much more subtle. It can just be that, well, no one listens to Russians officials anymore. They don't have any official power. They actually listen to Beijing. And I think this is already happening, and it's been happening for the better part of 2 decades. And I can guarantee you, in a situation where Russia comes out of this greatly weakened and even sees splitting up tendencies like it did in the 90s, I think, of course, China will take advantage of that, as they already have for a long time. But again, I don't think it will necessarily end up in a war, but it will probably end up in something in between that will just show the utter weakness of Russia in that part of the world and the utter strength of China in the same area. So yeah, I think people are right on the money when they discuss that China will definitely take advantage if given the opportunity. How it looks, that's another question. And I'm trying to find that article because it was really interesting. They call this the invisible invasion or the silence invasion or something like that. But I can't find it. I think it was The Economist that wrote it. It was a long story about the rapidly increasing Chinese influence in certain parts of Russia. If I find it, I'll post it to you, Doman.
Thank you, Eric. Please do. Send it to Daniel as well. I think he'll appreciate that. Lima.
I just wanted to say something to the China discussions, and I felt the need to mention some things which have not been mentioned, I think are important. So I wouldn't frame China too positive because they have their own dirty little things going on, beside the usual cultural differences with the West, nested in the communist spirit living in China, as well as the trade wars going on. But there are very specific things that show that China is not that much different in terms of it is different, but it is not a safe partner. Because if you look at the genocide of the Uyghur nation, as well as the occupation of Tibet in the past or in the present as well, if you look about all the proxy conflicts that go on, Taiwan was mentioned in the last sentence of the speaker, but Taiwan is a major thing, somewhat a historic domestic thing if you want to think of the old days of China, where Taiwan was actually the capital of China. So there are dark spots in the Chinese history and in the present, and I wouldn't frame them positive. As well as their close relationships to North Korea, which is a small but somewhat of a troublemaker in the world. That's just what I wanted to add to the discussion, that people know China is not a great nation to be a partner with.
Thank you, Lima. Right, moving on from China, let's go a few clicks to the northeast, maybe. Unless, Papi, you have important notes on this. Because yesterday we were joined by Edward Morrow, a friend of the space, part of the Georgian Legion, and trying to get more supplies for the Georgian Legion and other parts of the Ukrainian armed forces. And he was noting how the whole North Korea thing might actually be Chinese stuff being funneled through North Korea across the Yalu River and then across the I forgot what the other river's called that borders Russia out. And I think that it'd be very interesting to see if any Chinese munitions actually made their way to Russia. What I imagine would happen instead is China would effectively be backfilling North Korean stocks of munitions, and North Korean munitions, as well manufactured as we all know they are, would be the ones making their way to the Russian ammo dumps to be hit by one of Finance's tobacco products. Papi?
No, Domen. I actually came up for a different topic that we can park for a second, I guess, or for as long as it needs. Since we are speculating about China, they got the mic. I will say that while I really don't feel especially qualified to speculate, I will still make a short observation. So the observation is the following. as crazy as the invasion of Ukraine is, I can possibly see the Putin lens in this. So a failing dictator cannot tolerate a neighboring country that is on a path to prosperity. That's the way I would describe it in one sentence. Well, in the case of China, attacking directly or more or less directly another nuclear power has much more downsides than upsides. And the elites in China, for all their rhetoric, they seem to me much more focused on, internal genocide rather than external genocide. To exert external force, they can use things that Russia does not possess. They can use soft power, influence, economic muscle. Russia is not in a position to do so, only has, or hoped to have good tanks, and it turns out that they're not so good. So since Daniel says that they are logical, and I see where he's coming from, it does not seem to me especially logical to me to go military when they can use other means. That's the short, complete, blind and unqualified China observation of the day for myself.
Papi, let's move off of China, and let's go ahead and introduce the other topic that you had.
All right. So one thing that I am noticing, and frankly is getting my attention in the last 48 hours or so, is the following. So let me back up a little bit. There are essentially two channels of information, right, from Russia. One is the channel of, let's call it, official information, which includes TASS, all the traditional media, TV propaganda, and the like. Then there is the second channel of information, which is unofficial yet pro-Russian. Military bloggers, Telegram channels, accounts, etc. So for some time after the beginning of the large-scale invasion, those two channels, the official and unofficial, were more or less in sync. You could see some discrepancy here and there, but largely they were in sync, promoting the same narratives. In the last few days, it's really recent, I am seeing an increasing disconnect between the official Russian channels. TASS says nothing about what is going on. No, nor any of those various gazetas say anything about it. And on the other side, the pro-Russian but unofficial channels. So every pro-Russian military blogger and Telegram channel are basically on fire, where the most optimistic take seems to be along the lines of "don't panic yet," ranges from that to much worse. So in the meanwhile, Putin is doing his choreography, military choreography with Gerasimov and Shoigu, and I am getting really strong Baghdad Bob vibes here. And I do believe, I do observe that this discrepancy seems to be widening each hour. So I am really wondering how long the Baghdad Bobs or the Moscow Bobs can afford to keep this discrepancy broadening. So one question would be, for how long, and then what happens next if at some point this is not sustainable anymore with those two channels that more or less reach both segments of the Russian population diverging more and more? What happens at that point?
So somebody asked me, I think John Howard asked me this a couple of days ago. And basically what we're getting at, right, is how will Russia sell losing in Kherson, losing Kharkiv, losing everything, right? And I think it's going to go piece by piece, but I think it's basically going to go something along the following lines. And I know this, or at least I have basis for this, because this is what we observed when Russia retreated from areas around Kiev and Sumy, Chernihiv. They'll say something like this: we never wanted Kherson anyway. This was just a feint. Look how many thousands of Polish tanks we destroyed in the process. And we're going on Warsaw tomorrow. I think that's roughly how they're going to respond. And also, Papi, remember, we have always been in war with East Asia.
Yeah, I do love my morning Domen's Orwell reference as much as the next guy. However, I mean, it's a little bit of a different, it's quite a different magnitude to me. While in the case of the retreat from Kiev or, you know, some big ships becoming big submarines, they still tried to make it, you know, have a version that was... Go ahead.
So you're asking what's the October 1917 moment? That's what you're asking. Is that right, Puppies?
Yeah, that's a succinct way to put it, I guess. If you have an idea, go ahead.
I think the best way to describe, there's lots of different ways to describe and encapsulate the Russian political information environment. I often fall back on the bucket of crabs example. You've got a lot of competing ideologies that are all bound together by this idea of centralized, authoritarian corruption. And what one might observe is that the threads that bind all these crabs together are slowly fraying. And some of the bigger crabs, like the Russian imperial movement and other nationalist causes, are not necessarily very happy with the Putin crab. And so what we see, sort of from our perspective, is this discord and dissonance between what the Russian nationalist movements want to do and what the state wants them to do. And we've sort of seen this play out before in 2015, 2016, and 2017 in the occupied areas of Ukraine, and it didn't go well for the nationalists. But this is a much larger scale. The position is much different. And it's just, you know, scales, just magnitudes different. Is it an October 1917 moment? I'm not sure it is, because the units that Putin would use to put these people in their places haven't been deployed to Ukraine, strangely. A discussion I was having offline with people the other day. And the reality is that Putin has spent the last 31 years revolution-proofing his regime. And so, I mean, one quibble I often have and don't often air is this conflation of Putinism, if such a thing even exists, with the various other radical ideologies he promotes to support his regime. And I think the you know, it's all fine. Everyone's friends when everybody's getting paid and the sun is shining. And the sun isn't shining anymore. So what that means is, you know, it is pure conjecture. But yeah, I think you're right. You know, it is tempting to ask that question. What is the October 1917 moment? I'm not sure we have enough information. You know, put a pin in the map and say, right, this is, if this happens, then X will happen. Hope that's a good exploration. Well, certainly an exploration from my perspective. So I don't know what you think, Poppy or Dom, in finance.
Daniel may have a hot mic, I guess, which is a windy one.
No,
Sometimes.
that's Alex's side. Don't worry. That was just Alex's background noise. Okay, we have a bunch of people interested in this. Daniel, finance, smooth. Daniel, go ahead.
Me?
Yes.
Okay. Bernard Papi said something interesting. I will add Solovyov gone publicly and said the situation is very worrying, is bad, and is not happy. He made it on a radio show, which is also broadcasted on internet. His observation is very, very, very good. Yes, the official channels don't talk too much, but imagine what is in VK and Telegram at this moment when Belgorod remain without power and the veteran channel say the disaster around Izium in Kharkiv Oblast, and they know the old ladies and the grandfathers, which are exclusively connected to television, probably don't have a right idea, but they have nephews and sons. And what Alex said about the revolution, I will state two things. First, a fascist state doesn't work without powerful and respected army. So if you want to be fascist, you cannot try Italian job because it doesn't work and everybody laugh at Mussolini. Second, nationalistic movement which are very active and criticize a lot Shoigu, and past weeks even Putin, and asking for national mobilization like Wunderwaffe of Germany Nazi in 44, 45, which in my opinion is no solution for the Russians. I think with a sleepy Vladimir Putin, who denies reality, which he paints like the special military operation is okay, they are not affected, all are good, they will attack Odessa. Make me think, and I hope Tom Zimbardo can help us a bit, make me think he's a bit disconnected from reality, not just painting a different image for the public, but a real disconnection like Adolf Hitler in bunker. And if, I don't know what I use if, after Ukraine crush Russians around Izium and Kherson, and we'll see mass surrenders continues and amplify. I think what we say about Saddam Hussein remaining in power in Iraq after first Gulf War is not an available option for Putin. Maybe nationalistic movement, which is very fragmented, is not united. They don't have a leader. There is no one with great charisma who can succeed easy, and something like a coup will happen, but separatists, I just saw this night some statements from the Tatarstan Republic, which is a hot potch for past 20 years. guys, I don't see Putin getting 2023.
I like those thoughts. Finance. Will it be smoking that kills him?
Could be Windows. Could be Windows. Let's not forget Windows. I'd like to point us all back to the great idea Lewis had, where we should just acquire a large number of Windows and ship them all to the Russian positions, because apparently Windows inside the Russian Federation proper appears to be the #1 killer of Russians, especially at the command depots. Very, very dangerous for them. So on this one, I'm going to go. There's so much smoking going on. Somehow we're not running out of cigarettes yet, but maybe we should diversify into some window shopping for the Russians. We're happy to stamp some Atacams on the windows for them. Excellent use of property there. I also want to note that Robert Goodfella, sometimes participant on the space, major fella who appreciates all things Shiba Inu, posted a nice Atacams video, and I could have tried to post a video and it'd been like 3 days. And he said, "All right, I'm posting it tonight because I'm worried that if the rate things are going, Ukraine's going to win the war before I get this video posted." So I appreciate his sentiments, but the speed at which the Ukraine armed forces is moving appears to be shocking absolutely everybody, including the Ukrainian armed forces themselves, and it's just glorious to watch.
Thank you, Finance. Smooth.
Yeah, good morning in Slava Ukraini. Taking a look at the upcoming meeting in Ramstein today, I'm still wondering what the political view is not to send Western main battle tanks to the Ukraine. I know it's always been said this would be the next phase, and we don't want to do that. But on the other side, we have NATO partner Poland sending upgraded T-72s to the Ukraine, which I think is great and should be an example for every other country. But especially with that said, what's the reason, or what's the political reason we still as a West don't send those tanks? I mean, we're sending Panzerhaubitze 2000, which I think is a system that is at least as complicated as probably a Leopard 2. So and the Ukrainians have made more than clear that they can handle such systems. So I don't really get the political reasoning behind that.
So, Smooth, I suspect strongly that it's to do with that nonsense. Oh, but it will escalate things, and then Russia will get mad at us, and they might escalate things. Which I think is a really bad set of reasoning. And when this reasoning was really loud, right, in the early months. Now, obviously, they don't say it anymore, but I think they're still thinking it. And I'm just really frustrated with it. And I'll tell you why I'm really frustrated with it. And I tweeted that at the Bundeskanzler a couple of days ago. He hasn't gotten back to me. I'm very disappointed. Maybe you should, Smooth, because maybe he'll answer to one of his electorate. Because 2 days ago, 3 days ago, maybe now, 4 days ago. Anyway, over the weekend, the Russian MOD put out, I don't know where the post was, maybe VK, maybe Facebook, something like that. A post in which they said they have destroyed 4 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles in Kherson Oblast. Now, to the best of all of our knowledge, no Bradleys are actually in Kherson Oblast. No Bradleys ever have been in Kherson Oblast. Right? They're basically very kind of like a tank. They're tracked. The German defense minister would definitely call them a Panzer. No question about that. And notably, right, Scholz's comments were both for Western-made tanks as well as IAVs at all times. So it's an excuse for not sending Marder's. So what I suggest is saying, look, the Russians
say there are Bradleys there. That's really what matters, is the Russian perception of what's there, right? The Russian Ministry of Defense publicly says there are Bradleys there. They didn't exactly escalate after that. They clearly didn't consider that a massive escalation. So let's send more Bradleys. And how about a few hundred Marders? Because I don't think the German army ever wants to use the Marder again. It's like a 60-year-old IFV, right? But let's send those. Let's start with that. And then maybe let's send some battle tanks as well. I mean, the sooner the better. But clearly they do not see it as an escalation, because the Russian MOD said they already destroyed 4 and they barely batted an eyelid at it. That's just my thoughts on it. Let's use the Russian propaganda narrative and the logic of those who fear some mythical escalation against them appropriately, and get something good for Ukraine out of it. What do you reckon, Smooth?
Yeah,
How do you like my logic?
I'm totally with you. I think it's overall cowardness. I can't and I share your frustration 100%. And even living in Germany, I don't, screw those German politicians. We're not going to get anything from them when it comes to Ukraine. They will argue about all the money they sent and all the stuff they sent, and will probably send some blankets so the Ukrainian army won't freeze in the winter. But that's not going to win the war. I'm totally with you, and it's the one thing that also disappoints me is this one argument that Axel came up with once in a while, to say Germany will only act if there's enough pressure from the US to do so. And I think now we are in, what is it, day 196 or something like that?
197? Yeah, 197.
Okay, pretty close.
Because day 195 was the 50K day, right?
Okay.
The number, yeah.
So pretty close. I'll take that. But I think this pressure from the US towards the German government hasn't achieved anything, and I'm just sick and tired of waiting. The German government, the German politicians will not come up with anything else. I think Scholz had made this clear, and if you don't want to play, then leave the playing field and let the big boys do it. So I'm just frustrated of our politician when it comes to that. And other than that, this just makes this war go longer. And when it comes to Marder tanks, yeah, sure, the Germans don't want to use them. It's just bullshit. There's no technical or military reason behind that not to send them. I'm absolutely convinced with that, and I don't see any argument to get me away from that. It's just political, and I just hope that the direction of the wind in Germany doesn't change that much. We hear about Nord Stream 2 from the extreme left and right now, and I think it's going to be a hot rest of the year when it comes to politics and the overall perception in Germany. And I'm worried. I'm worried about what the next 4 months or so will bring, and how the perception hopefully will not change. But other than that, I'm totally with you, Dom.
Axel, North German supporting fires.
There's a rumor going around. Various people I know, they're not sure about it quite yet, but there may be a migration or transformation in change of posture of the American government as to the delivery of heavy weapons during Rammstein today. Let's see what happens after. I wouldn't be surprised to see significant volumes of APCs and IFVs being released by the US from pre-positioned stock in order to kill off the Russian narratives and support the Ukrainians in their magnificent offensive. I don't think that the Germans have 4 months to play. I think Mr. Scholz will be called out by the US government for lack of support simply by action, because he has said that nobody is delivering main battle tanks, and we are closely coordinating. Germany can only deliver anti-air and
Yeah, artillery. Well, it can and it can't, as we all know. And it seems that the Americans have called the bluff. And rather than having Mr. Scholz run into significant issues as to the real underlying data of cum-ex, give him a blemish on his soul in a different way. Because everybody in the US is quite annoyed with the speeches Mr. Scholz has been giving in recent days. I think it's the first time since the 2+4 negotiations that the German government has opposed the wishes of the United States. And during the 2+4 negotiations, that was called in quickly, thanks to the British government making it very, very clear, and the Americans therefore taking our German friends by the side. And the same is happening just now. I'm very much looking forward to the outcome of Rammstein today. I think
I hope so.
we will be surprised. We will be surprised.
Yeah, hopefully. I just hope that the Brits and the Americans don't leave the Germans off the hook. That's I think that's pretty significant. And just the last story, and Doman, we talking about the martyrs. I think Axel knows this story very well. There was a story in recent history that the German martyrs had so much technical problems that they were sent into maneuvers or into training using broomsticks as cannons because the cannons won't work or they wouldn't be available. So they just for the photos
For
they
lack
put
of
some
maintenance
broomsticks
funding.
in there.
Yeah, for lack of maintenance funding.
Yeah, sorry for my French, but that's a fucking disgrace, you know. It's unbelievable.
Canberra.
Yeah, well, I heard Daniel say something about fascist regimes can't survive when their militaries fail. I think was the shorthand of what he said. So there are two types, or there are a number of types of authoritarian regimes, but they can be broadly divided into two types. One is an expansionist empire-building type with a highly successful military, and the leader's reputation is built on the military success. The other type of focused regime, where the strongest enforcement institution is actually the secret police, and those regimes denude their armed external institution that can overturn their power. And that's the category that Russia falls into. So, for example, Shoigu being the head of the military, despite having no military experience, is an example of where they have tried to install essentially a flunky who is beholden to Putin to ensure that the military can't develop any leader that can threaten his power. And essentially what you're seeing unfold in Ukraine is the impact of that internally focused authoritarian regime. And in fact, this has been the way that Russia and the USSR has consistently maintained central authority over, more than 100 years. So, for example, Stalin, prior to World War II, shot most of his generals in the lead up to the war because he was afraid that they were plotting against him. And ultimately they did win in World War II despite those actions. And so in terms of, how will Putin and his successor regime, because I do believe it's his successor regime that will survive, how will they survive? Well, it will actually be very similar to Saddam Hussein after the first Gulf War, which was a very similar regime where he kept the military weak, and that's why they lost so badly. And all of his all of their resources of the state were pointed inwards. And you can imagine that the same thing will occur. Now, maybe Putin will only be in power for another few years before something happens to him. If something happens to him and it's a premature death, he's not going to be overthrown by the military. The only likely group that will overthrow him is essentially his Praetorian Guard. So, and you know, the thing I guess to look out for would be some sort of incredibly bloody feud between the FSB and the GUR, because that would be a sign of internal dissension. But you're not going to see a general takeover. You're going to see, if anything, it's going to be one of these senior Secret Service people or somebody from the internal political movement that's been loyal to him, who's probably far nuttier than he is. Thanks.
In Canberra, or indeed, as many have noted before, Balkanization, right? That's the other way it might go. Florian, go ahead.
Good morning. I just wanted to voice a short idea, or not idea. No. Can you hear me? I think there was a call incoming.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I heard that you broke up, but you're back and fully audible.
Yes. I think Germany, or especially Mr. Scholz and his party, is acting this way because the left is very Russia friendly and it's just politics. And also, I believe the Social Democrats still believe in this old-fashioned industrial economic model based on fossil fuels, large corporations, unions, and everything. And they desperately want to keep that economic model. And they believe that this needs cheap energy inputs such as Russian gas. And then together with the German inflexibility to think about new things, it takes ages to get around to a changed situation. That's why they're so stubborn. And there's no other reason for that. There's no military reasons. There's no factual reason. All the other arguments, like the others are not delivering tanks, are just faulty reasons. The real reason is Mr. Scholz will lose his power because the left of his party will walk away. And most of his party still cannot get around that there's a totally new economy coming, also because of climate change, not even because of this war. And that's why the German SPD is acting the way it's acting, is my view. Maybe Axel has a comment on it.
Yeah, I've walked people through with various degrees of density and detail already on this matter. Domin, can you summarize? Because I'm trying to lock in two things at the moment. I apologize, but we either have to park it or Domin summarizes what I've been saying in the past. I need to step out now. I apologize.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say very few words and pass it off to Smooth, who's like Axel from North Germany there. But basically, Florian, I think you've nailed it, at least in part. Yes, there is a long history of Russia friendliness. It's not just about that. It's also about the specific people who are in charge, headed that for a very long time, including the Chancellor, and especially the Chancellor. There are long-standing, there was back in the 60s and 70s a strong relationship between certain members of other parties, which are now of another party, which is now in government, and the Stasi and the KGB. You can guess which one that is, on top of the SPD. However, it's also a part of German consensus politics since, the 1960s, 1970s, when the first gas pipelines from the Soviet Union to Germany were opened, right? And that's very much a part of consensus politics that includes also large chunks of the CDU, right? It isn't just about the left, it's also about Germany more broadly, ignoring its genuine allies to the east of Germany in favor of a country even farther east for a very long time. So I mean, this goes well beyond one party or one government or a subset. It's a lot more pervasive still. We had Matthias on at some point, who used to work for a lobbying firm in Berlin, and he walked us through how much funding came into various lobbying firms by state and para-state actors from
including Russia, very heavily including Russia, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, in that sort of time period, while both Schröder and then Merkel were chancellors. So it's very pervasive. It runs very deep, and it definitely runs very deep among those currently running the main party in government, but not just the main party in government. Smooth, is there any major details that we should touch upon here?
No, not really. I think it's very well said, especially what Florian said, and also you, Doman. I think there's just 2 points. Olaf Scholz is just the face of the Social Democrat Party, and he might be the primus inter pares when it comes to that, but he's not the ruler, and I think there's maybe something for the international audience here. In Germany, there is no independence from the chancellor towards the rest of the ruling party. So he's very much depending on on other guys in his party, and something in this situation where, for example, an American president, wherever he comes from, might just make a decision that he feels is right, isn't something that can happen in Germany, because he won't have the backing from his party just to do so. And that's very true in Germany. And Florian, the main handler in the background, I'm still convinced on that, is the I say in German Fraktionsvorsitzender Rolf Mützenich. He is very much left. He is very much in the peace movement, and he's the puppet master in the background. And if Scholz doesn't get along with him, Mützenich is the one who's really going to throw stones in his direction. And therefore, yes, it's Scholz. He's the chancellor. He's the public person, but it's the overall Social Democratic Party, and very much he is depending on the left and their Russian-friendly politics.
Thank you, Smith. Yeah, it's
I agree. But one last remark, very, very shortly. And it's a shame. The Social Democrats are the only ones who opposed Hitler, the only ones who opposed fascism at the time. And now they're acting in this way. I think it's totally shameful. Sorry.
Oh, absolutely, and it's the refusal to recognize Russia for what it is. It is the persistent assumption that Russia is a normal country that has persisted over the past few decades, which it's not, which it hasn't been. Right? That's the other part of the equation here, and I think a large part of the current hesitance and reticence is that. It's very difficult to kind of say, oh, we were wrong every day for the last several decades. Everything we worked at, every assumption we made was wrong. It is, I think for any human, it's very difficult to say that, right? It's very difficult to say, I was wrong. Not just I was wrong about one thing. I was wrong about everything to do with, Ostpolitik for the last 20 years, 25 years, 30 years, basically my whole adult life. I was wrong about every single thing I thought about Ostpolitik. That is difficult. And I think that is part of the reason why it is moving so slow. Because it's very difficult to have the degree of intellectual honesty and self-confidence to be able to do so. So even if they might recognize it now on the rational level, it's still very difficult to do it emotionally. Maybe I'm giving them too much credit, but I'm nice to people sometimes.
But Doman, can I just make one last point? Because we are focusing correctly on the Social Democrats right now, but one has to see the bigger picture that every German.
I said that from the start, right? Consensus politics.
I just want to make one example. If you look at the German military going into foreign countries or supporting the UN and whatsoever, every government from the left and the right has been reluctant, and to do so. So this goes for all parties, and what happened then is that the governments always failed the German military with support and equipment to do their job when they sent them out to any missions. And I think this is something that you see the political discussions right now. And I know Mr. Merz from the Christian Union is a very loud speaker, but his party didn't do a good job to the German military either. So the reluctance, the political reluctance, can always be seen in the way the German military was not properly equipped handling going into foreign missions.
Yeah, and that's a part of the dismantling of the Bundeswehr since the mid-1990s, right? Before that, the German Bundeswehr was the largest land army in Europe after the Americans. Is that right? Okay, and the Soviets, obviously, right? The largest land army in Europe and NATO, other than the Americans, and it's been completely dismantled. Right? It was a massive tank force, obviously set up for one thing, and all of those tanks, most of those tanks, are now somewhere in storage, never to be used again. Those Leo 1s, especially, never to be used again. So let's please send those, because there's no reason not to send those ones. Whatever complaints there are about Leo 2s, whatever, just put that aside for a second. And I'd much rather Ukraine be fully kitted out with every Leo 2A6 and 2A7 on the planet. But let's just at the very least, let's send the Leo 1s that nobody wants to use anymore anyway. Just send those, and let's see what they can do with those, because it would make a whole lot of a difference to people currently using T-64s. Because Leo 1s are much better than T-64s and the baseline T-72s. Definitely much better. Why not at least give them the stuff that the German army will never want to use again? That, as the very least, that's a baseline argument that I think is very difficult for anyone to sensibly argue against, except for when literally shouting around. Daniel, you've been waiting. Thank you so much for being very patient.
No problem. I can move from Germany back to Canberra.
You can move back to Canberra if you'd like. I think that's a pretty long flight. I don't know if we have time to wait for you for 38 hours.
You are so nice. Canberra is smarter than me, and I don't want to be Merzheimer and keeping my theories instead of reality. What I want to say to Canberra and my theory about fascist states keeping around when you have a big army. We have examples of not so big armies like Spain and Portugal, and they keeping fascist states until 70s. But also is necessary to understand two things. Russia don't have a national mythos. Any country in the world who is cohesive and is not Switzerland, they need a mythos. They need a mythology to go around and keep the roots of the history. And Russia, a real one, doesn't have. They have only one thing which are using and was propped by Putin all the time. The war for a liberation from the Nazi Germany. That is the only thing which motivates the people, is the reason they put to invade Ukraine. We're fighting Nazis like our grandfathers. And I agree, Russia have a very strong secret police, maybe say plural for that. Agree, they have a lot of repression force, and agree he has tens of thousands of special guards for the president defense. But also, let's keep in mind two things. A soldier who breaks the contract and go back to Tuva is a potential secessionist, is a potential man who will act against the president if he believes his comrades, soldiers who died or lost their limbs, is because the foolishness of Vladimir Putin. Again, don't forget a lot of FSB generals, colonels are even killed or sentenced to prison. I saw, and I talked with you 2 weeks ago about a colonel of FSB, which was sentenced to 20 years because he made a mistake with coordinates of an Ukrainian airport, and he took a sentence of 20 years. No need to talk about how bad is the justice there, but how is the level of repression? The entire 5th directorate of FSB is all in jail or maybe already dead. And we can argue Russia started to act like a fascist state in February, March with their Z's in all the cities. Now you can see everywhere they try to lose this symbol. They wash it. A lot of attitude is less to be obvious about this symbol, which is obviously fascist. And interesting, all the nationalistic military bloggers renounced this symbol 1 week ago. And sorry, I don't saw Vladimir Putin like Saddam Hussein and Russian Federation like Iraq in the 90s, more like Syria under Assad and Egypt under Mubarak. Big armies, very important when they have a problem, and with huge secret police. And this didn't stop the revolution, didn't stop civil wars, didn't stop Mubarak to be dethroned. So Putin is not Franco. And Putin has an obsession which probably will be his end, Gaddafi.
And that's the funny thing, right? He's he keeps watching the thing that I don't think that's how he's going to end up. I think it's going to be a lot more subtle if he does end up in a bad way. I also don't think that Zed's being shunned now by Russian no bloggers is having that much of an effect. I think that at a lower level, among people who are not endlessly frustrated with all of the military decisions, who still live in the in the majority of Russia, is great. We are the best, just the best. We're saving the world from themselves, kind of bubble. I think they're still very, very happy to follow the Rashist Zed. But hey, from your mouth, Daniel, to who's yours.
Imagine something like this: they lose Izium, lose the Army Corps. They will have thousands of people paraded like prisoners. And this information with lag will get received in all Russia in 1 to 2 weeks. How can you act politically, even if you are a dictator, in how big and depopulated is Russian Federation? And imagine they will keep the political regime. And you imagine all the generals, absolutely all the generals loyal to the court, because all get the job because Putin will say, oh, we need to support our leader. I think we will see first, Vladimir Putin is his fault. This war is made by him. He made the mistakes. We are not agree with him. And the first move when they try to make concessions, first time when they will talk about peace, Russians will react very badly against Putin.
See, I don't think that's true. And again, Daniel, we have always been in war with East Asia, right? That's the way it is. That I really think that they have a much stronger grasp on the population, at the very least, to keep them well, what is this? To keep them passive, at the very least, domestically. I think that's the thing. Even if they go from supporting to something else, they'll go from supporting to ignorant, to passive, to disinterested. They're not going to go from supportive to, what's the word? Belligerent, cooey, right? They're staying at the very least, they're staying passive, because that's kind of the nature of it. I don't think 1917 is happening. I don't think a coup is going to happen. I don't think a revolution is going to happen, because they don't do that. Because unlike Ukrainians, Russians are fundamentally passive. And when they retreated from Kiev, they retreated from Chernihiv, from Sumy. They fell back from Kharkiv almost to the border.
It's not the same thing.
I know it's not the same thing, but I'm saying look at what the response was then. It was nothing.
Yes.
It was but a failure.
Yes, but they don't lose thousands of prisoners. They don't lose divisions, dead or wounded.
Nobody
And
cares.
you think they are petty.
The ones that they're losing, the country doesn't care about them. The people with any sense of political power within Russia don't care about them. They're prisoners. They're literally recruiting among patients in psychiatric institutions now. They are largely from the bottom of the socioeconomic ladder, from places all around the country that nobody cares about, especially not people in Moscow. I mean, look, if all of Tuva and Buryatia went up in flames and everybody died, do you think anybody in Moscow would care? No, of course not, because they don't even largely see them as a part of their nation, as a part of their country. They're just, some people off there that I guess they're part of Russia. That is Russia. That's all they care about. They don't care about the people from there in the slightest. Somebody's messaging me, resigned to their leadership. Yeah, they are. I mean, I think that's a very large part of it. There is a total resignation. Oh, this is just how it is. Putin runs things, and this is life, and it's better than 1998. Therefore, Putin's the best. Let's hear out Canberra and Puppy, and then let's expand this a little bit, and we'll circle back to you, Daniel. Canberra.
Yeah. So what they will do is they will find internal opponents or scapegoats. And to distract. So even if they don't directly blame the war, blame the war outcome on them, on these scapegoats, they will be made to fear some internal actor more than NATO or something like that. They will take the focus off this whole narrative that they've been spouting for the last while, and they'll start to blame Jews are the obvious internal opponents like Strelkin. They'll be he's up for the high wire if he's not careful. So he's been useful as somebody to dampen down expectations and to act as somebody who's critical of generals. But in the end, all of those people get blamed for the loss, and the leadership, the king, the authoritarian leader or the monarch in this, that's how he really is behaving, insulates himself from all of the bad things that happened by saying it was all my bad advisor's fault. And also there's this other internal group who has been undermining us, and we have to purge them. And the entire nation's, the body politics rhetoric goes towards purging that scapegoated group. Thanks.
Puppy. I know it's hard to ask a philosopher to help us decipher things and make things clearer, but hey, once in a while.
I have to admit that I am instinctively a little bit with Daniel on this one, at least on the part that this seems, frankly, a bit different. Yeah, Oceania has always been at war with East Asia, but there are some potential light bulb moments that I cannot conceive not really happening. So it might be a Ukrainian flag in Kherson in the next days or weeks, or maybe the Kerch Bridge blowing up. That is a good one, frankly. There is a reason why there is so much attention to that. And of course, it's the logistics, but it's not only the logistics. It's difficult to imagine, even in the Orwellian context of the current official Russian propaganda, how they could potentially sell as everything is completely normal if that bridge that for years has been, the symbol of the expansionism of the Kremlin blows up all of a sudden. It's just they cannot say anymore that the bridge is still there, or they cannot say anymore that someone was smoking the wrong brand of cigarettes too close to the bridge. I don't know what happens after, and I don't know how this will play out. And I do agree with Canberra that it is unlikely to trigger some, larger scale uprising, grassroots in Moscow. We will not see probably a Gaddafi moment. Although I cannot say it for sure. But it's difficult to imagine that the current line of Orwellian disinformation can last much longer, especially since there are Telegram's channels this day that were not featured in Orwell's books, and it seems to me that at the very least, I will not go further than that, because beyond that, it's mostly speculation. It's also speculation getting there. But it's really difficult to imagine that it can go for an indefinite time in the future on with, everything is going fine.
Puppy, we have always been in war with Eurasia. It really comes down to that. I really think that most of the time it just comes down to that. The grasp, the grip of domestic propaganda is too strong. The people with much more political power than others, right? Those in Moscow and St. Petersburg, they are not feeling the pain from this. Yes, it might be a national embarrassment, but at the end of the day, they don't really care. What they care is about their Louis Vuitton bags and spare parts for their Mercedes, and that's what they care about. They do not care about the people in Buryatia and Tuva in the first place. They don't really care that much about what Russia has in Ukraine or not. Yes, it's a matter of national prestige, but my understanding is that to a very large degree, the social contract between the Russian middle and upper classes on the one hand and the Russian regime on the other is the regime gets to do whatever it wants. It gets to be glorious, feed the masses with reenactions of World War II, Great Patriotic War glory, and taking back the Soviet Union and building it, etc. But see, this is the thing, right? I think that is that's the thing. The people with actual political power don't really care. They didn't really care about anything. Maybe they care a bit about Crimea, but they don't really care. They care about the French wine and the Norwegian salmon, and they just want that back at the end of the day. And they're getting it. It's a bit more expensive. They're getting it through alternate channels. That's it.
I think
I don't know,
that's
Domen,
really it.
I do agree that this is the social contract, but those Louis Vuitton bags, those vacations in Crimea or on Como Lake, for that matter, or the Mercedes parts, those are being threatened. So may have not been until now. So
I
yeah,
agree.
but yeah.
I agree, but the thing is, you know, if Russia leaves Ukraine, is forced to leave Ukraine, and they can still get all that stuff through unofficial channels, and then, you know, tourist visa restriction, that's probably going to be loosened up again real quick anyway. Of all the sanctions, that's probably the first to go, and they can still go on holiday in Turkey. I've just been told by someone, you know, about some details about what Russians are partying it up on the Turkish coast all summer. And it's fine, you know, for a few years. You don't have to go to Spain or France. You can just go to Turkey for a few years. Then you can go back to Spain and France. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. You can still get the spare parts to Georgia and Turkey and, you know, maybe Kyrgyzstan, whatever. It's fine. It's not the end of the world. It's okay. They will be fine. They will carry on. It doesn't matter that much for them. It certainly doesn't matter that much for them if Russia keeps Crimea or keeps the Kerch Bridge, or it just isn't that important. It'd be very different if Russia proper were actually attacked, which it won't be because nobody's stupid enough, right? It's really. I really don't think this will be a precipitatory factor. Honestly, at this point, I am very cynical, and I'm going to be very cynical. I don't actually think this, but I will say something extremely cynical. There's an argument to be made that the Russian regime realized it's going to lose in Ukraine and going to get kicked out of Ukraine. And what they're doing now is trying to kill as many Ukrainians as they can before they get kicked out. And in exchange, and at the same time, they're trying to kill off as many of their own undesirables in the process as they can. I don't think they mind the casualties. I think that the Russian regime right now is rather enjoying the very high casualties that the Russian side is incurring, because the people that are getting killed are those about whom they don't care about anyway. It is not Russians that are getting killed by and large. It is people from far-flung republics who are getting demographically too strong of anything for some in the Russian regime. The more ethno-nationalist ones especially. It is the prisoners, the psychiatric patients, and frankly, people who are press ganged into it in occupied areas of Luhansk and Donetsk oblasts. That's who's getting killed by and large anyway. They don't mind if they lose more of those. They might actually be welcoming that. It might be an overly cynical way of looking at it, but I don't think it's that overly cynical at the end of the day. I'll leave it at that. I don't actually think this is the case, but I think that there are people. I would bet that there is someone in some Russian ministry or some or some Russian or some some Russian general who's thinking exactly this way. I bet there is at least one. Like, yeah, we've lost anyway. Let's get rid of as many of the ones we really don't care about off our own in the first place. That's just my thoughts there. Daniel M., is this too cynical a take for you to believe that at least one Russian general has?
I am agree with all your last statements, and I can endorse them because I hear Russian intellectuals, which I have the chance to saw them and hear them, and they say the same thing. This war is our opportunity to get lost of undesirable enemies from the youngs. And you talk about Tuvans and Buryats. No, it's about all youngs, because the young people in Russia is the most anti-Putin people you can find. I'm totally agree with Canberra, what he said. He is on the point. And I don't think I said anything about popular uprising in Russia. It's not about popular uprising. It's about our natural instinct of conservation. And any Russian with half a brain in his head, after Stalin, which they adore, after Brezhnev, and after 20 years with Putin, they know they will come to answer, to become a scapegoat. Yehuda talks about Jews, which are very easy target for Russians. You talk about minorities. I would say any people young able to keep an arm, a weapon in their hands and to be sent in Ukraine, they're also a target. But what I want you to explain, first you said about middle class. I don't know what you say about middle class, because if you refer to general characteristic of middle class, like us Europeans and Americans understand very well, that is gone. In 6 months in Russia, that middle class is gone. And here finance
No,
can
Daniel,
help you.
I mean explicitly and what I would call, you know, the broader, the non-ruling but people with good jobs, with money, outside of the industry, right? Outside of actually working in industry, that working in, you know, services or offices and the like in Moscow and St. Petersburg specifically. That you know who I mean, Daniel. People who drive German
They are
cars in
done.
Russia. Those people.
They are done. All the offices in big cities are empty. People don't come to work. Some of them were lucky and get paid for 2-3 months with half of salary. Sometimes they work half of time. These people are gone. They don't have the money. They become poor. And this will become more clearer every day is passing. And I don't think they will rise against Putin. I don't think we'll see mass protests. This will be possible 10 years ago. Now is no chance, because the repression past 2 years, we saw what happened in big cities after last movement of Navalny thing. I don't think anyone have the guts to go outside. They don't know how to mobilize. The civil society is destroyed. They cannot organize. They have no chance to be Ukrainians. But I talk about generals. I talk about colonels, the guys from FSB, SVR, army, every strong man in a governor province, I don't know, from Kamchatka to Caucasus. Every guy knows he can be the target of repression, to be the escaping goat. And when you know this, what you'll do, you'll go to the wall like in 38 when they yell "Za Stalina" before they were shot? I don't think so. I don't think any guy who had some brain, and he don't escape Russia because he loves Russia, and he's not in Uzbekistan or Baltics or everywhere, and he's there. They will stay and expect somebody to knock on his door and put him in a very cold cell and him and his family to be killed. That is the difference. And remember well what I saw, and I speculate months ago about how governors, how provinces become increasingly important before Moscow and federal government, even if they were named by Putin. Because if they know they will answer to the people, to their underlings, to their close circle, and also becoming the scapegoat of Putin, these guys will start to think for themselves. These guys will want to get more chance to survive. And when you have a strong repressive apparatus, from the police to secret police, they will not act in similar way in Moscow, St. Petersburg, Ekaterinburg, Sevastopol, and Vladivostok. Things will be different because the chief of police was not named by Putin, was named by governor. And maybe not the governor, by the mob boss who had in his pocket the governor. And the oligarch who had the big plant there, and he want to leave and not to land from the 6th floor. And that's why I said I see a movement and less chances for Putin to remain in power. Usually people speculate of popular uprising. These regimes don't go this way. It's about survival instinct of the second line, second echelon, who don't want to become the scapegoats and die. I hope I was a bit clear without my bad English.
I think we're going to have to disagree on this one, Daniel. I'm very sorry to say. I hope you're right, but I am just too cynical to hope that you're right. But we'll see. We'll see. Neither of us can prove it now. Let's just wait and see. I see you've changed Akhenatobi. You still have the at the same. Amenhotep IV. Go ahead.
Hi, Doman. I have a question from one of my followers who's tuning in right now. They just weren't able to speak. They may be working, but they are tuning in. So I'm going to go ahead and just, this is, I felt it's a good topic, so I'm going to go ahead and see the latest, what you might have to offer, what the panel may have to offer, any listeners that want to hop up and elaborate here. His question was, what do you think the importance of Nikopol is to both Russia and Ukraine in relation to being a main feeder of power into Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant? Thank you.
Okay, that's a really good question. Okay, Nikopol itself isn't that important to Russia because it's across the river. Russia doesn't control Nikopol. Let's be clear about that, right? Russia doesn't control Nikopol. What Russia is doing to Nikopol is destroying it because they don't get to have it. So they're shooting mass amounts of artillery and rocket artillery, that's MLRS, right, across the river from the power plant because they are terrorists, because that's what Russia basically is. Russia, the Russian military is a bunch of terrorists who want to kill lots and lots of Ukrainian civilians, and they're doing that in Nikopol. They're destroying. They're destroying the city, and obviously you can't move the city away, and therefore Russia gets to keep destroying it. The importance of Nikopol to Ukraine, Nikopol is just yet another city in Ukraine. There's no strategic importance to Nikopol per se, and it doesn't really matter to Ukraine whether those shells are falling on Nikopol or Kryvyi Rih or Mykolaiv or anywhere else. But the very frustrating thing is it's more difficult to hit back at those shooting from the territory of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Now, previously, of course, Ukraine has taken out a number of systems from across the river using very precise loitering munitions, whereby they only take out the rocket launcher and nothing else at all. That's very good, obviously. Big fan of that. But there's relatively little to say beyond that. And no, there's no strategic importance. There's not really a strategic importance. It's just as important as any other set of Ukrainian civilians or Ukrainian civilian populations or Ukrainian city to Ukraine, and it's just another target for Russia. It's a target of convenience because that's what they can hit from across the river from the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Thank you, Akhenatobi. Let's go to Termapella.
Hello. Oh, yeah, I'm German fella. Oh, yeah. Anyway, yeah, regarding Russia and the transition of power from Putin, as it were, what I understood, I mean, I'm a layman on this, what I understood was Putin has taken out all the people that maybe be a threat to him in his top echelon or next to him, near to him over the years, and hearing that civil society is stuffed there as well, kind of wondering who would be left to possibly take over. I mean, I have this thought that if somebody does take over from him and Russia wants to kind of ingratiate itself into the West, then there's going to be some kind of installation of somebody who's a bit more, or on the surface, a bit more Western friendly. And then they'll see how that goes. And trying to say, yeah, we got a new guy in now, he's going to reform and it's all going to be lovely. And basically it's going to be a big lie again. I'm just wondering kind of where roughly from Russian society that there are any potential Putin substitutes.
Like the answer is who the hell knows. Nobody really knows. It's just one more case of someone might take over eventually. I bet Putin has some sort of a succession plan in mind, because he's the sort of guy who would definitely have a succession plan in mind somewhere down the line. But obviously that's not what you're asking about. You're asking about who else might be taking over eventually in a perhaps a little bit more violent fashion. I think we'll just honestly. I don't think we'll have an ability to figure that out ahead of time. Some people say Navalny isn't exactly much better for other countries around Russia from a safety perspective. Navalny, just like Putin, is an imperialist fundamentally. He wishes to restore the Russian Empire in one form or another. He doesn't care for people who aren't ethnic Russians, and including those that he might consider ethnic Russians, who he would think of as traitors to Russia, which is many Ukrainians, right? Because they don't wish to be a part of Russia. Therefore, they're traitors and they should be destroyed. That's very much how Putin operates. We all remember that letter that Putin wrote last year in the summer last year, right around 1 year ago, calling Ukrainians effectively just that. So who knows who might take over? Depends on how it goes. Depends on how Russia will look like after the military collapse.
Yeah, it would have to be. Yeah, it'd probably have to be somebody who would be looked at from inside Russia as strong, from outside Russia, i.e. the extreme left and extreme right, to get behind as well, i.e. Western facing, somebody who's good Western facing. Yeah, so I mean the list must be quite short, but yeah, no idea who. All right, then. Thanks very much.
So that's the thing. Kara-Murza, for example, he might be interesting, right? But he doesn't stand a chance. He's not an ethnic Russian. He's an ethnic Tatar, at least in part. Look at his last name. He might be actually useful, right? Or Gary Kasparov. But again, there's no way there would be support for them, right? There are people for whom there might be popular support, at least somewhat, which would be necessary, at least somewhat, who stand no chance because they are sorry, not who stand no chance, who are completely useless in the sense that they are just as imperialistic and violent, or they are possibly actually a little bit Western oriented, but stand no chance because there's no way there might be popular support for them. So it's kind of catch-22 there. Puppy.
Oh, thank you very much. Cheers.
Cheers. Puppy, go ahead.
Do you want to know what is the real solution for this genocidal war, Domen?
What is the real solution?
The real solution is Mr. Berlusconi, Putin's friend, that yesterday on prime time TV said, I'm going to quote and translate, that there is only one way to end the war in Ukraine, which is finding one or two protagonists of current politics, close friends of Putin, and able to put pressure on Zelensky for an agreement. That's what he said on TV. I admit that I had to go back to the original video to make sure that it was not being, misquoted by the press. But that is exactly what he said. So that's the proposal coming from Putin's friend. I'm not sure. We cannot know if it has been agreed somehow or coordinated with the Kremlin or Putin himself. Who knows? That's probably too conspiratorial, but sounds like timing.
So Italy is up for parliamentary elections in 2.5 weeks, is it?
Yeah, the 25th. So it's
Okay.
like.
So in other words, Berlusconi, who is running for election, is pitching himself as the one solution to the war in Ukraine himself, because he is a close friend of Putin's, because he went to hang out with Putin in Crimea back in 2014, 2015, after the Russian annexation of Crimea. Together, they stole from the Massandra cellars. We remember that. At least I remember that. Yeah, that's who Berlusconi is, the friend of Putin, who can persuade Putin to, go and negotiate with Ukraine a surrender of Ukraine and a surrender of vast tracts of territory from Ukraine. Who does he think in Ukraine would ever agree to that, I think, is the question.
Yeah, the answer is that the audience for this message is obviously not people in Ukraine. I guess the first audience for this message is some portions of Italians that could potentially see the logic and not see how twisted the logic is. But they say, okay, we know that he's been hanging out for decades with Putin. So he's a close friend of Putin. He's been in Yalta right after. People don't know where Yalta is in Italy, but they have been in Sardinia together with Putin for years. So he's a close friend of Putin. So maybe he's the right one to put pressure on Zelensky, who is identified in this particular pitch as the bad guy. So that's the twisted logic of it. The Italian audience might not be, frankly, I could see some people based on the current public conversation, some people that could see, okay, maybe he has a chance, at least he's close friend to one of the two. So, but it's like 1942, imagine, let's find the true friends of Hitler who can put pressure on Churchill. It's the same logic, but a portion of the Italian public is lobotomized and will probably buy that. And it looks like they are going to buy that enough numbers to make his coalition win the next elections. So. As an additional point, later in the interview, he mentioned explicitly himself, and then he was pressed who else, and he mentioned Merkel, the other one who could join the efforts. I don't think Angela Merkel might have much of an appetite for that, but hey, what do I know? He explicitly made the name of himself and Merkel.
I don't think she counts as current political actor, whatever the wording was, right? Because she very publicly and very explicitly retired from politics. I don't think she'll count as that anymore.
Yeah.
I'm very frustrated with this narrative of Ukraine has to do something politically to put an end to this, is rearing its ugly head again. The only thing for Ukraine to do is to dump more lead and more HE and more Gimlers and more, all the other stuff. Hopefully attack them sooner rather than later onto Russians' heads to engender the goodwill, just like they did when they were kicking them out of Snake Island, just like they did, now around Kharkiv, around Kherson. This is the only thing for Ukraine to do. That's the only correct way out of this. Kick Russia out. And then, once Russia is kicked out of Ukraine, get under the US nuclear umbrella, and then it's fine. Then Russia can't do jack shit anymore. That's all that needs to happen.
Yeah, allow me 10 seconds cue. Every time I mention Berlusconi and the likes, but in particular Berlusconi, I really have the urge to say that I don't understand how he can be a member in good standing of European politics. How he can be a member in good standing of European politics. Either, you know, his colleagues at the European People Party and the like are not reading what he says. No, they are like pretending to be deaf. That's something that, you know, blows my mind. Just had to say that.
Yeah, that's is the other part of it. Danny.
Did I just lose audio?
No, we just lost Danny, I think.
Hang on. Okay. Here he is. Danny's coming back up. Danny, welcome back.
Thank you. It seems like I lost connection a little bit earlier. I just wanted to kind of say about what Domen and Bertrand were talking about. Very frustrating indeed, the political narrative coming out of Italy. But I was just gonna say that it's likely gonna get worse in other countries as well. Bulgaria possibly will change its tune after they change government. And one thing that I saw in the news today in Romania was that Zelensky made as part of one of his speeches, mentioned that a number of people that have double citizenship, especially Russians and Romanian citizenship, so Ukrainians that have double citizenship, have been part of a contraband organization that worked together with border guards that were also corrupt. And that
who said that?
Zelensky. So Zelensky spoke about people that were part of a contraband band. They were double citizens, so Russian and Romanian, Ukrainian double citizenship, and that he's gonna remove the double citizenship of those people, remove the Ukrainian citizenship. So that's gonna be an announcement that will be used against Ukrainian positions. So I expect the AUR party from Romania to get on top of that statement that Zelensky made and twisted and say, see, he hates Romanians, and not only does he hate Russians, he also hates Romanians, and we told you so. They want to eliminate the Romanian language from Ukraine, and we need to get our territories back that historically belong to us. It's exactly what they're going to say. I'll send you the article, Domen, so you can have a look at it. But yeah, so I hope I was clear on what I said. I can't, of course, understand Ukrainian to see what Zelensky said, but there's a YouTube clip that has English subtitles that is part of that announcement. So I'm going to send you that, Domen, and I have to run, and maybe you can have a look and make a couple of comments, because I can only be online for another like 9 minutes.
Thank you, Danny. Send me that. I'll have a quick look. I can't go listen to stuff right now, but I'm sure there'll be some comments I can find elsewhere. Finance. Oh, I have a question for finance. Finance. Check your notifications. I think news just broke of you having been very busy around Northern Europe, and sourcing additional and creating additional and launching possibly very soon additional lines of products. And I think you'll get what I'm getting at, and I think you should look into that a little bit more. Puppy, you go ahead in the meantime, but I think we're having a new commercial created.
I was just following up on what Danny said, and I do agree that this is the risk. The risk. In fact, if you had a chance to listen to Zelensky's interview to the ABC, he repeated several times that, of course, Ukraine will win this war, and it will win this war, we know, and it will kick Russia out of its borders. But at some point, when pressed by the interviewer on the specific question, what will happen if the political landscape in enough European countries changes? And Zelensky's answer to that was the one that caught my interest, because he said, then Russia will win. Now, I don't think that this is going to happen, but the fact that he himself identifies this quite explicitly as the only mention that he made during a longish interview, the only mention of one way for Russia to prevail, it's significant. I think that honestly think that possibly the greater risk right now is there. It's the political landscape in European countries. I don't want to overestimate this risk. I think that there is a very solid chance that despite everything, some countries will have a further Prague, more or less artificial events. Some countries will have Italian style of BS. And we will see other people that are more sympathetic to the Kremlin becoming more popular because of gas prices in other countries in Europe. But at the end of the day, the most likely scenario right now is that the collective effort will continue. However, I do see this as a non-negligible type of risk and something that should be really watched carefully. All I wanted to say. So, in a sense, I agree with Danny on that.
Good afternoon.
Who's that? Simon, is that
Yes,
right? Simon, if
Simon,
you look at your screen, sorry, Simon, you need to wait a second. If you look at your screen, you see a couple of very polite people called the Finance and Ukraine Armchair General, who were very kind to put their hands up, because that is what people do in polite
didn't
company.
know how that worked. Sorry.
Yes, but if you look at your screen, maybe you would have intuited that's what people do around here, rather than just come up and start barging in to a conversation the first time when they show up.
It's literally my first attempt at using this.
I can see that.
Okay.
I realize that, but most people, when looking at a screen, see two people with their hands up, wouldn't just start speaking straight away, but would instead try to figure out how to put their hand up. At least
I don't have the hands up. I don't see anyone with hands up.
You don't see little icons with yellow hands up.
No, I don't have
over
that.
Over Finance and over the chap with the Ukrainian flag and St. Heimars on it.
I'm afraid I don't. I'm gonna have to see if I can reconfigure this.
I think that means that your phone is acting up a bit, but you should have a heart with a plus somewhere around the bottom of your screen, right around the middle. Do you see a little heart with a plus on it?
I do, yes, I see that.
Okay,
yes.
if you click that, it will give you an option of various emojis, including the hand up on the far right of that.
Okie doke.
Yes.
I'll get
Now,
in line.
if you Google Twitter Spaces and how to use Twitter Spaces, see, there we go. It gives you all the instructions on how to do that, which is another thing that most people, when first interacting with a new piece of technology, might do to learn how to best use it. Thank you, Simon. If you're so kind as to please mute yourself, we're going to go to Finance and to Ukraine Armchair General first. Thank you very much, Simon, because we like to keep order, and then we'll swing back to you. Finance.
Yeah, I don't see any military expert. Oh, Tim is up. Can someone give me some specs on the Hellfire? Like, how far does it go? What's it best used for? Like, what should we like about the Hellfire system besides that it will do something or other to help the Ukrainian armed forces win? Because it's a system, and they're good at those.
Sure.
Finance, why would you be bringing up something like a Hellfire missile? Why would that be?
Norway has suggested that this is a fine, upstanding product that they think the Ukrainian armed forces could use.
So you're saying that Norway is sending Hellfire missiles to Ukraine? Well, that is excellent news, Finance. Wherever you might have gotten those news from, I have no idea. Tim, Hellfire
No clue,
missiles.
none.
What good are Hellfire missiles? I mean, the name is very impressive, that's for sure.
Yeah, this is one of those American missile systems with absolutely spectacular names, like ATACMS, like Stinger, like Harms, Alarms. You know, they always have really butch names for their missile systems. Now, the Hellfire missile is a fairly lightweight anti-tank missile. It is predominantly used as an air-to-surface system. So it tends to be air-launched, but it can be ground-launched. You'll see that the Norwegian MOD, they tweeted out a lovely picture of a Norwegian chap with a Hellfire missile on a little tripod. They are a fairly versatile weapon. They've got a nice range of range, so to speak. So they can be used at reasonably short range. Kind of out to 500 meters, and all the way out to about 10 kilometers, 11 kilometers out. They are supersonic. They have, you know, they're actively homing, so they use a laser designator based homing system, and they can carry a variety of warheads. So in the anti-tank role, you typically see two types of warhead. You see a heat charge, a high explosive anti-tank, which is basically a lump of explosive. You also see shaped charges, which are basically kind of hollow cone-shaped steel or titanium things. And the aim of those is to create a little kind of superheated spear of metal, which will basically bonk the side of the tank and either penetrate the tank completely and cause a kinetic effect inside the tank, or they will dent the tank steel so as to cause spalling and therefore splintering on the other side. Yeah, that's Hellfire. Usually an air launch system. They're used on a variety of Western helicopters, including Apache, Apache Longbow, etc., but can also be ground launched. They're fairly expensive as anti-tank weapons go. So if you think about, oh God, I can't remember exactly how much an NLAW costs. It's about 40 or 50 grand. The American NLAW, help me out here. What's the American version of the NLAW? Javelin. Javelin. One. Yeah. So the American Javelin costs about the same. Hellfire costs about 150 grand, but it's a somewhat heavier and more versatile system. So that's Hellfire. It's a fancy missile, usually launched from a helicopter.
And notably, Ukraine. Notably, Ukraine also has some of these things already, similar ones, because Sweden gave them Robot Sytten, I guess is 17 in Swedish. Robot Sytten, which is a Hellfire, a version of a Hellfire missile developed by Bofors to target naval targets. So it's basically a naval variant of a Hellfire, also called Robot Sytten, used for sort of ships that come too close to shore. Range is about 10 kilometers or so, I think, and that's either ground fired or off of a gun belt, and there's options there already. So it's not a completely new thing for Ukraine. Ukraine also has been operating the Brimstone, which is launched off the back of a truck, ostensibly, that's been given to them by the UK, which started off as a Hellfire, but was completely redesigned and is the shape and size of a Hellfire missile, but internally it's all completely different, but with a similar purpose. Finance?
Yeah, my question was going to be, is this a sign of Ukraine is planning on using them when those choppers we're watching fly close to the deck, or is this something that they're going to rig up surface to surface, and that's a totally useful approach in that
So
fashion?
it's gonna be ground to ground or air to ground. They're not going to be using it in a ground to air fashion.
So
it's
yeah,
not meant for.
I meant to say ground to ground is my second choice. Is this something you're going to rig up on land?
Probably
to
ground to
fire?
ground.
Ground to ground. Tim,
Probably
is
ground to
that
ground.
a proven battle? Is there proven battle tested use of ground to ground Hellfire missiles?
Yeah, I believe there is. I mean, that's the role the Norwegians use them in. And the Norwegians absolutely don't fuck about when it comes to this sort of thing. Whether that's ever been fired in anger in that way, I'm not 100% sure. The missile has been used to take out some really quite high-profile scroats. Now, I'm just reading that the missile was used to kill Anwar al-Awlaki, who was a senior now demilitarized Al-Qaeda leader. Was also used to kill the Hamas chap Ahmed Yassin, and also Mohammed Emwazi, who was the British-born ISIS activist known as Jihadi John, who I believe was responsible for the execution of a journalist. I think I can't remember which one, but he was a total asshole, and he got the good news thanks to a Hellfire missile. So they have been used in anger quite a lot. They have taken out modern, sophisticated armor. There was a friendly fire incident in Gulf One, in which an Abrams tank was taken out. So yes, very much a battle-proven system.
Thank you, Tim. Very much so. Right. Let's go to Ukraine Armchair General. Go ahead, and then we have two Norwegians with us, Jørn and Erlend. Ukraine Armchair General.
Hi guys. So I wanted to ask a question about the Izium salient. In the last few months, I've seen some estimations and military maps that said that a lot of troops were concentrated around the city. And my assessment was that they were going to combine forces after the Russians broke through around Severodonetsk and Lysychansk. Yeah, and I mean, evidently, some of these forces retracted to go to the Donbass and Kherson area, and they continue to do some small attacks around Barvinkova, etc. But I still think it's mysterious how they've had so few successes and never broke through further than Liman, etc. So how come they have never exploited this possibility to combine forces with the people around Severodonetsk, and how comes we hear so few things about this salient? Thank you.
So we hear quite a few things because Russians keep trying to push south from Izium towards I forget what all the villages directly to the south of Izium are. So if you read Ukrainian General Staff daily reports on what Russians shelled in the last day, they keep noting stuff from to the south of there. But yeah, that there's not that much, and that salient is going to be no more very briefly. I'm sure we're going to turn more to that as CJ comes up. I just really wanted to hear Jørn and then both about the Norwegian help in terms of Hellfire missiles to Ukraine. Jørn, go ahead.
Thank you. I can speak to the Hellfire missiles. I've actually fired them myself. I fired 4 of them when I was in the Norwegian Armed Forces. And I've been looking for Norway to donate these because they're currently not using it. It's in storage. And the version that's being given to Ukraine is the Swedish-built naval version. It's a laser-guided missile. And when we used it, the official numbers were that it had a minimum range of 1 kilometer and a maximum of 8. But I fired it at 9, so I guess it can probably go beyond that. It's very efficient. It can be used against tanks, but it's specially designed to go through a double hull of frigate or a small boat. So I would imagine that they would use it in land-to-land or surface-to-surface way to defend coastal areas. And it's very mobile. It's very easy to use. I think I could have taught someone to use it in 48 hours if I had to. So I would say that this is something you can deploy along the coastline to free up forces to use in other ways, because it's when you have these guys along the coastline, you're going to have heavy losses if you try to come ashore there.
Is it called the Robotsytten? Did I get that right? Or Robotsytten?
Yeah, that's correct. We actually used we only fired from surface to surface with this. I actually tried to use the US-made air to surface missile as well, but they had quite a high fail rate because they weren't made to launch from the ground, and also Norway bought them as test missiles for because they were cheap and beyond their date of use. So that might be it as well. But I quite certain that all of the missiles that they get from Norway will be the Robotsytten Swedish-made naval version.
Is there any big difference between the naval version and what you can use against tanks? I mean, does it matter if you fire the tank or a frigate?
Yeah, well, when you see how little you need to make those Russian tanks cook off, I have no doubt that it would be efficient. But the warhead is a bit different, and the flight path is a bit different because it's made to launch from the surface.
So it's kind of sea skimming kind of idea. So you want to be, if you're in a flat terrain, very flat terrain, like in Kherson Oblast, it's probably okay. But if you're somewhere a little bit more hilly, you might prefer a Hellfire designed for ground to ground, like launch from a Striker as opposed to one of these, right? That's kind of the idea.
Yeah, it actually has a higher flight path because it needs to get altitude first. While when we use the missiles made for Apache gunships, they sometimes didn't get high enough and landed short of the targets. That happened. It was a bit embarrassing. We were having a show for the NATO Secretary General. I don't remember his name. He was from Scotland. And we fired 4 missiles and 3 of them landed short of the target.
Love it. Thank you very much, Jørn. Erlend, go ahead.
Well, I believe Jørn covered mostly. My input is just that these are also possible to use with drone laser designators. And as I understand, Ukraine has at least some capacity when it comes to that, recently acquired. And yeah, they have a very high flight path, these ones. I've seen them in display up north. And I know that they've been in storage for a long time, and was also hoping that they would be delivered. That's very good news. And I also believe that they don't have any problems penetrating the top of a Russian tank. They cook off with smaller ammunitions anyway. So hope that will be a good contribution, and Slava Ukraini.
Heram Slava. Excellent. CJ, our dear artillery officer, what do you think of Hellfire missiles? Norway sending 160 of the Robotsytten naval version, Swedish sub-designed naval version to Ukraine. What do you reckon? What do you reckon, CJ? Good thing or very good thing?
I mean, I generally think a good thing. I mean, I don't know, the Hellfire term has been overused a lot over the last 50 years. Again, this is a 50-year-old missile, based system, initially designed, of course, to be anti-tank, fired from, helicopters. And so everything that's come since then, you've got a wide range of options. You've got different countries making, I guess, and I wasn't aware of any sort of C versions. And then also, of course, you have ones that are just basically samurai swords. And then you have other ones which have a bunch of different cluster munitions. I mean, there's really a lot of things that fall under the quote unquote Hellfire title. But in any case, any sort of laser guided munitions, as many people have noted in here, are going to be very beneficial for the Ukrainians as they try and hit more and more moving targets. They have a lot of GPS guided munitions, which is great for static targets, like things like ammo dumps, bridges, and so on. But if they really want to have a lot more effects on the Russian military in their country, then they need to go after moving targets, whether it be, ships near the coast or tanks moving that are a little bit outside of Stugna range. And so this kind of Hellfire system probably can shoot further than that. So regardless of how they're used, if they're laser guided, then they can be used against a variety of targets. And as someone else mentioned, TB2s can laze. There's a lot of different systems that can use lasers to guide them in, which gives Ukraine a lot of options. So I think it is good news at the end of the day.
Range is about 11 kilometers, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, it's for the C version, you mean? Because I'm not familiar with that. I'll take your word on it.
It's 11 kilometers, more or less.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm not sure, I guess my question would be, of course, like, why now? There's other systems that Ukraine has that can shoot much further, but I guess in my point of view, the more options that Ukraine has, the better off they'll be moving forward, especially if we get to a situation where, Kherson continues to be successful and now Crimea is on the plate. And this is a situation where you'd want as many missiles as you could to keep the Russian Navy as far back as possible. So,
CJ, while you're here, Ukraine has been using the British version of Hellfire, which is Brimstone, for some time, which I believe is a slightly heavier and exclusively air launch system. Do we know that? Do we know how that's working out for them?
Well, they have. This is the crazy thing about it. It's the same exact sort of situation where we talked about an initial missile type that has been given to Ukraine, but in a ground launch form. So I've seen a couple of videos where they've been extremely successful. I don't think they have a large quantity of these Brimstone missiles, but from what I've seen, they've taken out a lot of different targets. And of course, since it's a very high value NATO weapon system, Russia, of course, has claimed to destroy all the Brimstones 20 times over. So, that's how you know your system is very effective, is if people say it's been destroyed countless times, just like with HIMARS and the like.
Thank you, CJ. Shall we go to Mark?
Let's go to Mark, and then I want a bit of an update from CJ, who's qualified to give military updates as to what's going on around Kharkiv. Mark?
Hey, thanks, Doman. Hey, CJ, good morning. Hey, I was just kind of curious, what happened to all that Russian artillery that they seem to use so effectively in that June-July timeframe to really push back the Ukrainian lines? It seems to be a complete non-factor.
Mark, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
What have Finance's tobacco products been busy doing the last couple of months?
So you think it's just an ammunition, taking out the ammunition as neutralize all the artillery?
I know, CJ. What do you reckon? You're an RT officer.
So the important thing to consider, of course, is that was kind of the main story in June, right? The idea that the Russian artillery was decimating Ukrainians because they were able to fire 60,000 rounds a day. And so what happened, of course, near the mid to the end of June was the Ukrainians got a couple different weapon systems, of course, HIMARS and others. It's hard to say, right? We see these articles coming out of Kherson, and regardless of how we're pretty sure it's going well, they're taking a lot of casualties, and the Ukrainians are taking a lot of casualties from Russian artillery. So it never went away. It's still extremely effective against Ukrainians. The difference is now, of course, Ukraine has a lot more options. They have, almost 300 NATO artillery pieces. They have, as they capture more ammo dumps from the Russians and others, they have more ammunition for their legacy Soviet systems that had been pretty much out of ammo since June. They also have more armored vehicles to get around. They have more drones. I mean, it's sort of like this very cumulative effect where basically Ukraine needed a bunch of different things to overcome this: counter battery radar, UAVs, aircraft missiles, HARMs. I mean, it's all part of this joint firepower picture. And so, at the end of the day, Russian artillery is still pretty strong. But as people have noted time and time again, I guess in the past week, everyone is very keen on this topic because, with the idea that Russia might be purchasing a couple million artillery shells from North Korea. I mean, how can you say it's going well for them? Yes, that artillery shells are probably still lethal, but they're probably even more inaccurate than the Soviet ones they were using. And so every day goes by, the Russian artillery is just less of a threat to the Ukrainians, even if it is still a threat. So sorry, there's no good answer, but basically HIMARS. We can just go with that answer and call it a day if you want.
Sure. Thank you, CJ. I'm sure glad you're on our side. Dome and Tim, thank you for hosting.
Thank you, Mark. So you're not glad that we're on our side. You're just glad that CJ's on our side. I see how it is, Mark. I see how it is. Just kidding.
Of course,
CJ. CJ, let's talk about Kupiansk. What's cooking? How
Okay,
what
so
has Ukraine done over the last 48 hours between Kharkiv and Kupiansk?
okay, we'll stick. I mean, I prefer just to stick to what we know exactly, just because there's a lot of speculation right now. It's a gigantic portion of the front, so it's a little bit hard to say with any certainty. So Kupiansk. So if you think of Kharkiv, if there's basically two cities that matter right now in terms of the fight we're talking about, right? Izium in the southwest of Kharkiv, which is only about 7 or 8 kilometers from the Ukrainian front now, and then Kupiansk, which is to the northeast of Izium, on the same highway, and pretty much a major supply hub that gets troops and supplies not only into Izium and the rest of Kharkiv, but Luhansk, and even in some situations the northern part of Donetsk. So this is a very key spot. It kind of hooks Belgorod to the rest of the occupied territories. So really key that Russia has control of this. And so what's happened in the last 24, 48 hours is
CJ, let's be clear about
ahead.
this. Kupiansk is the railway hub for all of Russian efforts everywhere to the north of Severodonetsk. Look at the city of Severodonetsk. Look at all of the occupied territories to the north of Severodonetsk. All of those territories are supplied through Kupiansk. Look at a railway map of the area. Look at a road map of the area. All of the roads, all of the railways, pretty much going from Russia to everywhere that Russia occupies to the north of Severodonetsk, except for the true border areas between Belgorod and Kharkiv, that little strip of land that Russia holds there. All of those lines go through Kupiansk. Everything goes from Russia through Vovchansk to Kupiansk and then onwards.
And this is really important.
This is why we're so ecstatic. This is why Craig is losing his mind for the past 24 hours.
Because this is the thing. No. That's extremely important to note, because if you think about it, right, if the supply routes from Severodonetsk north fall apart, it means the front falls apart, which means the 60 to 80,000 Ukrainian soldiers and TDF and border guards that are holding that northern half of the Donbass front are now free for Donetsk, and it's pretty much game over for Russia. So now it's just a matter of when. But in this situation, what's very interesting is Kupiansk has been in HIMARS range for now 2.5 months, right? And especially in the last week, Kupiansk, which again was nominally 60 kilometers, give or take 10 kilometers from the Ukrainian front, was pretty much untouchable by everything except sabotage and, of course, our friends over at Lockheed Martin. So what is a little bit different about this now is they're now in artillery range of just tubed artillery. So the question, of course, is how on earth did this happen? Well, there was basically 48 hours ago began, again, I've seen some people say it was just an accident. It was no accident that this worked out this way, but basically a 3-pronged attack into Kharkiv. There's, of course, the river crossings and whatnot in Sversky Donetsk in 2 spots in order to come from the south. There was, of course, this push at Balaklia, which trapped at least a brigade of Russians there and pretty much effectively routed them. And then another movement directly for Kupiansk. So 3 movements, 3 serious problems for the Russians to face. And possibly, again, it's a little bit unclear exactly where the line settled, at least 30 kilometers of penetration. So a gigantic push within a 48-hour period. It's a full mechanized army, NATO standards, pretty much as good as you could hope for. And it's a very different situation than Kherson, which, of course, people are also following closely, which is, line after line of heavily fortified positions, a lot of artillery and a lot of aircraft support, albeit not many supplies due to the fact that it's very difficult, as we saw yesterday with the videos, to get across the Dnipro. And so the main difference, of course, with Kharkiv is it's relatively unguarded to an extent. It used to have about 20 BTGs at the height of the Donbass attack, 25 BTGs even. And again, even if you say, well, those BTGs weren't full strength, all right, fine. I would agree generally, but still 15 to 20,000 Russian soldiers, so quite a sizable force. However, when Ukraine announced it was going on this counteroffensive in Kherson, whether or not you say it was a feint, it's fine, but Russia thought that was a priority, and so they moved out about 15,000, 10,000 of those soldiers, leaving all of Kharkiv and Izium with about 8 to 10 BTGs at most, so about 7,000 to 8,000 people. And so what what Ukraine did was they exploited this and basically attacked where Russia was not heavily defended, and they hit Chechen National Guard. They hit LNR, DNR conscripts that were nominally led by Russian officers. We saw the lieutenant colonel, which is basically a battalion commander, get captured.
He
which
was
is very much not a good thing.
he
What
was,
was that,
he a
gentlemen?
sober? He was a sober lieutenant colonel, right?
I've seen a couple different things. You definitely could be right. I was tracking that the Sober were in the city, and this position that was captured was somewhere in the northern outskirts.
Close to
So
Volochyvar, yeah.
it definitely could be the case where it was Sober, but in any situation, a pretty big loss on 3 different fronts, and this was carefully planned to avoid major Russian troop concentrations and, in some situations, bypass Russian garrisons and get behind them and destroy the artillery. With at least 3 Russian artillery batteries being destroyed, which is pretty much effective battalion. And the reason why this is specifically significant is because, basically, the Russian defensive plan in Kharkiv looks like, well, we have a lot of area to cover, so we're going to rely on 2 key things, right? The sort of Spetsnaz and Chechens that can react quickly and plug any gaps, and also our artillery, which has a pretty long range and is mobile in a lot of situations. Well, the way that Ukraine overcame this was by not going straight for the city, but making an appearance, especially in Balaklia, that they were going to. And so Russia basically immediately committed the reserve about 12 hours into the city, and Ukraine didn't go there. They went around them and pretty much cut them off and started hitting them, from all angles. So that sort of important critical capability was knocked out. The second one, of course, is the artillery, and by bypassing the Russians and going straight for the artillery, they destroyed effectively almost all the Russian artillery in Kharkiv, or at least the southern part of southeastern, Kharkiv. And so now that unit can't respond. And so they basically had what we call freedom of maneuver to go very deep behind the Russian lines and really open up the front. Whether they bypass every city or making a beeline to Kupiansk, I think is a little bit hard to say. It's clear that they made it about 30 kilometers towards Kupiansk, but there's still probably a good 20 kilometers to go. But either way, that means that now Kupiansk is in regular artillery range, which means no real supplies can move in mass between Kupiansk and Izium, meaning the situation for the Russians in Izium is getting more dire every day. It's getting more dire in Kupiansk. And as you pointed out, Doman, most importantly, this is pretty much, if you think of like the Donbass and Kharkiv as one combined front, it means the entire northern half is now severely threatened. And that's pretty much all the updates there, unless I missed anything, Doman.
Yeah, Yehuda says it might only be 10.
10 what?
10 kilometers.
Oh, well, I sure hope so. 10 kilometers away is in range of pretty much everything, including heavy mortars. So, that's a good day.
10 kilometers is a rock throwing range at that point. Maybe you're looking 20 kilometers to the center of Kupiansk, and Yehuda is looking 10 kilometers to the edge of it. Either way, right? It's very close. Even if it is 20 is the 2/3 rule, right, for artillery already. Easy pickings for M777s, for Panzerhaubitze, for whatever else.
Yeah, and we've seen a variety of munitions used. So basically, when Russia, first was trying to organize the defense of this area, they got hit by HIMARS in Kupiansk. So the barracks were hit again, the command posts were hit, really degrading their ability to move quickly. And the other thing, too, of course, is just the general panic that set in. You can see it really not only on Russian Telegram, but by people actually surrendering. Basically, even if, Ukraine isn't necessarily everywhere in Kharkiv yet, the effect is the same with, basically HIMARS explosions going off, with artillery going off in really close to, basically, on roads and things like that they didn't expect that on. And then last but not least, with these sort of armored movements, again, the note from Russian Telegram, the Russian military analyst yesterday that was so interesting was the idea that perhaps a single tank company plus, so 15 tanks led the breakthrough at Balaklia against, effectively what is a whole brigade's worth of people. And again, when you're defending an area, you should be able to defend against, basically a unit 3 times your size. That's the idea, right? We talk about the 3-to-1 ratio. A brigade is supposed to be able to hold out against a full division, and they got smacked by a company with, supporting artillery fire and everything. So really a bad sign that the defenses there were not truly prepared, and a good sign that this was very well planned and very well executed.
CJ, it's a question on something else. I'll return to this in a second. Question from a listener. Could you mount those Hellfires on the back of a Humvee or some such? Any chance that might work?
Yeah, I mean, well, if they're specifically a sea launch variant, again, I'm not too familiar with that, so I don't want to speak out of turn. But we've seen Ukrainians mount a bunch of different missile types to vehicles that had, definitely weren't designed initially for that. So I imagine if they really want to, for some lighter vehicles, they can certainly do that.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, CJ. CJ, let's talk a little bit about how significant, not just how significant, but how impressive it is for Ukraine to move so far, so quickly from Kharkiv in the direction of Kupiansk. 48 hours, let's call it 50 kilometers distance made, thereabouts. How big a deal is that?
I mean, this is the last thing, unfortunately, I have time for, but it's a huge deal because not only does it show that they can overcome, entrenched defenses in Kherson, which requires a lot of planning and a lot of logistical support, but it also shows that they can use the command and control and communications to basically navigate a movement that large. So they've basically mastered the two key forms of the offense there. And that's a great sign that they have the full spectrum of combined arms somewhat mastered, which is really a bad news for Russia because they can either, they were really counting on being a more mobile force by having, all their vehicles and, mobile artillery. They really hoped that, in the case of the war escalating to any larger degree with Ukraine, that they'd be able to at least counter them by being more mobile. And this specific offensive in Kharkiv shows that they simply can't keep up with the Ukrainians. So obviously the war is not over. I still got a long way to go, but with more vehicular support, it's definitely within reach to win, much sooner than I think people thought.
One more piece of info before you drop, CJ. Ukraine destroyed 37 Russian artillery systems yesterday between tubed and rocket artillery combined.
And that's just the ones that are confirmed. So, that's I would imagine it's probably a bit more, but that is like a whole brigade's worth of artillery just gone. So they have to pull from Liman, they have to pull from other places, and that's bad too because it means those fronts that they're pulling artillery from are now at risk.
And also, 37 artillery systems means that they were caught out, right? Artillery shouldn't be sufficiently close to the front for tanks to be taking out artillery.
Yeah, I mean, this is and this was also newer artillery too. So it wasn't like, a bunch of DNR, LNR, conscripted old artillery pieces. This was Mistas. This was 2S3s, which are slightly newer than the 2S1s. It was a bunch of systems that had no business being captured or killed, and really just shows how deep the penetration was.
Thank you, CJ. Join us back when you have time. By the way, for anybody who doesn't know, in a few hours' time, at noon Eastern, so in 5.5 hours from now, we'll be joined by Vasil Virozub, who's a military chaplain and was captured and tortured by the Russians in March and April this past year. And we'll be talking to him and hearing his harrowing story. You'll be able to hear for firsthand how it is to be a POW in Russian captivity, and not just as a soldier, but as a chaplain, and not exactly a young chaplain at that. So do tune in for that. I'm sure we'll have CJ back when we're joined by Vasil in 5.5 hours time. Right, summary of the day thus far. Norway sending Robot Sytten, Swedish subvariant of Hellfire missiles, to Ukraine to help Ukraine fight off the Russian invasion. Ukraine making significant progress both in Kherson as well as on Kharkiv Oblast fronts, pushing ever closer to Kupiansk, a major, and I mean major, capital M kind of major, capital MAJOR kind of major railway and logistics hub for Russians in occupied Kharkiv Oblast, that basically supplying all of what Russia occupies, more or less all of what Russia occupies in Kharkiv Oblast, except for some truly border areas, as well as the northern parts of Donetsk and Luhansk Oblasts logistically. So it's a very much a crucial railway and logistics hub for Russia, and Ukraine now has it well within regular old tubed artillery range. From yesterday, this morning, Ukraine confirmed dispensing with 640 Russian invaders, 37 armored personnel carriers, 37 pieces of tubed and rocket artillery combined, 15 tanks, and a number of other things, including 3 anti-aircraft systems. So Ukraine is doing very well indeed, and we're looking forward to when we're joined again by, say, Yehuda or someone similar to give us a little bit more detailed updates. Good morning, America. I see that you're waking up, and a number of listeners ticking up slowly, and how very good a morning it is. Today, ladies and gentlemen, is also the day of the Ramstein meeting. The next Ramstein meeting is happening right now. And we are very excited to hear from the Ramstein meeting what exactly, in terms of additional military aid to Ukraine, the various participants there will agree. I'm sure that the U.S. Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, is very highly minded to give a lot more stuff to Ukraine. Now, the U.S. has just announced in the last 24 hours or so another $675 million package, if I remember correctly. It's about 2/3 of $1 billion package of additional military aid to Ukraine, including a whole lot more HIMARS munitions. Our friend Finance Perception here says that business is booming. Booming indeed. Well, booming and then booming some more because it tends to be fairly sympathetic, the targets, that is. And we expect a whole lot more in terms of APCs, IFVs, possibly tanks going to Ukraine after this Ramstein meeting concludes as well. It is becoming increasingly clear to everyone, and I think it's very clear to everyone, that Ukraine has demonstrated significant military success with relatively limited supplies, and with some more in terms of supplies, they could demonstrate a whole lot more success still. Finance, what are the books saying?
I actually have a question for whenever we next get Yehuda up or CJ up, because I know earlier in the war, Ukraine was doing a good job acquiring, shall we say, via the tractor brigade, more tanks than they were losing. And I wondered if their speed of overrunning Russian positions was so aggressive and so quick that their net acquisition of wheeled vehicles was almost making up for, or possibly even over, their loss, because I assume they're losing some sorts of equipment doing this many offensive actions at once. So I was really curious if there was any sort of numbers on their acquisition versus loss ratio in the current offensive. I know that might be the kind of thing that OPSEC has the Ukrainians not talking about whatsoever, but if and when they are talking about it, I am absolutely fascinated to hear how that's going.
I think that's an excellent question, Finance. I don't know the answer to it. I don't think we have good statistics on that. But I can tell you that Oryx, in publishing Russian losses the last few days, has been working truly overtime. And that includes when it comes to captured equipment. I can't say that it actually outweighs it, but it certainly compensates significantly for it, especially since I think a couple of 2016 updated T-72s of the Russians were captured yesterday, the day before. I think they need a little bit of fixing. I think I saw one lost the track, but I mean that is something that the men and women back in the mechanics workshops, and this is something that should be reminded, right? Ukraine is a massively agricultural country. Ukraine has a very large agricultural sector, which is highly modern and highly mechanized. There are very many people in Ukraine who specialize in fixing tractors and combine harvesters and the like. Who can tell me what do you think they're doing now? They're still fixing some tractors, but they're also fixing other heavy equipment, such as armored personnel carriers and tanks and the like. Because if you're good at fixing really big things that go whir and harvest wheat, you're also probably pretty good at fixing very big heavy things that go whir and smoke Russians. So there's quite a lot of investment in that respect. There's also friendly nations such as the Czech Republic and Poland and Romania who are, I believe, fixing up some of these captured pieces of Russian equipment as well, things that need a little bit more fixing up. This was publicly announced by at least one of these countries' governments some months ago as well. So yeah, absolutely. I don't know what the statistics are, but I heard that over 1,000 Russians were taken prisoner over the last week, and one would presume that quite a lot of equipment got taken with them as well. We saw some BMDs and the like taken as well. George, good morning.
Good morning. So it's a very fine morning today, isn't it, Dolman?
It's a most excellent morning, George. Most excellent morning. And here it's already
Yes,
afternoon, but hey, for you it's a most excellent morning.
Yes, and for you, it's a most excellent afternoon. I thought I did laugh yesterday when I saw that the Russians are asking the UN Security Council to look into Western weapons, excuse me, transfers to Ukraine because it affects the stability of the region. Did you hear that one, Dolman?
Sorry, I missed that one. I was just laughing, and I was hoping that you'd carry on talking for a bit longer, so I get to stop laughing myself. That is hilarious in every way imaginable. I really wish that Ukraine posts a counterpoint and says that Iranian and North Korean deliveries of weapons to Russia are destabilizing the region likewise, and that they have no right in doing that. I think that is fantastic. I would also argue that Russia, being one of the larger weapons supplier to Ukraine, is also helping destabilize the region additionally, and that recommendation should be issued that Russia better get all of their equipment out of Ukraine really quick for fear that Ukraine takes it over. Because as we know, statistically, Russia is still the largest supplier of tanks. Oh no, that was the second to Poland, I think. But Russia is still the second largest supplier of new tanks to Ukraine over the last 6 months, only second to Poland. And I think that is severely destabilizing the region. And Russia should definitely get all of their tanks out of position where they could be possibly accidentally supplied to Ukraine.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. It's I guess someone said that there's a cultural thing in Russia is that if you're powerful enough, you can lie to somebody's face and you know you're going to get away with it, and that's some sort of like status symbol or something like that. I guess that's what they're thinking here with these goofball statements.
Yep, it's you can see Lavrov's mouth moving, and like Kalantarian's mouth moving, and you know what's coming out. And I think the same goes for whomever their permanent, whatever the name of their ambassador to the UN is as well. Unquestionably so, I would argue. There you go. Thank you, George. I hope that you heard about the. Let me just say this. I hope that you heard about the 640 Russians demilitarized. 15 tanks, 37 armored personnel carriers and IFVs, 32 pieces of tubed artillery, 5 pieces of rocket artillery, 3 anti-air defense systems, 2 fixed-wing aircraft, 2 rotary wing aircraft, 3 anti-air defense systems, 1 piece of engineering technica, and believe it or not, this is all straight out of my head. I didn't even have to go and consult the published spreadsheet because it is such an exciting morning.
I was going to ask any updates on that drive toward Kupiansk.
So numbers are varied, but let's put it this way: Kupiansk is well within the range of all the tubed artillery that Ukraine possesses at this point.
That's an amazing development.
Right. The distance between Ukrainian forces and Kupiansk is now barely in double digits. In kilometers, not miles, in kilometers. Yes. Okay, that's
and there's really nothing between them and Kupiansk to stop them, really, except for Russian artillery, which I'm sure right now is scrambling to position themselves, to be able to hit the Ukrainian spear point. But I'm sure they're on the range of.
Russian artillery is getting decimated. Overnight, the Russian HQ at Kupiansk was hit by HIMARS. So I don't know who they have left to decide on what the Russian artillery should do. It is how it is. It is how it is. George, I'll swing back to you in a second. I'll go to Vyshniakovsky, Tom, and Mr. M, and then swing back to you, George. Vyshniakovsky, go ahead.
Hello, Doman. I just wanted to ask you if you read my message. I followed the task that you gave me of watching this Austrian interview with Kuleba.
I haven't. Let's talk more about that in a little bit, maybe, and go more in detail. How does that sound, Vishnikovsky?
No.
Maybe you can give us, you can prepare around that. I did see that you sent it. I just didn't have time to work through it.
No problem. No problem. We are now more in military domain, right?
Exactly. So once
Okay.
in maybe in 20 minutes, 15 minutes or so, we'll probably switch back to more specific things.
No problem.
And
No problem.
let's jump to that then. Thank you, Vishnikovsky.
Talk to
Tom,
you
go
later.
ahead.
Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, chaps. Can you hear me all right?
Loud and clear.
I can see Tim and CJ have gone, so this is probably a question to George as one of our veterans here. When you guys talk about things like companies and battalions and brigades and divisions, I know me as a non-military person, I have no idea what size and numbers of like men and vehicles and equipment these things are. So, George, if you don't mind, could you give us a quick overview of like what is the size of a company, a battalion, a brigade, that sort of thing?
Okay, so in U.S. military parlance, in U.S. speak, so you start off with a squad, right? And that's usually 8 men, and the squad is broken down into 2 teams, A team and B team, and they're usually 4-man teams. So that from the squad, you go to a platoon. Platoon's usually about 32 to 40 men, depending on whether they're armored infantry or what have you. Then from 40 men, which is a platoon, you go to a company, which is 200. And that's a company, usually 200. They have sometimes what they call heavy companies. I don't know if they use them anymore. We use them in Desert Storm. And that's usually one of these companies that can blow up during war mobilization up to maybe 300 men, and sometimes they used to put a major in charge of them instead of a captain. But I don't know if that was just an experiment they were running. And then you go to your battalion. Your battalion is usually 1,000 to 1,200 men, and usually about five to six companies in a battalion. And then from battalion, you go to your brigade level, and your brigade's usually about 5,000, 5,500 men. That's a brigade. And your division is usually 2 to 3 brigades, 12 to 15,000 men. Now, remember, when you're talking about a division and a brigade, they're not all fighting troops. You've got support elements in there too.
Thanks a lot, George. That really helps me make sense of things.
Thank you, Tom. Mr. M.
Yes, Doman, there is already some news from Ramstein. I have sent you it in the DM.
Yeah, that's the $675 million that I quoted 5-10 minutes ago. Yeah, that's already known. Alexei Reznikov was just a bit late to announce it himself, but that was announced overnight European time.
Okay. I thought it was.
No, it's the same just 675 million. Yeah, that's the more high initiative generally, and more vehicles. That's already announced. I don't think that counts as something that came out of the Ramstein meeting, because that was announced right as the Ramstein meeting was kicking off.
Okay. Then
we
I
have to not.
Nothing new.
We have to not double count these things, because actually did come in. Now, would you like to know some new news, Mr. M? It's very good new news.
Yes, of course. I want to know news. Always good news.
About 15 minutes ago, it was announced that the U.S. Secretary of State so the foreign minister, effectively, Anthony Blinken, has arrived in Kiev on the surprise visit. On the same day,
That I saw that, yes.
aha, see, good. But I think many of our listeners haven't yet. So on the same day, as the US announced $675 million in additional help to Ukraine, the same day as Ramstein 5 is taking place, and there's going to be a whole lot more, not just from the US, but from other countries announced in the coming days as well. The US Secretary of State visits Kiev yet again. I think this is more than just a coincidence. I think this is yet another galvanization of international military and diplomatic support for our Ukrainian friends there. All of these things are just too well lined up for it to be nothing. Thermafella.
Hello, yeah, that's really good news about Blinken. Actually, shows support, probably to bolster some new push for more support. Probably a little poke in the eye to Germany as well, who I don't think are allowed in Ukraine. But my question was going to be regarding the support that the US has just announced. That's 600 and odd million. Is that like a grant or given equipment, or is that kind of sold equipment? And linked to that,
That's given. That's handed over. So the number is a bookkeeping value, right? Most of these things tend to be stuff that the US military has already had for 15, 20, 30 years. So it's whatever the bookkeeping value of that is, or sometimes even the replacement value. So sometimes the number is a bit over exaggerated because things have their expiry dates, right? Munitions especially have their expiry dates. But yeah, it's the bookkeeping value of the stuff that they're sending. It's not it doesn't have to be paid back or anything.
Okay, does that go for all these packages which have been announced over the months? That's all given stuff.
Yes.
Oh, brilliant! Excellent. Thanks for the answer.
No, I mean, think of it like this as well, right? What were all of these things initially created for, bought for, paid for? They were paid for to be used in the case that there's a Russian invasion of Europe, right? And now they're being used for what? For fighting back the Russian invasion of Europe. There is no reason why they wouldn't be handed over. The reason why they're doing it is to, beat back the Russian invasion of Europe. That's their initial purpose in the first place. It's good that they're being used in this way. Now, Mr. M, when I said that the 675 the 675 million that was promised earlier isn't going to be the last of it.
Yes.
Secretary Blinken announced another 2 billion on top of that during his visit to Kiev.
Okay.
Yeah, see, this is what I meant. The 675 million at the start of the day was just the start of it. He's announced another 2 billion on top of this during the course of today. Secretary of State did. So that it's there's a lot. There's a lot coming into Ukraine for very good reason, for the best of reasons. It's Norway sending the Hellfires. America sending another 2.5 billion worth of stuff, various stuff, all good stuff. There's going to be a whole lot more being sent from other countries as well. As the day goes on, I'm sure we're going to hear more and more announcements bit by bit, right, Mr. M?
Yes, I bet they're gonna get in good use in Ukraine. So that's very good news.
George?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear you guys. You must have been at a dead spot anyway. But Doman, what you were saying about the U.S., handing the weapons over to Ukraine because they were designed to defeat, the U.S.'s chief adversary, either / Soviet Union / Russia, whatever you want to call them now, and China. That's exactly right. And they were designed to be able to blunt, especially back in the Cold War times, all U.S. weapons, all Western weapons were designed to be technically superior to the Soviet weapons, and because they knew that the Soviets at that time had numerical superiority, but the weapons were designed to be able to take out multiple Soviet weapon systems until they were lost. And right now, the Ukrainians, remember, they're still undergunned when it comes to artillery, but they're making the most of what they have, and it's doing a great job. On the Hellfire missile, that now when it's launched from a helicopter, like which is the chief armament of the Apache was designed as a tank hunter to predominantly be used at night with its great night vision and thermal optics, and we used it to great effect during the wars in Iraq. The Hellfire has a range of about 8 kilometers. Now, I don't know about the land-based one, the ones that the Norway's.
Our Norwegian
sending
friend said up to 11. The official range is 8. One of them shot it out to 9, and that the actual range is 10 to 11.
So
Hot
yeah,
mic finance.
and that's great.
Sorry about
That's
that.
great. That's great. The other thing is, and I'm sure they're going to have the same type of optics and thermals as obviously the American versions have, and that is just going to be some scary ass shit for the Russians, because you're going to be losing your T-72 or whatever the hell you have, T-80, from a distance of at least 8 kilometers away in the middle of the night, and you're never going to know what hit you. And that's just it's a back-breaking weapon, because it psychologically breaks the morale of anybody, if they even have any morale left, to the right or to the left of the tank that gets detonated. It's scary stuff.
Oh yeah. So these ones are the naval version, Robotsuiten. The Bofors of Sweden, changed up a little bit to be more optimized to take out frigates and the like that come within range. Primarily launched from fast boats, from fast craft, not boats because it's not a submarine. But yeah, I mean, either way, I'm sure that if you want to take a tank out with it, or self-propelled howitzer, I'm sure it's gonna work just fine.
Or it works more than fine.
Exactly.
I would love to see the Ukrainians actually, and don't put it past them, to mount them on a couple of their helicopters.
I mean, we've never seen Western air-to-ground missiles being mounted on a Soviet airframe before, have we? Never, ever. Definitely not some self-loading pipe tobacco.
Yeah, there's nothing called the harm missile. That's just
Nope.
a figment of our imagination.
Definitely, just their imagination. Daniel.
Who is at Kiev now?
Sorry, say again?
Who is in Kiev at this moment?
Blinken.
Exactly. So, yeah.
I mean, the original and standard purpose of the Hellfire product, as far as I understand, is to be mounted on a helicopter, right? So it would be, the whole point to put them on a helicopter. And, that Ukrainian Air Force, which I assume includes helicopters that have been destroyed 5 times over, which would, not have them, I'm sure would find a way to use those Hellfire missiles, which they also, I'm sure, don't have, and mount them on those helicopters, which don't exist, to blow up a bunch of Russians, which certainly aren't being occupying scumbags in Ukrainian territory.
And as a friendly listener reminds us all, giving equipment by the US also helps modernize US defense systems and generates jobs in the US because, as we know, Lockheed Martin's been hiring. for the best of reasons. On top of that, it's excellent advertisement because I don't think that HIMARS and Gimlers have had a chance for, a PR coup like this really ever. And now a bunch of countries are ordering lots of HIMARS for a reason. I'm just gonna leave that there. George?
I normally don't ask specific investment questions because we do not give investment advice in this space. But since I read his investment letters, I forgot to ask our good friend Mr. Kamicki yesterday why he prefers Northrop Grumman to Lockheed Martin. When quite frankly, I do understand that you might want to invest in all defense contracts in the U.S. When Lockheed Martin is clearly making the hottest product under the sun right now. Well, the hottest product under the sun right now is the Russian ammo depot. But second to the Russian ammo depot, the thing that is really lighting them up, the HIMARS, is made by Lockheed Martin. And I'm really curious why he prefers Northrop to Lockheed in the current environment. I actually wanted to ask him that. But, oh well, opportunity lost. We can try next time. George, I see hands raised.
Oh, yes. I was going to ask you, Finance. I'm glad you're on here. Do we have any smokeless tobacco products?
So far, all of our tobacco products are heavily smoked by the Russians, and they certainly create large amounts of booming smoke. And I don't really know that a smokeless tobacco product would go perfectly. The latest marketing department has come up with the Hellfire filtered cigarette. So that's currently the best we've got from the marketing department. But a couple of our marketing advisors are currently sleeping in America. So when they get out, and try some of their, some of them have to get off work, we'll see if there's any other suggestions from the men and women in the marketing department about what the best way to brand this new and fantastic Hellfire product is.
I was thinking because, there's smokeless tobacco products that give you that even though, they're smokeless, so like you can smoke them in the house, you can smoke them in your ammo dump, but they give you that great hit, right? That they still give you that cigarette oomph, that big rush. And since the Hellfire missile is actually a smokeless missile that leaves no smoke trail, maybe we should develop a Hellfire smokeless tobacco product.
I mean, nature shouldn't have occupying genocidal forces either, which is why we here at the Atacam's Grand Cigarette Company.
Finance, there's a host connection issue, so the space might crash. Imperious, the space might crash. If the space crashes, we'll just restart another one on the MryiaReport immediately. And if the space doesn't crash, then great, and we'll just keep on chatting, right? But I would just really quickly copy the title of the space just in case. Just so everybody knows, if you suddenly stop hearing all of our voices, wait 30 seconds, go to the MryiaReport account, and there will be a new space up there for you to join. There are now 550 of you in this space, and we would love to see all 550 of you in the next space if the space does indeed crash, so we can continue on this excellent discussion on what's going on. But the Finance, with that, carry on, and let's hope it doesn't actually crash.
Absolutely. I was just pointing out that here at the Atacam's Brand Cigarette Company, we appreciate all of the smoking that Russians do and wouldn't want to slow them down. They're currently smoking at a really impressive, untold rate here in the war. 460 of them had a once-in-a-lifetime smoking experience yesterday, and that's not to mention all of the fine Russians who have graduated from our great products and are actually just going to have standard Ukrainian brand cigarettes in the care and comfort of a Ukrainian military prison here and out. Ukrainian prisons have the distinct advantage of not turning you into a fertilizer or a lada for your family, which is something that you really can't be promised to do in Russian occupied territory otherwise, which could be good or bad depending on your view of the Russian occupied genocidal douchebag. But many of them appear to be taking that route as opposed to choosing the fertilizer route, as they're standing there in the middle of an open field without real good supplies, while Ukrainian forces move very quickly to surround and capture and encircle them.
Exactly. I hear that the HIMARS specifically have been very busy. Has been very, very busy indeed in taking out an HQ in Kupiansk overnight, as well as some targets around Nova Kakhovka and the like. You know, who was left in that HQ in Kupiansk, I wonder, not hearing Ukrainians advancing on Kupiansk. I wonder who more they managed to take out. There were some very dissatisfied, very dissatisfied Russian Telegram channels last night as well, calling for the head of the Western grouping of forces, I guess, Western grouping of Russian forces, who's a lieutenant general, apparently born in Volyn in Ukraine and fighting for Russia. He's apparently designated as a traitor by the Ukrainians, quite rightly so, and apparently his own brother is a colonel in the Ukrainian army. I would really, really like to see him captured like that Russian lieutenant colonel was yesterday. I do wonder what would, how that would go, and just how much the Russians would want him back. Be very exciting to see. So at 9:45 Eastern, the U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Mark Milley will be holding a joint press conference at the Ramstein Air Force Base in Germany, following Ramstein 5, the fifth Ukraine Defense Contact Group meeting. So 9:45 a.m. Eastern. That's going to be in 2 hours and 45 minutes time, I think. That's about right, isn't it? 27. Yeah, there we go. And I'm sure that we're going to hear a whole lot of excellent news from the good people at the Ramstein Air Base this morning, as the meeting concludes in the afternoon. Mr. M.
Doman, guess what went boom?
I don't know. Was it Chernobyl?
No, it was a Russian ammo dump in Tomak.
In Tokmak, excellent. Now, for anybody who doesn't know, thank you very much, Mr. M. For anybody who doesn't know, Tokmak is a city in Zaporizhia, town, really a small city in Zaporizhia Oblast, just to the south of Orikhiv. It is the major rail junction in Zaporizhia, in occupied parts of Zaporizhia Oblast, second only to Melitopol, and all trains that attempt to traverse from occupied Donetsk Oblast in anywhere to the west of that, into much of occupied Zaporizhia Oblast, or indeed occupied Kherson Oblast, have to go through Tokmak. Now, Ukrainian forces have been approaching Tokmak from the north, and they're getting ever closer to Tokmak, and removing their capacity to do anything much of note in Tokmak would be very significant indeed. Now, Tokmak being a major rail junction, of course, makes it a site of both command posts and ammo depots. So it's been a vaunted target of Ukrainian Gimlers launched from HIMARS and M270 systems. And now, as the Ukrainian forces are moving ever closer to Tokmak, they're just about getting into quite sensible tubed artillery range as well. So I think we will be seeing ever more shaping of forces in the area and ever more things going boom in Tokmak.
In case we're not crashing, if anybody has a question, please put your hand up and push the button in the lower left corner. It's the microphone. If you don't want to speak, send the DM to the two co-hosts. And I think Carl's want to say something.
Sure. Just wanted to highlight the hilarious exchange that happened a few moments ago about the smoking. I understand Twitter rules and regulations actually limit what can be said on this channel, but it was fun listening into that. Just wanted to maybe add to the overall perspective, right? There's a lot of back and forth about the grants of weapons, economic support, but I think the key question to ask, are we just maybe adding more deck chairs to a Titanic? And there are different ways of looking at it. And one way you can say, hey, what is the objective of Ukraine in this case? And I think their objective is pretty clear, right? They said we need to take back all the occupied territory, take back Crimea, and that's the condition for victory. Now, if you look at the facts over the past 6 months or so, the only real Russian advancement happened in the first 2 months of this entire operation. And if you look at the past 4 months, Russians haven't really made any advancements. But what that means is that Ukrainians haven't made any advancement either in the occupation of or removing of the occupied force from the territory. So then the question is, okay, we're contributing all these weapons. What we're seeing are huge media stories. You know, there's a ship that got sunk. There's a huge media story about Bucha. There are all these stories like happening right now in terms of the counteroffensives. But are we seeing actual progress towards Ukraine's ultimate objective? And if you look at that objective, what's happening is that
have you
Russians
been in a
have
coma over the
doctrine.
past week?
Yeah. So if you look at the Russian doctrine, basically,
Carl,
violating
there was a
Russian
question
territory,
asked
the
to
attack
you.
is requires retaliation via nuclear weapons. So the question is,
Carl, can you hear us?
Mr. M, leave this to us. Thank you. Carl, have you been in a coma over the past week? What has Ukraine been doing over the past week?
Apparently, your question of the simple ask of what's happened in the last week was too advanced for Mr. Carl and his long rambling rants. So apparently discussing long amounts of Russian advances and doctrine and such. At least I can agree with Carl that yes, part of Ukraine's goals appears to be actually reclaiming all of Ukrainian territory. I think territorial sovereignty for a nation when attacked by a genocidal power is in fact a perfectly reasonable and correct approach. I would also comment that the other goal that we have seen from the Ukrainians is the return of all of their citizens and a human rights approach towards all of the war crimes, including genocide. That would include the 3 million kidnapped Ukrainians and the 500,000+ kidnapped children and all of the rapes, murders, and other atrocities committed throughout their cities. Those are the current asks we know of being discussed by the Ukrainian government. These seem, quite frankly, a very reasonable ask for a nation that has seen absolute horrific activity against them. So I don't know why that would be an unreasonable thing and why it takes so much to say that this is what the Ukrainians want. For some reason, he seemed to skip over the fact that 3 million Ukrainians and 500,000+. I believe the estimate's now up to 560,000 for those counting at home. Ukrainian children kidnapped, which is just absolutely disgusting. So I think returning all of the children and reclaiming all of Ukrainian territory seems completely and perfectly reasonable as a goal for a sovereign nation.
Exactly, and for people who don't think that Ukraine is making significant progress, they're either looking at supreme copium made by Russian mappers, or they've been completely ignoring the last week and a half to 2 weeks, and I think that's that's worthwhile noting as well. Dermafella, go ahead.
Yeah, regarding the ammo dump blow up at Tomac, would I be right to assume that that ammo dump was right next to the railway lines or railway hub, and therefore the railway hub thing might have blown up as well, or got damaged at least? Or do they move the ammo kind of a bit further away?
I'm not sure exactly where that one was, but you're quite right to know that it often is right next to rail lines. However, I would note that Ukraine has been targeting ammo dumps in a lot of places that aren't right next to the main rail lines, especially near major rail junctions, because as you'll know, there's often spurs off of a rail line, especially at major junctions, right? Spurs that lead maybe into industrial areas and the like, and that is often where you're going to see. That's often where you're going to see a lot of ammo dumps as well, especially in places like Tokmak, right, the major rail junction. So they won't necessarily be right next to the main railway line. They might be next to a railway spur and not actually damaging the main bit of the railway as well. So that's important to note.
Okay, thanks very much. And an idea for the smokeless tobacco replacement product. I'm thinking if you get together with some babushkas, right? The babushkas have been making these space cakes, should we say? And they have the same effect on the Russians. They make them feel a little bit kind of weird, and then they fall over. So you might want to have a word with some babushkas about this smokeless tobacco product.
You mean those with mushrooms?
Thank you, Thermofella. Arno, go ahead.
Hello, quick call from Estonia. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Arno.
Okay, so I have a quiet moment at work. The machines are quiet at the moment. About Russian conscripts, I did conscription in Estonian Defense Forces 10 years ago, and I happened to be in the Navy where there were, 1/3 to half guys were ethnic Russians, but who happened to have Estonian citizenship, so they had to do conscription with us. And I'm not kidding if I tell you that I maybe have made over 1,000 push-ups because some Russian guy, dropped their rifle or made their bed real poorly or something like that. And at that time, I thought it was because, they're not interested in Estonian defense, they're Russian, But now when I see all these abandoned positions and stuff on the videos, I see it's even worse when they serve their own country.
That's an amazing story, Anna. Thank you. I just want to note, I think Estonia leads the way in military help to Ukraine per capita, and especially and also military aid to Ukraine in relation to its GDP. So very well done, Estonia, and thank you for having such moral clarity as you do, and for all the obvious reasons, of course, that only anyone who understands 20th century history will fully comprehend and grasp.
Or 19th century history, or
19th century history,
or 17th century history,
yeah,
or 16th century history,
yeah,
or 15th century history, or 14th century history. There's a lot of centuries of history you can choose here.
I think you get stopped at about 15th, but yeah, absolutely.
Pretty much from Ivan the Terrible to Vladimir Putin the Terrible, you can sort of pick your asshole.
Quite. I see that with us we have Rammstein fella, undoubtedly named after the band that was named after the airbase at which there's a very important meeting today. Rammstein fella, what up?
Hello, good morning. My name is after the metal band.
Yes, but the name of the metal band is after the airbase. So.
Okay, yeah. As you may have heard today, the Norwegian Ministry of Defense announced 160 Hellfire missiles for Ukraine as a donation. And I have a question regarding that.
Go ahead.
The US uses these missiles from Apache helicopters and Reaper drones, but Ukraine doesn't have this system. My question is, how does Ukraine plan to use these missiles?
Okay, so the specific subversion of the Hellfire missile, we had a couple of Norwegians up who explained this earlier. The specific version of the Hellfire missile that is being sent is actually designed in part by Bofors, which is a Swedish defense equipment manufacturer. So it's basically a Hellfire missile that went through a little bit of a facelift by Bofors. And it's specifically optimized for anti-naval use. So it's a ground launch missile as opposed to an air launch missile. And possibly it can also be used in an air launch form, but it's designed as a ground launch missile, or a surface-to-surface missile, or to be launched from a fast craft. So imagine like a speedboat type thing against naval targets like frigates and the like. And it's specifically designed to be able to penetrate the double hull of a Russian frigate. I didn't say Russian. So the specific designation of these Hellfire missiles is Robot 17 or Robot 17. Robot doesn't mean the sort of robot that you might imagine from the Jetsons, or the sort of robot that you might imagine from, I don't know, some sort of science fiction movie. Robot in this context just means missile, because that's what Swedes call missiles. I don't know why. Ask a Swedish person. Maybe we can get a Swede up. Maybe then John is listening, or maybe one of our Norwegian friends is listening, like Alan, who wants to explain why missiles are called robots. Anyway, so if you want to come to explain this, go ahead. But that's what they're sending. So they're specific. They are already designed for surface-to-surface use, as opposed to air-to-surface use. So that's fine. There's no problem with launching them, because the launchers are already meant to be mounted on the surface, on ground, on a vehicle or a stationary platform or a boat. Easy.
So I think we are going to see very nice videos in the coming days. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. So it's not actually a new system for Ukraine. Ukraine already operates these Robot 17 missiles, because Sweden gave some of them some weeks ago, maybe a few months ago. So if anything, it's just more of the same stuff that Ukraine already operates, thanks to Sweden. I think, at least. Then John, correct me if I'm wrong, but Sweden did already give some Robot 17 to Ukraine, right?
Yeah, that's correct. And it's actually Robot 70, not 17.
I'm pretty sure it's 17.
Maybe the Norwegian is.
Please go double check. I'm pretty sure it's number 17, not number 70.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll rest my case. Let's check that.
You are Swedish.
Yes.
Why are missiles called robots in Swedish?
Oh, it's obvious. Okay, so the word robot comes from the Czech word robota, which means slave or forced labor, which is basically a missile. I mean, it's someone doing something for you. But I mean, that's the we all think about the mechanical robots walking and looking like a humanoid, but it's from the same thing. Robot. It's something that you control. That does something for you. I think that's where it's coming from. Does it make sense?
Makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Makes sense to me. Thank you, John. Please go check. Did it 17, not 70?
Yeah, I'll be back in a few.
Or vice versa, because I don't want to spread fake news, obviously.
Right.
Thank you, John. Put your hand up when you know again, so that we know to go to you. I think that's a good idea. Jana, welcome up.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to add that the word robot was coined by the Czech author Karel Čapek in his famous book RUR, and it indeed comes from robota, which means hard work or labor. That's it.
Thank you, Jana. Hey, what excellent things we can learn here at the MryiaReport STEM literature, history, and linguistics seminar. Then John, go ahead.
Yeah, you're right. It was 17. Robot 17. But I'm confused, because there's also RBS 70, which is also a robot system. So let me check what the difference is. But in this case, yes, 17 is correct, Roman. So
I think RBS 70 is a manpad, if I remember correctly.
yeah. That's for air defense. You're right. Actually.
That's air defense. Yeah. There we go.
Okay, we learn something every day.
So 17 is 17, right, in Swedish?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's Norwegian. But
what is it in Swedish?
Okay. What part of the country do you want it from?
Where is Bofors based? How about wherever they're from?
17.
Say again?
17.
17. How do you get to that? That is confusing.
SJU, which is 7, which is 7, and then ton, which is 10. 7, 10.
17. Okay, so instead of 17, it's 17.
Yeah, so it's very simple. But 17 sounds to me like perfect Norwegian. I'm sure the Norwegians would not fully agree, but to me it's
okay.
It's
okay. So that explains it, because when we had the two Norwegians on, I said Robot 17, and they were like, "Yeah, that's what we call it. We call it Robot 17." That's okay. Good. That explains things. You know, it's wonderful how multinational environment we get to have around here, and learn things on the side of observing the wonderful progress that Ukrainian troops are making towards Kupiansk in the north of Kherson, in Kharkiv Oblast, as well in the north of Kherson Oblast, and calling for more equipment and help for said Ukrainian troops. Now, of course, we are going to see quite a lot of announcements in the coming hours. In about 2.5 hours from now, we're going to have a joint press conference of the U.S. Secretary of Defense and Joint Chief of Staff about what the U.S. and other countries have agreed to at the 5th Ramstein meeting today, taking place at the Ramstein Air Base in Germany. And we expect a whole lot more stuff on top of the over $2 billion that the U.S. already announced today. Then, John, these Robot 17, can they be used in a ground to ground role instead of a ground to sea role?
I mean, this is not my wheelhouse, but I assume so. I assume so. I'll leave it with that. I mean, the Russians are using S-300 for ground targets, so I guess this could be used in a better way than the S-300 as a ground target missile. It goes boom. You can steer it. It goes boom.
Exactly,
So,
it's meant as an anti-tank weapon in the first place, right? And if it can puncture through the hull of a ship, it can probably punch through the hull of a T-72 as well. Thank you, John. Thanks for your help. Thank you for your linguistic advice. Shambhala Man, go ahead.
Yeah, just wondering if it's possible for a message to go up in the nest on the times that you do daily roundups of updates on what's going on in the war. I keep coming in at the wrong time and missing all the updates.
Oh, so that's the thing. They happen when A, there's something to update on, and B, when people who are well qualified to do so, such as our friends Yehuda and CJ, are around. And they come when they can, because they have busy schedules that are quite varied. So it's very difficult to pre-schedule these things in advance. That's kind of why, if that makes sense. We can't really plan it out per se, because events on the ground can't be planned out, because Ukrainians wouldn't tell us, because they're not going to say when they're going to decide on things, and B, because Russians get a vote. So even if Ukrainians wanted to tell us when exactly news of something is going to come out, well, it might not be at the time. And B, of course, as I noted earlier, Yehuda and CJ have busy lives in their respective commissions, and therefore we can't plan these things too well in advance. I'm very sorry. If I could, I would schedule it, of course, but then there might not be anything then, and then 2 hours later there'd be something big. Sorry about that, Shambhala. Mockers, I'm sure you have a little bit of an update for us.
I was just going to advise that if you're struggling for an update, Language Learner always has his latest update pinned at the top of his profile. So it it's always that I have to read that because he does them at 3 a.m. my time. And obviously, most nights I don't stay up till 3 a.m. So whenever he's done an update, I go and check in the morning when I wake up and get my updates there.
Thank you, Marcus. Yeah, that's a good piece of advice as well. I think Shambhala is probably in Ireland, judging by the flag in his next to his call sign. He's probably very much in the same time zone as you, Marcus, and suffers from the same issue. But there are updates every few hours. It just means that you should have to listen to us more. Thank you, Marcus. Thank you, Shambhala. I'm sorry I can't be of more help there. Antti, go ahead.
Yeah, this is a bit embarrassing because Congress just stole my lines, but good on her. Is there any new news of because I caught the tail end of your update that that Sweden was sending more aid?
No, Norway.
So it was the Hellfires.
Yes, so it's going to be the Hobot Syden or Syden, depending on which Nordic Syden, whatever it is. You can. It depends on what. Well, the thing is, they're Norwegian owned but Swedish manufactured, right? So do you want the Swedish 17 or do you want the Norwegian 17? Which would be the more appropriate designation? Then John and I just had a discussion about this. I don't know, Antti. You can weigh in. Which one you think would be preferable?
I think I need to go with my Swedish brother in arms.
Okay, right. So Sweden.
Yeah.
So Sweden already sent some of these some weeks ago. I forget exactly when. Maybe then John will remember. But some weeks ago, Sweden already sent some of these, maybe a couple months ago, and Ukraine would just be getting another 160 of them, I think, from Norway. On top of that, there's just additional stocks at the end of the day. I don't think Ukraine is going to use them in as a naval thing, because why? Because the Russian Black Sea Fleet has been relegated to a status of nothing but a terrorist organization at this point, cruising the Black Sea with their Caliber cruise missile launchers of various kinds, surface and subsurface, and occasionally launching them at civilian targets in Ukraine. Anything from agricultural buildings to literal beach resorts. Right, a week ago or so, they bombed a literal beach resort about 300 kilometers from the front lines, because that's what they do in their role as a seaborne terrorist organization that they are. So I don't think that Ukraine is going to get to use them in a naval manner. Instead, they're probably going to be using them against land targets, such as tanks and the like, I would presume. Then, John, what do you want to? What do you want to tell us about them?
No, there was a question when Sweden sent this robot 17, and that was around Snake Island drama period. I think it was in June or something. Just to put that right.
In June, okay. So Ukraine is well used to them already, and if they weren't useful, Norway wouldn't be sending more, right? Clearly, they found them useful. They needed more munitions. Norway's like, hey, we have some lying around. We're not shooting at any Russian ships anytime soon. Let's send them to Ukraine. Maybe they'll put them to good use. Undoubtedly, they will put them to good use. Thank you, John. Thank you very much. Thermofella, go ahead.
But me, sorry, there's a bit of a crackle on the line. I'll just talk anyway. But yeah, regarding the Ramstein meeting, as you know, in the UK, we've got a new Prime Minister, Liz Truss. So this is going to be kind of a bit, optics going to be on her, maybe the UK as well, to see how big the package coming from the UK, if there is one coming from the UK. And I suspect there's going to be one coming from the UK, so she can say, I fully support Ukraine. All that kind of stuff, especially with Blinken appearing in Kiev and probably at Ramstein as well. So it's a good opportunity for her from an point of view. So that's what I'm keeping an eye on.
I think that's a really good point, Rafaela. We should all be expecting a major announcement coming out of the UK today, with the change of the change of leadership within government at the very least, right? A bit of a reshuffle within the government, new prime minister. Now the Secretary of Defense is staying the same, right? The defense minister hitherto Defense Minister Ben Wallace is staying Defense Minister, but of course there's a new Foreign Secretary, obviously, since Liz Truss can't be both Prime Minister and Foreign Secretary simultaneously. James Cleverly MP. James Cleverly is also, is he a colonel in the British Army Reserve, right? He's definitely, and yesterday when he had his call with Dmytro Kuleba, he was sitting in front of a very large Ukrainian flag as he was being taken a picture of having his call with his Ukrainian counterpart. I think he'll be quite interested in continuing staunch support for Ukraine as British foreign policy as well. No, I think there's good things coming for Ukraine, and you're quite right there, Mafella. We should be expecting a big announcement coming out of the UK following the Ramstein meeting as well. No question about it.
Yeah, normally I expect it to need to have their feet under the table for a little while before our new Prime Minister to have their feet under the table a little while. But because she's been in government, because the Defence Secretary hasn't changed, then he might just get his wish list. That's what I'm really hoping for. And I hope it actually snowballs, i.e. the Americans have given a big package and $2 billion plus the $675 million in actual stuff. Hope this then puts more pressure on Germany to actually do something as well, and they have a one-upmanship game in giving equipment to Ukraine. So that's my hope anyway. Okay, I'll drop down again.
Thank you, Dermot. I concur. Right, they know what they're doing. Ben Wallace knows what he's doing. He's been minister there for a while now already. It should be pretty straightforward to be able to for them to be able to figure out what to do. And I'm sure that Liz Truss, as the new PM, previously Foreign Secretary, will want a big communications and media coup going out of this as well, and will want to give people something to be happy about. Picasso.
Hey, Doman. Thank you so much for everything that you do. You guys are fantastic, and we really appreciate it. Hey, I was wondering if I could just very, very quickly give one quick military update. I hate to change subjects, but this
Go
is
right ahead.
pretty significant. So War Monitor, who's a very reputable source, is reporting that the UAF is 2 kilometers outside of Kupiansk. And I thought, because of this is such a major railroad junction area, that this is of such significance that I should relay that over. So he also indicated that they expect to take Kupiansk shortly. So great news.
Oh, certainly hope so. I mean, as we were saying, they are very close to Kupiansk indeed. At the very least, they can shell Kupiansk with regular tubed artillery at this point. That's how close they are. And that already interdicts a lot of the logistics lines that go through Kupiansk. As noted previously, Kupiansk is a key, and I mean key, logistics hub for the Russians, for everything going from Russia to a very long stretch of the front line in Donetsk Oblast, in Kharkiv Oblast, and a little bit of Luhansk Oblast as well. Everything, pretty much all of the line between directly around Kharkiv, all the way around to Severodonetsk, the bulk of that front line for the Russians has been supplied through the city of Kupiansk. If you look at the railway lines, if you look at the roads, they all lead through there. That's how significant this place is. That's how significant it is that it's now getting hit by Ukraine, and the Ukrainian forces are so close to it already. So that's why. I mean, it's very impressive indeed, and let's hope that they manage to really get there and cut them off properly very soon indeed.
Yeah, agreed. That's all I had, Doman. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Picasso. Right, ladies and gentlemen, if you have a note to share or something to ask about, just click that request button and we'll bring you right up. Finance, in the meantime, what are the major headwinds or tailwinds, rather, on the financial side of things? Anything new with regards to sanctions, perhaps? Anything new with regards to effects of sanctions, perhaps? Is Russia doing just fine, or is Russian industry rather struggling?
Can you give me about
30 seconds to get back to you. I want to check some prices on two things before I answer this question.
Absolutely, finance. Absolutely. No, I knew the finance was rustling something up all morning already, and I was hoping he'd be ready just now, but it's given a little bit longer. Martina, what do you have for us?
Good morning. I have a question. So I read in the morning that Ukrainians attacked the power line in Belgorod. So being an accountant and not a military person, can you explain what the advantage is for them if Belgorod doesn't have electricity?
I can try to engage with that. So Martina, just mute your mic because there's a bit of a wind noise from your background. There we go. Right. Belgorod, or Bilhorod, if you prefer the Ukrainian spelling of the name or Ukrainian pronunciation of the name, is a town just across the border from Kharkiv. It is right on the border. Because of that, it is also a major logistics hub for Russians. Because it's so close, because it's so convenient for them to run their logistics through it, it's a very important logistics hub. It has been a staging ground for Russian attacks against Ukraine ever since February. It is also the main staging hub for all the shelling of Kharkiv and missile strikes against Kharkiv that keep being done by the Russians for the last 6.5 months. Right? Kharkiv is still being shelled, even though the Russian forces have been pushed back farther away from Kharkiv. Kharkiv is still very much being shelled by the Russians. And so occasionally, over the last few months, Ukrainians have been doing various strikes against Belgorod. Although I think that the power failure in Belgorod actually happened, and I might be mistaken, but it actually happened right after a Russian failed Iskandar launch. Iskandars are the short to medium range ballistic missiles of the Russians. A launch apparently failed, and right after that, the power went out. So it could be that the Iskandar that the Russians were launching fell on the substation. It doesn't really matter what effect it has. I mean, just imagine a city that's very highly militarized, that's surrounded by Russian military bases, having no power. That's what effect it's going to have. But at the end of the day, we can put it all on the difficult birth of a new nation, the Bilhorod People's Republic, Bilhorodskaya Narodная Respublika. And such things are often quite tumultuous. Utilities aren't that well taken care of in the first place because a new government is being established. Or maybe finance can tell us more about it. It's all coming from a joke because when explosions first started in Belgorod, there's a Ukrainian Twitter joke that there's a new People's Republic being established around Belgorod, much in the way that Russia has established People's Republics, quote unquote People's Republics. FSB ran occupied territories of Ukraine in Donetsk and Luhansk, and that Russia is now getting a taste of their own medicine. It was but a joke, but it's a good joke, so we should persist with it.
Yeah, it's a really good joke. Thank you, Domin, for all the explanations.
Thank you very much, Martina. Finance, how are you coming along?
Great. Yeah, no, I was just making sure I updated on today's oil prices in the U.S. I always follow the WTI, which is the U.S.-based West Texas Intermediate, the reference price in the U.S. Sorry, I was born in the U.S., even though I'm currently in Europe. That's just the way I think about the oil price. It's hanging out around $82. When the war started,
how much?
That actually might be about where we were when the war started. $82 is West Texas Intermediate. Are we back to where we were when the war started? There's no way, is there? I mean, but that was down. I mean, we were all the way up past to about 120 at the peak during this war. So while it is not, while this is not great price, great market watch is down. Hold on, here we go. Well, this is not like. Oh, here we go. Perfect. So in February, on 225, so the day after the war started, West Texas Intermediate settled at $91 a barrel. It currently is at $82 a barrel. So currently, oil prices are below where they were in the U.S. when the war started. That is excellent news from the terms of the price of energy as it relates to the war. as in the war is not currently causing any additional marginal revenue in the oil price, the global oil price, for that mafia gas station north of Ukraine, run by a bunch of assholes. So that was what I was looking at now. I also had read earlier today a couple different articles out about the Ukrainian budget. The defense has become the largest part of the Ukrainian budget. I'm sure this will shock absolutely nobody. That's all the way up to 1 trillion hryvnia, which is an absolutely stunning number. But when your country is at war in an existential war against genocidal invaders, it is what it is. Zelensky has informed his government that he expects them to cut everything that is not one of 3 major buckets. That is defense, social security, which isn't social security the way we think of as Americans, which is just payouts for the elderly, economically important, but different. We're talking, making sure there's humanitarian housing for internally displaced people and food for everyone, and economic development. We're also seeing signs in other articles that the inflation problem, as Slava, who just, oh man, we lost Slava. Slava, please get back up here. As Slava was actually discussing, there's also economic signs on the ground that the inflation struggles that Ukraine had been seeing early in the year, where their inflation had ticked up to, I think, 35% annualized inflation, that is coming back down. 35% is very high for inflation, but you sort of get a pass in my book when you are in the middle of defending yourself against a genocidal war, because you cannot run normal economic policy. And, if you're going to have a massive budget deficit, you have a massive budget deficit when things are going to hell. Slava, thank you for being up here. I was actually looking for you. Has it made any of the news, any of the budget? I know every once in a while in America it hits the news. I was actually reading about, I had to translate all from Ukrainian, the news about the budget fights. I don't know if that's just I'm a finance dork or if that actually sort of is something people talk about on the ground in Ukraine if they have other interests.
Thank you for the question. Slava Ukraini, Героям Слава. Have not seen it, so I do not can add more information about this. So I have nothing more about this. So, but I have heard the discussion about the Belgorod, so I can wait or can continue. Mic check.
Yeah, that was the major financial news I had. No, you're good. We heard you. Yeah, no, the major financial news that's relevant to everyone, just a quick update, is the oil prices are down nicely since before the war started at this point.
Yes, yes.
I wish natural gas prices in Europe would get there. That's a long way off, sadly, because that really affects power prices here in Europe. But definitely good to see the oil prices, which has much bigger margins for that mafia power station known as Russia. And while natural gas prices are high, Russia's not making any money off of it because they're only high because Russia refuses to sell their natural gas to Europe, and they have no way of selling that natural gas because they don't have ways of pumping it to anybody else, which is absolutely hilarious. So they can't actually make money on that super high European natural gas price. They can just try to inflict harm. So really, their economy is just struggling on the revenue side as well. We're also getting lots of semi-anecdotal, semi-numerical evidence out of internal Russian inflation, of businesses and banks losing ridiculously huge sums of money. Russia's using 100 billion in yuan, except they can't sell it. It's stuck in China. And the Chinese aren't actually freeing up their currency for them, which is hilarious. Russian banks who are piling up yuan are starting to lend in it. So all sorts of sort of broadly problematic and difficult for the Russian economy news is coming out. And we just expect that to continue because there's nothing they're doing that would move it in the other direction. Slav, you had a question about Belgorod. I think Doman knows more about that than I do. So yeah, I'm absolutely happy to hear about the news in the Belgorod People's Republic.
Yes, actually not question, but I heard the discussion. Thank you, Finance, for the all these details, because I'm not so deep in the finance information. So thank you for the explanation. About the discussion about the Belgorod, for the last few days, we have a lot of the videos from the front in the Ukraine, and also just today I saw a few videos from the Belgorod, and I just wanted to highlight it. Just for me, it's like I was again surprised by the Russia. Again, surprising Ukrainians. So we know about this all, how the Russians came to Ukraine just to steal toilet, and they failed to deliver to the Russia. But just yesterday, Belgorod have issue with the electricity, and their reaction, meaning I watching the video and just analyzing how they react to the situation. So for them, it's like a funny situation. They just laughing about this. This is like a serious. It's like a nothing happening for them. It's like a really like a backward world. And another video when they living really in a bad living situation, bad living conditions in this Belgorod. For me, it's like a really bit surprising. But what I noticed, they first thing they should always take care of the nails. They have great nails. Everything else does not matter. Nails must be the first great thing in the world. This is like a Belgorod. I'm watching as Ukrainian, watching the living condition of the Belgorod people. This is really great. This is like a strange world for me. So this is like a people in the Belgorod. Really strange people. Backward world. So Russia do not stop amazing me. So thank you, and слава Україні. And yes, and слава нації, смерть ворогам. And a lot of смерть ворогам. So a lot of the video, and actually I was actually finance. You had yesterday interview with the how its names.
Lukasz
Tomitsky, and yes, and Maciej, and actually I was a bit surprised with the estimation and evaluation of the Maciej and Tomasz about Ukraine, and I was really surprised, happy to hear from the Jim and other people and Axel on the situation in Ukraine. So actually, how for me it's like you should be really looking close to Ukraine and see how Ukraine doing and what is happening in Ukraine. Maybe live in Ukraine to understand what is happening in Ukraine. And for me, it's like a Tomasz and Maciej was like a out of touch. They understand they live in the different countries. They're like looking like from distance, but like a Jim and Axel actually double down and confirms that they like closer to the situation and like to the to real Ukraine. But people like Lukasz and Maciej, like from distance, they don't see a real situation in Ukraine. So just wanted to share because I understand yesterday it was like a interview. I was not sure that is interview, so I did not want to interrupt it, but just wanted to share it because for me it's like as a Ukrainian, it's like interesting. I just again discovering how people view Ukraine from different points, so to say. Thank you.
Yeah, no, Lucas is sort of a useful foil in some ways. I've known him for many years personally, but he both is skeptical generally as a hedge fund manager, which is what he is. He manages a significant amount of money, much of which is his own, but on the other hand, he absolutely hates Russia, so he isn't going to fall into Russian talking points and say that kind of stupid crap. Like he is not, he's immune to their propaganda. He's not into that. So if I'm going to have to disagree with somebody, I'm going to take him over pretty much everybody else because he isn't going to be in favor of that BS. But he also agreed that he will join me because I do plan on personally doing business in Ukraine if I can before the war, after, and for sure afterwards. But he did say he would join us to go, Axel and I, to go check out investment in Ukraine post-war. He also said last interview he did with us that if Ukraine were to free Crimea, he would eat his hat. So we have offered him his option of which hat he will be eating, because we, of course, here think that he will be eating a hat, given what's going on. So if you want to see Mr. Tomicki eat a hat and investigate possible investments on the ground, we actually plan to be doing that with him in a Ukraine victory party, hopefully Mariupol. So, yeah, no, I hear you, Slava. I don't think you need to agree. Obviously, I don't agree with Lucas. I argue with him all the time. But if I'm going to have to disagree with somebody, I would prefer it be somebody who is not a Russian agent, not a Russian talking point, absolutely hates that crap. You know, and I don't think that we need to live in an echo chamber and always say everything is perfectly good and sunny. I'm happy to have some dissent as long as it's from a reasoned, understanding person who isn't a propaganda BS and who obviously also hates the genocide. So that is why I personally respect and appreciate listening to Lucas's comment on the situation. I understand many people here disagree with him. As I said, I disagree with Lucas. That's fine. We don't all need to agree, as long as we're all agreeing where it is morally appropriate on the situation, which we all do. With that, I'll kick it over to Doman, and please bring up Tim Doman. I can't do that. Twitter's not letting me.
I have already.
And I'm saying I was just surprised. It's also good for me to see, and this is like a reason why I joined the spaces, for me just to hear different point of view, not just from the Ukraine. So this is like a good. It's like a makes a balance. I'm just not disagreeing with, because for me it's like I just wanted to highlight that for me as Ukrainian it's really interesting, but it's okay. I'm not arguing with him, and it's for me it's really good. So thank you.
Thank you, Slava. Yeah. Hey, Slava, I sent you a DM about that lieutenant colonel that got captured yesterday. Some people claim that he looks a lot like a lieutenant general, actually, who was dressing up as a lieutenant colonel. Can you please have a look at that, and what do you think? Because I'm very curious what you think about that. In other very positive news, somber but positive news, the Kiev City Council has decided to rename the Volgograd street. Volgograd is the name for Stalingrad nowadays in Kiev, to Roman Ratushny Street. I just thought people here would be interested in knowing that. John?
Yeah, thanks, Tom. I just want to say I agree a little bit to what Slava was saying before about the discussion yesterday. But I take some comfort in that when, what was his name, Thomas was here 2 months ago or something, he predicted he wasn't so positive to what Ukraine could do against the Russian armed forces. So take that as a good sign, I guess. Predictions were not so good that time. Hopefully not so good this time either. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Yeah, no, you know, people mess it up, and clearly he did. So as I said, we're going to offer him his choice of hat, and I'm 100% going to take a picture of him eating it because I'm a troll like that, and I think it's hilarious. That said, I'm going to pass it back to Doman, who is running hands, though I believe Martina is our only hand up.
Thank you, Finance. I wanted to ask who the guy is, the Roman who received the
Martina? Yeah, Roman Ratush. Sorry, can you mute your mic, please? Because you have really bad wind noise.
Yeah, sorry, I'm walking the dogs. So I mute me.
Yeah. So Roman actually appeared on my space five times during the before he was killed. He's registered as killed in action. He was a recce squad leader, reconnaissance squad leader with the 93rd Motorized Brigade, Holodny Yar, fighting first around Kiev and then near Kharkiv, in very similar area to where Ukrainians have managed this excellent breakthrough over the last few days towards Izium and Kupiansk. What is understood, however, is that he wasn't killed in action, that he was captured and then executed, summarily executed by Russian troops. Roman was an excellent young man in his early 20s. He participated as a teenager in the Revolution of Dignity, and then later on was an activist who saved a park from redevelopment a park next to his childhood home from redevelopment. A few weeks ago, we were joined here on the space by Taras Ratushny, his father, a journalist and a human rights activist, to talk some more about his son and his son's legacy. His father has also enlisted in the military as soon as the war started. As soon as the full-scale invasion broke out. The war started, of course, 8 years ago, or 8 years prior, rather, and is still serving, as a private with, I believe, with an artillery brigade in very much the same theater where his son was killed. So if you look at the various news outlets, various European news outlets, anything from the Financial Times onwards, they ran obituaries at the time of Roman's death.
Yeah, thank you, Roman. Yeah, I actually read his story. I just didn't recall the name. But now when you told me about his story, I remember that I read about it at the time. Yeah, nice gesture with the street. Thank you for the explanation, Roman.
Thank you, Martina. Happy to explain. From one of the things, anybody who's not listened to it, please go to our Spotify feed, the MryiaReport Spotify feed, and listen to Taras Ratushny's appearance with us. He said many things, but one of the things really stayed with me. Taras, so Roman's father, said, "They're killing the best of us." Right? With every passing day, of Russian troops not yet having been kicked out of Ukraine, Russia is achieving a small portion of its overall goal, which is to kill the flower of the Ukrainian nation, to shoot some more petals off of the flower of the Ukrainian nation. And this is why we here are agitating and asking and calling for every day for more advanced weaponry to be sent to Ukraine, because this is what is needed to kill to kill off Russian ambitions on the territory of Ukraine, and to kick out Russia from the territory of Ukraine sooner rather than later. For with every passing day, more Romans have to die in order to save their country and their nation from being overrun by Russian genocidal invaders. And this ties well into another thing that is often said in Ukraine. Slava, you can help me out with this one, but often Ukrainians say, for every 2 Ukrainian servicemen, 3 higher education degrees. For every 2 Russian, 3 convictions, right? 3 criminal convictions. Is that right, Slava? Is that something that gets said?
It's close, because I'm not really like you probably saying it right. So thank you. I don't remember really like exactly, but it's exactly this is how it is. Ukrainians are talents and bright people of the Ukrainians, but from the Russian side, it's just criminals who have nothing to do. And also, just today, watch a video from all this 20 years old. They come here in Ukraine just for money. That's it. And others video, just criminals, all with tattoos, covered with the tattoo, straight from the prison, Russian prison. So yes, confirming your words, Ukraine soldiers, just regular Ukrainians who, at the beginning of the war of 2014, just take arms and get to the war. But there was talented people, businessmen, art people, musicians. We all know this. But Russian side is just people trash. No one needs them, no one wants them, and they kill to Ukraine just to kill Ukrainians. This is totally confirming your words. Thank you.
And you, exactly right, Sam. The Russian state, the Russian government, the Russian society doesn't want them. Look at who's fighting for Russia, right? They're literally recruiting in prisons. They're recruiting from amongst those whom even the Russian society decided are not worth being a part of the Russian society, right? They're recruiting. They are forcibly recruiting from psychiatric institutions, because that is who they can get. They are pressing Ukrainians from occupied territories into service at gunpoint, because Russians do not want to volunteer themselves. And from among the Russians who volunteer themselves, it's either ones who are already in prison, who have all the incentive to get out of prison, because being in Russian prison for life isn't exactly a nice thing in the first place. It's no Norwegian prison, I'll tell you that much. And secondly, they're recruiting people from the socioeconomic edge of society who have no other choice, who are bankrupt or on the verge of bankruptcy, who are from, minority ethnic groups and destitute reasons, who have no other choice. And as Slava said, they're going for money, right? They're only going there because it's the only way they can make money. And some of them go because they want to kill and torture and rape with impunity. We can speculate among, what proportion is which, but those are basically the two motivations of a Russian soldier. Either it's one of the few ways to make money, or there are plenty of them who wish to torture and rape and kill with impunity.
And this
whereas
is also
Ukrainian soldiers are there to defend their countrymen and the women, the children, the families, the Ukrainian society and their country from a genocidal invader. Slava?
Thank you, and I'm sorry for interrupting. And to this
No
is
worries.
also confirming all these interception calls from the soldiers toward home, and all the soldiers' communications, and all confirms they hate us. They come to here, come to Ukraine because they're given a freedom. You have a gun, you do whatever you want. You can rape, you can kill, because there is no one in the Russia gonna be judge you for what you're doing in the Ukraine. It's like you have free run, do whatever you want, just follow some orders from the top rankings officers, and if you have chance to come back, you're gonna live your life. Maybe some washing machine, you're gonna have chance to take a washing machine from the Kherson or somewhere else, but they have freedom to do whatever they want in Ukraine, because us again is they calling it special operation, not the war. So they do not defend anything. They came here to pillage, kill, rape, and destroy everything. So this is what they're doing, and I understand they love it to do it, destroy, because it's like they race on this narrative. Russia is bigger than everything, and we're gonna rule everywhere. So they thinking they have the right to do whatever they want in Ukraine. And we had I saw several videos that some coming from the all these Russia poor regions into Donetsk, and they shocked that they believe the Donetsk looks better after bombing than their own home, and they saying I'm staying here to live, but they have bad news for them. So it's not happening. About the pictures, Domen, from signs on the face and ear and other on facial about this general Podpolkovnik, I don't know, looks like him. So my estimation it's him. Thank you.
Thank you, Slava Karini. So the pictures of the lieutenant colonel who was captured yesterday, they look a whole lot like an actual lieutenant general who might have dressed up as a lieutenant colonel, and that would be a massive coup for the Ukrainian forces liberating areas around Kharkiv if they have actually captured a lieutenant general who was in charge of the Russian forces on the whole front. And that'd be really great. But even if it's just a lieutenant colonel, that's very impressive as well. Thank you very much, Slava Kurini. I just wanted Slava to check out the pictures because I wanted the second opinion there. Roman, very, very warmly welcome.
Good morning, or good day, wherever you are. It's good to be here.
How are you, Roman? And what would you like to touch upon today?
Oh yeah, I'm doing great. I apologize. I just wanted to hop in for a couple of minutes. I was listening, and I just wanted to make one maybe not such a cheerful comment. And although yes, when you compare Russian troops and Ukrainian troops, I think that your assessment overall is right on point. The big motivation for the Russians is money because they don't have other means to get significant amount of money, and here you actually get paid pretty well. And you have to understand that those undeveloped regions of Russia really, really don't give you any opportunities as far as just moving up in your social status. And so really, for a lot of them, it's just business. I agree that there are some psychopaths and people who actually want to kill. That's also a significant portion. But I want to touch something else. And that's something that really upsets me most of the time, because when I think about the losses on the side of Ukraine and the side of Russia, those are very, very different populations. For Ukrainians, it's a lot of volunteers. It's a cream of the top. It's the people who are standing for their country, who have volunteered, IT people. My vice president of American University Kiev. So for the listeners who don't know, I'm a rector or a president, whatever you want to call it, of American University Kiev that has just opened up. And our vice president of our university is on the front line. So these are the people that are really, the best people of Ukraine, the best sons and daughters of Ukraine that are dying. And so it's a very unfortunate thing, because on the Russian side, you have these scumbags most of the time that die. And on the Ukrainian side, you have these true heroes and the sons and daughters of Ukraine that die. And that's something that, even if our losses are much smaller than, or somewhat smaller than the Russians, it's still a tragedy, because those are the best people of Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roman. I couldn't agree more. I just want to say that I think you jumped in just after I had said this, because I said very much a similar thing about 10 minutes ago, quoting Taras Ratushny, father of the murdered Roman Ratushny, who joined us some weeks ago, saying that they're killing the best of us, right? And that's why it's so important for Ukraine to get as much and as quickly of modern Western military equipment to be able to kick out Russia sooner rather than later, to avoid more of these deaths. And also that what should we call it? The saying that for every two Ukrainians, 3 higher education degrees. For every 2 Russian soldiers, 3 criminal convictions.
Yeah, that's true. And I just wanted to remind everyone today that yesterday the Pentagon and U.S. has announced another military aid package of $675 million that will be coming to Ukraine, in the coming days. And it's a very significant package. It's the rockets to the HIMARS. It's a lot of shelling, the howitzers, and there's other things that are coming. So absolutely, and we need to have these packages rolling, every other week, every month, and apparently U.S. is doing a pretty good job now.
And on top of that, Roman, you've not heard this yet. Secretary Blinken is in Kiev, while Secretary Austin is in Ramstein. And Secretary Blinken announced another $2 billion today, on top of the $675 million yesterday, to be spent on helping Ukraine as well. Finance, you had more?
Yeah, incredible news.
Yeah, two things. So first, if I heard you correctly, you just took a new position, and we need to applaud you as in the American University Kiev. Did I hear that correctly, Roman?
Yes, that's correct.
Well, congratulations on your new role, and I wish you the in the American University in Kyiv. Hopefully, I'll be able to visit you sooner rather than later in Kyiv.
Yes, everybody is welcome. We are located in the Riverport in the historical, location overseeing Dnieper River, and there is Andriiski Uzviz on the back. It's a beautiful, beautiful building, and everybody is welcome. So please let me know when you're in Kyiv. I would be more than happy to give you a tour or when maybe you want to be a part of the University of our mission, please let me know.
I will personally take you up on that, and if I'm in Kyiv, you're welcome to have me guest lecture on a topic of finance that I understand of your choice.
Fantastic.
And I'm serious that I will be taking you up on that. My second comment is, so we actually had a somewhat skeptical hedge fund, a US-based Polish-American hedge fund investor on yesterday. You yourself are an economist and very tied into the investment community. And so I know you actually see people who are excited about investing on the ground in Ukraine. So I have my own personal views on what I think may be attractive. Can you tell me what you think may be attractive investments both now, even with the war still ongoing, and where big money is looking to, put stuff down in Ukraine now and sort of looking forward in your country?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. That's right. So the another hat that I actually wear, I'm a founding member of Global Foundation, a nonprofit kind of fund that
Roman, you were breaking up really badly, my friend. Mic check.
Loud and clear, finance. Roman's driving through a Faraday trench, apparently.
Maybe drop Roman so we can bring him back up because we can't hear him at all.
No, it's not going to help. When his reception reestablishes, we'll just hear him again. It's the same as with CJ sometimes. No, otherwise, we won't know, and he won't be able to come back up because he won't notice either. Because when we can't hear him, he can't hear us either. Mockers, go ahead in the meantime, and then when we get Roman back, we get Roman back. Mockers.
Hi there. Our friend the Special Cat has about 15 minutes ago posted a new strike in Nova Kakhovka. That one.
Thank you, Mockers. Finance, your products are being very popular, apparently, among Russian occupiers by the Dnieper.
Yeah, I actually already posted out some trolley standard Atacam branded product announcements due to the amazingness of the post. And I just was excited to see Roman up here, and hopefully we get Mr. Shermenta back so we can hear about what he is seeing on the ground in Kyiv as somebody who is very tied into the venture capital and private equity communities that are on the ground in country. But yes, there are some beautiful strikes, and the Atacam's branded cigarette company is being smoked heavily in occupied territory right now. Slava, I see your hand is up.
Thank you. I actually have a question about this Andrei Sychevoy. So I saw it yesterday, this picture I went through because for me it's like not really interesting, but what you like bringing Tom is like he's changed his clothes like a cowardly to hide his like a rank, right?
Looks like it. If it is indeed the same guy and not just two guys that look really similar, correct, yes.
I see. Thank you. Because I look closely and he's like all this like a left cheek, ear, and all of this like his really individual markings. He's like it's him, so it's good. Thank you.
Got it. I really hope that you and Oleg are right, Slava. It is indeed the same guy. So everybody remember that lieutenant colonel who got captured yesterday. Pictures emerged of a lieutenant general, which is a much higher rank indeed, who looks just like this captured lieutenant colonel. Like Slava was saying, they look like twins basically. And there's a chance that the lieutenant general in charge of all Russian troops in that section of the front has changed his clothes to look less important. And I would really love it if they got the lieutenant general indeed, and that would be very significant in so many. Michelle.
Sorry, guys. I hate to rain on your parade. I genuinely don't think it's him. I've just seen that post, and there are a number of facial features that are off. The general has a mole at a very particular location on the side. Like, it's the same side that this other guy seems to have a blemish on, but the distinctive mole on the general's face lines up with his mouth in a certain position. And it's not in the same position on the captured guy's face. And the nose is a different shape. And if you look at the ears are very distinctively different. So I would love this to be true, but unfortunately in this case, I personally think, based on the photographs that I've seen, that sadly I don't think it is him.
Thank you, Michelle. Maybe they're cousins. Who knows?
Awesome, and then we can trade him.
Yeah, maybe. Let's hope for that. It wouldn't be the first time, of course. That's disappointing. Okay, I guess in this case, let's hope he had some emergency plastic surgery the last couple of days. Before he was
sorry, I
caught.
do
It
feel
looked a
bad
bit
saying
different.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, hey, it is how it
I
is.
did
It is
feel-
how it is.
Okay, cool.
No worries. Okay, I hope Roman will come back to us. If he doesn't, that's okay. But I like Roman a lot, and would love it if he'd be up for joining us some more when he gets into a better reception area. But we have UK for UA.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Just on the topic of top-ranking people to look out for, perhaps someone who's out of country could produce like a deck of cards or something like that we could distribute in country, so we can keep an eye out for these fellas and or fellows, I should say, not fellas, and make it a bit easier to spot them.
I see what you're thinking. The old playing card method. Yeah, I think that'd be a fantastic idea. I don't know how useful it would be because they're usually quite far behind behind. But yeah, absolutely. Sweden is announcing today to commission the Swedish armed forces to present proposals to give more stuff to Ukraine, both in the short and the long term. So that's it's good. Some good news coming in from Sweden as well with regards to what they'll be sending to Ukraine as well. I just wanting to highlight that. Excellent. Okay, seems like we're not getting Roman back. That's a shame because I really see where Finance's line of questioning would be leading there. To what news from Roman as well.
Yeah, I was really hoping we could have Roman up here so we could, ask him a few questions around what he's seeing, where especially now that he is on the ground in Kyiv all the time. He just has a lot of his anecdotal understanding of where big money is moving is actually quite valuable to us to understand what opportunities people are seeing in the other side of this is what is a once in a lifetime investment opportunity, because quite frankly, you're investing in a country with a high level of human capital where you can rebuild whole cities. You don't want to make light of why this opportunity exists, but you can't rebuild a city in France or Germany or Estonia because the whole city already exists. only so many buildings you can build. There's only so many businesses you can create. But in Ukraine, there's a whole lot of stuff to be built, a whole lot of stuff to be created, because the Russians have destroyed so much, and there are still a very large number of highly skilled Ukrainians who are going to be looking to live places, do things, build things, etc. So that creates an opportunity like, quite frankly, nothing since post-World War II Europe.
Thank you, Finance. Vyshniakovsky, we have you back up. Let's delve into the conversation that the Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba had a couple of nights ago with the Austrian media.
Absolutely. I'm your backup speaker for slow times in the space, and here I am while cooking my lunch. Yes, let's jump into this. You sent me an interview that I should check out, and was interview by Armin Wolf of the Foreign Minister of Ukraine, Kuleba, and some interesting side info on Armin Wolf. I think 2 or 3 years ago, when Vladimir Putin made his last visit to Austria, he was granting an interview to Armin Wolf. I don't know of what significance this is to this current interview and to his position on Ukraine, but it's just some interesting side note.
Okay, and what was in the interview? What did the Foreign Minister Kuleba say to the Austrian media?
So the interview actually by the Austrian state TV was filled with tiny bit of leading questions. The first question though was addressing, I think, the report of the International Atomic Agency or Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA. Meanwhile, I can pronounce it properly. And they asked him, so what's his take on the report? And yeah, Kuleba, I think he answered that quite well. Let me think what his answer was. Basically, yeah, that Russia should withdraw from the Zaporizhzhia power plant. Some leading question was asked by the interviewer, said, so supposedly the power plant is shelled by Russians and Ukrainians, and Kuleba said it's only Russians shelling it. And where the interviewer then asks, why would Russians shell the power plant, their own power plant where they're currently located? What got corrected by Kuleba, right? That it's not. It's the Ukrainian power plant, and Ukraine also would in no case shell it, because it supplies power to Ukraine. He did not mention the radiation issue, but I think that is justification enough. Like, it would be stupid for Ukraine to shell their own nuclear power plant. Yeah, from there we moved on to other topics, which was peace. So when would Ukraine be ready to have peace with Russia, essentially? And especially the interviewer asked why Zelensky currently says he does not negotiate with terrorists, hence does not sit down with Putin, when in the past he said he would always be ready to talk to Putin. And beyond that, the interviewer said, why does Ukraine expect to win all its territory back? Putting it somewhat out there, suggesting that it would be crazy to assume that Ukraine could get everything of its territory back. What Kuleba also answered quite well, saying, first of all, no one thought that Ukraine would survive the first week of the Russian invasion on 24th of February, and here they are. and Ukraine keeps on surprising the world with their capabilities, and that of course they're going for getting all the territory back, and which was again questioned by the interviewer, saying, but Crimea is already de facto Russian since 2014 and integrated in Russian economy, where Kuleba also responded quite well, saying, well, if someone appropriated the stuff in your house, in your home, breaks into your home and appropriates your things, no matter how long he got it, you would also ask back for it, right? So yeah, Kuleba had quite solid prepared answers, and I guess that simply stems from that these same questions, same narratives are, especially Russian talking points, right, keep being repeated from all disingenuous sides of the journalism space, I would say. Moreover, they also addressed, basically they addressed when it's the right time to sit down and talk about peace, and also Western support for the war in Ukraine. The interviewer, he questioned the support for Ukraine. He said, do you really think with the energy prices going up that the support will keep coming from the West? Yada yada yada. That's essentially the interview summarized. I apologize if I was a bit jumpy on it, as I spontaneously jumped up to this call, recalling that interview. I hope you heard me.
Yep, we hear you loud and clear. Sorry, Doman has to restart his phone, and I was talking with him to try to sort out the tech issues that he is having. Always fun here at Twitter when we deal with the issues of the Twitter pox and all sorts of fancy glitches that Twitter finds a way to give us. I will, as I regularly say, if Twitter wishes to have stability, they can just contact us. We'd lovely if a product manager contacts us. We can talk about their stability issues. We probably have enough volunteers here who are programmers to actually fix their problems. Huge numbers of technology professionals actually listen to our space, and Twitter, we could absolutely help you and fix the Twitter pox just in volunteer time of the amount that our audience loves your space. I'm sure we can help you out. But yeah, at that point, thank you very much. Sorry, Vishnyovsky, I was dealing with the Twitter issues on the back end. Just a hazard of the job here. But yeah, no, unfortunately, it sounds like your media is possibly a little worse than some of our media in the States and some of the Russian influenced media here in Europe that I am now seeing. Sadly, the most watched news program in the Washmach News Network in the US is by Tucker Carlson, whose name I regularly start with an F. And he was, I think, required or almost required to register as a Russian agent at one point, to the extent to which he pushes Russian talking points. And this war is no different. So certainly and sadly, I understand the problem.
Yeah, so it sadly comes in this regard. It comes from, let's say, one of the most prominent and respected news anchors of Austrian TV. So this guy, Armin Wolf-Hindschow, is very much like admiration, I would almost say, from local journalists. Yeah, he kind of like ranks as the president of the news anchors and journalists, I would say, in terms of respect he gets from people and followership he has from other journalists. He is known though to ask provocative questions, I would say. So yeah, I would not put him 100% into the Russia bucket, though it's interesting to see, right, that he, like a few years back, he was having the last interview with Putin on Austrian media, right? And I think nothing is a chance with Russia. So if you get a chance to speak to them, to interview Putin, who knows where your allegiance supposed to, right? But finance, since you're on and Doman is trying to get back, I have some other interesting observation. Nord Stream 2, they didn't go insolvent yet, and they have got another extension of their time limit for insolvency. Basically, their payments, outstanding payments, have been further deferred until the end of year. I found that quite interesting. Why keep an de facto insolvent company afloat that basically does not serve any purpose anymore? Seems a bit odd to me, and I hope there's no hideous and insidious intentions by the Nord Stream 2 partners on the European side to just wait until they can resume their business.
Yeah, I am not optimistic that the various European partners who are used to getting gas from Russia are into anything other than continuing the business of getting gas from Russia, unless those are the partners who run the Ukrainian length of the pipeline, or possibly anything running through Estonia or the Baltic nations. Because quite frankly, the Baltic nations view this as the price for peace, and the Ukrainians clearly view the Russians as a bunch of genocidal shitbirds, so they are not going to go for this either. But outside of that, I think we are just looking at a huge number of European groups and business people whose bread is buttered and whose jobs are dependent on pumping natural gas from Russia, and would far prefer to be at business as usual, and are interested in and supportive of, naturally, pretty much anything that gets them there. And they probably view it as totally moral to have one of these Neville Chamberlain peace deals, or to pump gas now, because what's that have to do with the war, or whatever the hell else they say? I don't know. I don't agree with any of it. But it's one of those situations where Upton Sinclair is known for a very famous and very great quote: "It is impossible to get a man to agree to something which his paycheck depends, to understand something which his paycheck depends on him not understanding." And I think that is where this one lands.
Absolutely.
We were trying to get Doman back up, and we're trying to bring up some people who are requesting to speak. Unfortunately, Twitter has given me the glitch where I can't actually bring people up. So we're getting somebody on the host phone who can do that. Welcome again to the joys of Twitter. Apologies to everybody for the joys of us dealing with the back end. Let me go deal with that briefly. Mockers, besides the amazing things that are being hit in Novakhovka, what else have you seen, since you monitor pretty much everything that comes out in the news, whether it be on some jerky Telegram channels or everything else?
I was just watching a video from recent nights, it would appear, of another captured Russian, and they're stood there filming his equipment blowing up in the background, and he does look quite sorry for himself. There's quite a lot of these videos now of captured Russian soldiers, not really soldiers, fighters maybe, and they all look very sorry for themselves. I saw one yesterday where these guys were only about 20, and the Ukrainian soldiers that have taken them prisoner are basically giving them a good talking to, and somebody kindly translated it for me, and to be fair, they're extremely reserved considering the situation. Every single one of them had lost family, and they made absolutely sure that these boys knew about it. So yeah, there's an awful lot of these videos now, and I'm just waiting for them taking in a group of much larger. I'm keeping my eyes out to see what happens.
I think their level of lack of, I think they've been stunned into silence. It's pretty hard to push propaganda when you are losing as badly as they're currently losing in the situation. Doman, welcome back as co-host. Do you have the ability to bring people up and down? Because I certainly don't.
Looks like I do.
Perfect. So if anybody has any complaints, just ask Doman. I don't receive the complaints. Those all go to Doman. He's also our expert on anything to do with the former Yugoslav nations, especially Kosovo. Nobody forget, if you have any questions about Kosovo and Serbia, just send those right to his inbox. He's here to help. All right, we have some hands up. Sorry, we took everybody to wait. I can't actually bring you up to asking questions. Freebird, then Sword. We're waiting the longest, followed by Michael. Freebird, Sword, then Michael.
Yeah, thanks, Finance. Hi, everybody. Hi, Domin. Hi, Finance. Yeah, just wanted to speak to the interview which Vishniakovsky translated or put a summary together. And I was quite disappointed when I just heard what you listed there, because I always thought that Armin Wolf was well respected and a good TV journalist in the sense that he really was known for grilling politicians in Austria, like really asking the right questions or putting politicians under pressure so they don't have the chance to maneuver around the difficult questions. And which is also a stark contrast to German TV journalism, because except for a few, mostly German politicians have an easy time in the German TV. So yeah, but but for me, it's not really. I'm disappointed, but it's not that astonishing, because this is also the same, or this is, you can put it under the same category, like what we see in other journalist areas, that they always try to have objective journalism, try to make a false balance. They try to put up critical questions regardless of they make sense or not. And in this regard, it's okay. It's even okay to ask Ukrainians critical questions, but when you do this under and put up Russian narratives, then you're doing something wrong. And this is what I really have big problems with Germany. Also, we have a lot of good journalists who try to like or who do not acknowledge that they have some kind are undermined by Russian narratives, and they cannot get remove them from themselves. So what I want to try to say is this is a typical example of objective journalism who try to make a balance which isn't there, and we can see it in all. This is the main problem of the critical journalism, that it's not able to rather be authentic or try to see the problems they now I'm lost a bit, but I think you know what I want to say, so maybe I collect myself and start again.
Hey, Freebird. Yeah, I think I know where you're getting at. Vishniakovsky, sorry, I had to drop earlier. My phone was freezing up. My app was freezing up. So the questions that were asked, were they asked in good faith, or were they like was it so as to give him absurd questions to answer, or was it did it sound like Armin Wolf was in earnest?
Yeah, two points to that. First, I wanted to add to what Freebird said. To me too, Armin Wolf is kind of known, even though he blocks me on Twitter because I confronted him with one of the issues he talked about like a year back or so. even though he blogs on Twitter, I think he's a well-respected journalist and usually asking those sharp questions to any politician of any color. So I would here say that he is equally nasty to everyone he interviews. But, and here we come, Doman, to your question now. But he asked almost in disbelief if Kuleba or Ukraine believes that or expects really to get back all the Ukrainian territory. And on top of that, Crimea, which is de facto Russian and integrated in Russian economy since 2014. And to me, if you ask a critical question, that goes beyond asking a critical question, right? That goes into shaping a narrative. And that's what I saw as very critical. Shaping a narrative in this regard, right? Crimea being Russian and integrated in the economy already, that would be something where, for me, the alarm bells go off, because that's beyond critical journalism. And secondly, pushing the narrative of, do you expect the West to really support you amid the raising energy prices? And isn't this kind of like too much you asking? That was the second talking point where I found he pushed kind of like Russian talking points. And if it was about fair, critical questions, I would have framed it quite differently than the journalist did.
Thank you, Mr. Nikowski. Thanks for that. Freebird, go ahead and be brief, and then we go to Michael and sort of Yannick.
Yeah, thanks. And now I found what I wanted to say. And yeah, everything what Wisniewski said, I could support, and also the point I was making of false balance. And one other thing where you can see the problems which traditional journalism has with the ongoing situation is that they always rely on official state statements, like official statements from Russia. And Russia knows this, and they play with it. So they just put out a statement. They know Reuters and each other news agency will put them in their ticker, the newspapers and the TV stations. They read it and say, oh, let's make something out of it, and then they repeat it. And that's a real problem, because they don't understand, or they cannot loosen themselves from this idea that official statements, we always have to weight them between Ukraine says this, Russia says this. So this is another big problem of traditional objective journalism. They cannot, get behind the idea that maybe that what Russia puts out is always wrong, and that there is a reason why Russia puts something out. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say again.
Thank you, Freebird. Michael.
I don't know my finance. Sorry, I've been a little under the weather the last several days. But just to dovetail a little bit about Russian disinformation, there's going to be a whole lot of Russian disinformation coming out in about 2 weeks, starting on the 20th, the start of the UN session. I like to call it Leaders and Loonies Week, where you'll have a lot of different various heads of state. Haven't announced the days that each of the speakers will be there, and who will be there in person, and who will be there via video. It's expected that it's expected that Zelensky is going to be videotaped, obviously, but Biden will probably be there. I know Lavrov was trying to be there for the session, but he's had some visa issues and may not be able to make it. I think the last report of that was like 6 days ago, but he may not be able to make that. And I don't know about y'all, but that's a darn shame. But seriously, though, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens coming up that week, and a lot of the messaging that comes out of that. No word on who's going to, be able to control the puppetry for Lukashenko when he gives his speech. No word on whether Erdogan is going to have his request to have 2 speeches, one for each of his faces. And seriously, though, I think it's going to be very, very interesting to see what some of the speakers say, especially like the Kazakh president, Tokayev. I think that's going to be a very, very interesting speech. I think Liz Truss's address will probably be very interesting as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see what the optics are, where we are in terms of the situation on the ground in Ukraine coming up. When that comes up, hopefully we've got some very, very good news. And hopefully we've got a lot of bad news for the Russians. So I just wanted to raise that, and hopefully we'll have a really interesting Loonies and Leaders Week, and hopefully we'll have some good news from Ukraine to go along with it.
Thanks, Michael. I don't think we need to wait 2 weeks, though, because earlier today we heard that Russia is seeking a United Nations Security Council meeting to discuss the real threat of the destabilization of the region posed by foreign countries supplying arms to Ukraine. To which I have two responses. First of all, I think we should seek a UN Security Council meeting for North Korea and Iran supplying arms to Russia, destabilizing the region as well. And more importantly, I think Russia should be formally reprimanded at the highest level for being so irresponsible as it is, being the second or third largest foreign supplier of arms to Ukraine itself.
Gentlemen, that sounds like an excellent thing for them to bring up at the next UN Security Council meeting. I mean, they're worried about all these arms supplies to Ukraine. It's the second biggest supplier, main battle tanks to Ukraine. I really think they need to stop supplying Ukraine with all these battle tanks. What do you think?
Second only to Poland. Second only to Poland in how many tanks they've given to Ukraine. And only just. Who knows, by now, the way the offensive is going, they might be in the first again. It's highly irresponsible.
I 100% believe that if the Russians agreed to pull all of their tanks out of Ukraine and would stop supplying Ukraine with tanks, that the Polish would also stop supplying Ukraine with tanks.
I think you might be onto something, Finance. Yeah, I think this has to be raised at the highest level in the Security Council to strongly reprimand Russia for all of the arms supply to Ukraine that they've been conducting. Apparently, they've given a bunch of howitzers to Ukraine last night as well. I mean, it's so irresponsible. It's very, very dangerous. What if somebody shot from them? Oh wait, they already did actually. In other news, today news has come that Ukraine is already putting to good use some of the captured weaponry that they picked up in the last couple of days against Russia. They're already shelling Russia with guns that only a couple of days ago were still in Russian hands. Just by the way, Michael, what do you think of our suggestion? I think Russia is behaving highly irresponsibly, supplying all these weapons to Ukraine, don't you?
No, I agree, and I think that Russia is probably going to end up having to correct the UN. If you look at their site, they actually are referring to it as a war and not as a special military operation. So I think they need to condemn the organization itself. So I think that they're going to probably just condemn everybody but themselves, and that's just going to be quite the spectacle that Russia is the absolute arbiter of what is right and wrong in the world and what is a war and what is not a war. I think that's a classic case of the world turned upside down.
Thank you, Michael. Let's go to sort of Yannick. Go ahead.
Hello. My question is, so after Ukrainians get to the February 24th line, and if and when they go beyond that, do you think that will finally give Putin a more legitimate in the eyes of his population reason to mobilize?
There is no such thing as the 24th of February line anymore. In practice, there is no such thing as the February 24th line anymore. Maybe, but probably not. Really, look, Russia can make up whatever shit they want to anyway. That's a technical term. As far as their domestic propaganda is concerned, it doesn't matter. Even if they decide to do a full mobilization, they have no way to move around the number of troops that they would suddenly have, or equip the number of troops they would suddenly have. They barely have the capacity to mobilize an additional 137,000 or whatever Putin requested in that order a couple of weeks ago. Even if they are to mobilize, they do not have a way to put those troops to any good use, because they don't have a way to supply them, to equip them, to move them into effective position, to train them, right? Unless they go full Second World War style, where 1 in 3 is issued a gun and the other 2 are told to pick up the rifle that the guy who dies drops. There is no useful thing that they could do with all of those extra troops.
Yeah, I wasn't really afraid of that. It would just be all what I've been hearing. It's just they have would just resort to mass waves because they don't have the equipment for it.
Well, exactly, and I mean that's just silly, right? They're already seeing what happens when they put untrained troops in the way of trained, reasonably well armed Ukrainian battalions around Kharkiv, right? The reason why Ukrainians have made many tens of kilometers of progress in the matter of a couple of days is, to a large part, because the Russians left, relatively few forces there, but they weren't fully trained. They were equipped pretty well, but they were highly undertrained. And they didn't really know how to use the heavy equipment that they had. Okay. Endless reports out of Russian telegrams where, those Rosgvardia troops or forced conscripts from the long occupied territory in Luhansk and Donetsk, they had guns. They just didn't know how to operate them. Guns, by guns I mean howitzers, right? And the Ukrainians just went through them like a knife through butter. That's what the Russian telegram said anyway. So must be something to it. Let's jump to Eridanis, and then we have Pauli. Eridanis, go ahead.
Morning. I just woke up, and I was wondering if we had any word on what happened in Belgrade last night and what knocked out all their power.
I'm not sure. It was right after a failed Iskandar short to medium range ballistic missile launch, so it might be related to that. But basically, a substation went out. That also apparently caused the water pumps that run the water mains to go out as well. I just account all of that as the difficult birth of a new nation. The Belgorod People's Republic, Bilhorodska Narodna Respublika. You're well familiar with the meme, I'm sure. And it's very difficult to keep utilities running properly, right, when you're still struggling to establish your government properly.
Understandable. I really want it to be that they caused it themselves with their defective rockets, but either way, it's good because, like you said, the People's Republic needs to be born from it. Thank you.
Thank you. I sure hope it's true. If anybody actually knows what happened to the power lines, do jump up and let us know. Pauli, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and greetings from Finland, from the neighbor of Russia. Yeah, so I was just pondering what would be the narrative for the current terrorist regime in Russia to have the mass mobilization. I don't think there is any credible narrative for the regime. So I think it would be a huge risk for the current regime to execute a mass mobilization. And then if we take into account their mobilization system, that's, how would I say, ancient, at the ancient level, and the need for actually figuring out who goes where, and the build-up for the companies, brigades, battalions, and how would I say, re-education for the modern warfare. I think it would require 6 to 12 months to have any effect for the actual battlefield. Yeah, so that's like my take on the matter.
Thank you, Pauli. Yeah, that's exactly right. Pauli, you're Finnish. I trust that you were probably conscripted like the vast majority of Finnish males at some point. How long did it take you before you were any use, possibly theoretically, after you were first conscripted? How many months of training before they kind of let you actually do anything?
Yeah, so I went to Ranger School for 1 year. I'm an officer and a lieutenant in the border guard, but I would say 3 months just to learn how to walk, and then 6 months to be able to do something, and then 12 months to be able to teach basic stuff to others. And you have to take into account that at that time I've already practiced how to shoot rifle for 15 years or 13 years. And after that, we try to we go to reserve and then try to train as much as we can every year. But the system is not the same in Russia. It's totally different, and they don't have they don't have the tools and the databases like we do. So it's totally different. Their system is, I think, it still relies on the Soviet time and maybe the 40s or 50s. So it's ancient system, I would say, really old.
Exactly, and but I loved when you said it took me 3 months to learn how to walk. That's exactly the thing. It takes a long time from people actually being conscripted to being able to do anything useful. Before that, they are just cannon fodder, and especially with Ukrainian troops being ever more well trained, ever better equipped, and especially with Russian military relying very heavily on high levels of mechanization, on lots of tanks, lots of self-propelled guns, right? It needs even longer for them to be able to use those effectively, because it's one thing to drive and shoot a tank, it's another one to be able to operate a tank tactically together in concert with other tanks, with separate crews, obviously, right? With other with either infantry next to them, with mechanized or light infantry next to them, or whatever else. It is not a trivial thing. You can say, oh, Russia's just going to mobilize and then they're going to have millions extra soldiers tomorrow. No, they're not. They're going to have millions extra soldiers down the line, and how are they going to move them around? How are they going to equip them? It's all too much of too much of a trouble to really go through. Thank you, Pauli, for joining us. It's great to have more Finns on. I love having Finns on. We have a lot of Finns on, and I hope that you will stick around and listen to more of our discussions, and also maybe check out our podcast, because we have a number of we've had a number of Finnish guests throughout the months, and we have podcast episodes up with General Pekka Toveri, with Mina Olander, I think podcast with Jukka Kopra, parliamentarian, and Emil Kastehelmi, the OSINT chap, who's like you, a reservist, like most Finnish men, a reservist, and an OSINT specialist. I think those two are going up in the next couple of days. So lots of Finnish content on our podcast as well.
Thank you. This is a great channel, and how to say, you are producing great content, and it's also really important and nice to hear different opinions and views and takes on the matters from abroad and globally from different places. So it's really good content. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauli. Great to have you with us. Sammy, go ahead.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Good, thank you. I have two things. One thing might have to go with a direct message if you can look at it. But my main question is, has anyone heard any update on the European Union's push to ban Russian visas? Is that coming to fruition, do you know?
Yeah, I can work through that. It's not a trivial thing to answer. So a couple of weeks ago, maybe, what date is it? Yeah, let's say a couple of weeks ago, there was a meeting of European foreign ministers in Prague, and at that meeting, they have all together determined and decided that they will that they will cease the I forget what it's called. I'm sorry. It's been 2 weeks. There's a particular protocol that's been signed between the EU and Russia in 2007 about making access to Schengen visas easier for Russians, by making them about a third of the price of a regular Schengen visa, and there being less paperwork and less time for a decision to be made. So that's been gotten rid of. So the number of Russian visas that will be issued in practice is going to be significantly lower Schengen-wide. The other thing was done by the Baltic states and Poland, which basically, and this was announced today. Give me a second. This is announced today officially by I think the foreign minister of Latvia first, but all the Baltic states and Poland are behind it, whereby they're going to severely restrict access to these countries for any Russian citizens. I forgot exactly what the details behind that were because I was moderating at the time and kind of fell out of my head as well. On top of that, countries such as Finland, Estonia, Latvia, that share a border with Russia, have also said that they will not accept visas issued by third countries anymore, right? Because of the way the Schengen system works. For example, you can get visa issued by Spain if it's a multiple entry visa. The first time you enter, you should enter through Spain. But in all later entries, you can enter into any other European Union country, or sorry, not any other European Union country. I'm sorry, any other Schengen country. Not all European Union countries are in Schengen. Some countries that are in Schengen aren't in the European Union, such as Norway. But they would basically say, look, unless you have a visa issued by us, we won't let you in anymore. So that's quite a significant. That's going to lead to quite a significant drop in the number of people that will be able to traverse it. So no, there will not be an outright ban. However, between the much lower numbers of visas issued and then much lower numbers still of visas being able to be fulfilled. Because of course there are no more direct flights from anywhere in Russia to anywhere in the Schengen area.
Mm-hmm. In most of the world, go ahead.
Most of the world, sure, but obviously, the Schengen visas only really apply to entry into Schengen. It doesn't matter where else they can fly, right? They can't use the Schengen visa flying to a country outside of Schengen. That's the only reason why I was specifying this, not anything else. So basically, it will make it a whole lot more difficult for Russians to actually enter anywhere in Schengen. Now, some still will, but let's say the number of Russians entering Schengen will drop by, let's say, 90%. As a starting position. Now, it's not going nearly far enough. You and I certainly agree on that. But it's still better than nothing, and it's certainly an improvement nevertheless. Did you have a second question, Sammy?
Yes, and when I ask these questions, it's only because I see all this news, so I come here to get input from others to see if how you can analyze it. So I do have another question. I seen today that there was a captured Breton, I guess they call them when they're battling. He was captured by Russia and he was killed by Russia. And his body was released recently, September 6th, I believe. And they said his body was severely tortured and mutilated. And Russia came out and they said he died from illness and stress. So did anyone hear about this captured Breton who was tortured and mutilated by Russian forces? And then they come out and said that they lied about the condition of his death?
Yes. I recall when, so he was his name is Paul Yuri, I think, something like that.
Paul Yuri. I posted it in the chat room story.
Right. So he was a humanitarian worker, operated in around the area of Zaporizhia and Donetsk Oblast, if I remember correctly. He was captured soon after the Russian invasion began of the area, and he was basically sent to a torture prison. To the best of our understanding, he was quite. He had some chronic illnesses at the time. They denied him access to medicine. It is clear from how the body that was eventually released appears, and that is clear to any pathologist, to any mortician, that he was definitely abused, tortured quite extensively. If I remember correctly, the BBC published an article detailing it quite detailedly, and it is absolutely horrifying, as you know. Now, at this point, I just want to highlight that in exactly 3 hours' time, we will be joined by Vasil Virozub. Vasil is a Ukrainian Orthodox priest. I believe he's a military chaplain, and he was on Snake Island when Russians took it over. He then spent more than 2 months in captivity, during which he was also extensively tortured. And we will hear his testimony here on this space in 3 hours' time at noon Eastern, 7 p.m. Kiev time. And if you want a first-hand account of exactly what Russians do to prisoners of war, and if they do it to priests, no doubt they do it to captured foreign civilians as well. And you will hear a no holds barred thorough testimony from Vasil later today in 3 hours time as well. So if you want to hear more of that sort of things that don't have to be done from secondary sources, but straight from the man portrait himself in 3 hours
Okay,
time.
thank you for that. And I will try to join in at 12 noon. I do have some things I have to do today, but I will try. I'm going to yield back. I do have 2 more questions, but I don't want to hog up the airtime. So I'm going to yield back. I will put my hand back up, but I see this Tim individual has her hand up. So I'm going to yield back for now. Thank you so much for addressing my 2 questions so far.
Thank you, Sammy. They're very reasonable, very sensible questions, and I'm glad to provide more information where I have it. Tim?
Yeah, this Tim individual would just like to say that the Paul Urey to report him as having been chronically ill, I'm not sure is accurate, because that seems to come exclusively from Russian sources.
My understanding was that his family said at the time that he was type 1 diabetic, possibly. This is from many months back, and I'm really digging from the back of my brain, but I was under the understanding that was part of the. I might be wrong. I'm sorry about that, Tim.
Right. Okay. I'm possibly wrong, because I've not heard of this chap since his death was announced a couple of days ago. But the messaging from Russia is coming very, very strongly that he died of illness and stress, that only ever comes from Russia. I've not heard any sensible news outlet say recently that he was chronically ill. So that makes me think that that's possibly a Russian message rather than an accurate one. But I'm quite possibly wrong. If you saw it reported earlier on from his family, then I'm happy to stand corrected. But that does seem to be the Russian messaging.
I don't mean to intervene. I did post a report in the main chat. It's from the BBC. I know they're not always that credible, but I did post a report, and the other news outlets are reporting the same thing along the lines of what the BBC is saying.
Thank you, Sammy. So if you, Tim, if you revert back to when he died in June, his sister is either his mother or his sister is quoted saying, "Murderers, that's what you are, murderers. I hate you all. I told you he was a sick man. I told you he was diabetic." So it's coming from a family member that he was indeed diabetic. So,
right.
But my understanding was that his family was specifically saying that part of what Russians were doing to him was denying him access to medication, on top of direct physical torture as well.
Okay, thank you, Dom and Sammy. Happy to stand corrected on that.
Sammy, do you have question number 3?
Well, thank you. That was quick. I don't know. I have a very strong understanding of NATO. And what I'm going to say here kind of does and does not go along the lines of Russia. And let me ask it so you'll understand why I'm asking it. So I'm hoping you have a strong understanding of NATO. But in a nutshell, recently Turkey came out, and and if I'm not mistaken, Turkey is a NATO member, I believe.
Correct.
And they are signifying that they are going to invade Greece. Now, Greece, they're not. Okay. My question was, because I know John Stoltenberg, he's of Greece. He's written a letter to try to condemn the invasion because of all the other invasions going on right now because of Russia. We don't need any more. But my question is, and this is where I don't have a strong understanding. So let's say Turkey goes and invades Greece, and they don't have a good reason. Greece never attacked them. There's no reason for them to do it. They're just doing it for no reason. Does that not give right? Does that, what's that called? Basically, does that mean Turkey can wind up being fired from NATO? They can lose their membership from NATO if they conduct a senseless invasion for no reason at all.
Not yet. Okay, this is really complicated. So let's first say that Turkey is not going to be invading Greece. Turkey keeps saying that some islands which are close to the Turkish coast that are Greek are actually Turkish, and they've been complaining about that for literally decades, even though both countries were in NATO throughout that period, except for about a year when Greece quit and then was readmitted during a period when it was ruled by military junta in the 70s. This is not news. This just comes around every so often, usually before, especially Turkey has elections. Because it gets government into a good patriotic some good patriotic coverage. Yeah, it's not, nothing's gonna happen. It's fine. Okay, that's that. Now, hypothetically, were they actually to do something, and they're not gonna do anything, but hypothetically, they're actually to do something. Not really. Can it get fired from NATO? Technically not, it's very complex how NATO operates. But basically, you can't kick countries out. Is the short form. However, rules can be changed in an exceptional circumstance like this. Rules could be changed by all the other member states, and if nothing else, all the other member states could leave, and then Turkey would be left alone in the organization previously known as NATO and now known as Turkey. And all the other countries together could reform organization that would be like a NATO team. That if need must, but it's not going to happen, and it's fine. And there's not going to be an invasion of Greece. I can assure you that. This is about the 30th time tensions came to a fore to this degree in the last 30 years. Maybe more than the 30th time. It's fine. It's nothing special.
Because what was going through my head was the waste of human DNA in Moscow, Putin, when he cited that he was afraid that Ukraine was going to join NATO, and he didn't say the quiet part out loud, I'll say it for him. He was going to say he was afraid that Ukraine was going to attack Russia and then use a false flag operation to get all of NATO involved, but he didn't say the quiet part out loud. That was what he was meaning.
Yeah,
one of the so I was wondering how that works. If you commit, because I know like the basics of NATO were basically it's a job you apply for and then you pay your union fees. That's the basics. That's just the basics. Okay, and then one more question. And I think I came in here $1 short and a minute late because I think you were already addressing it. So I apologize if you repeat yourself. But yes, with waste of DNA cutting off all fuel to Europe because of the sanctions. And he said that the only way he'll resume them is if the sanctions are lifted, which is never going to happen. Screw Russia. Some Chinese companies are selling fuel that what little they have, because they usually buy fuel. They don't usually sell it or produce it. But they're selling what little have to Europe to help out. Also helps them economically as well. Some of China's fuel companies are, which is nice of them, considering the way China is right now towards Taiwan. But my question is, if they cut off the Nord Stream, is there, because I know that in Poland, there's been hundreds of thousands of people camping out, literally like it's Black Friday for Christmas, to get coal for the upcoming winter season. How long or how much fuel do you know of that they already have in reserve to at least last through this winter season? Because I'm seriously hoping by next year, Russia is completely finalized.
Okay. Let's put it this way. Europe is going to have a bad winter, but it's not going to be absurdly bad to the degree that some doomsayers are saying. The principal issue is that Europe, a large chunk of Europe, including Germany, has been very highly dependent on Russian natural gas specifically for a very long time. And they have become ever more dependent on Russian natural gas. Now, natural gas is very difficult to transport unless you do it by pipeline, because, well, it's a gas, right? Unlike crude oil or gasoline or diesel, you can't just fill it into barrels or fill it into a giant ship, because first you need to compress it to fill it into a giant ship. Otherwise, the ship is going mostly empty, right? So, for example, anything that's a gas, when you make it a liquid, it's about 1,000 times more dense, give or take. So if you have a ship full of gas versus a ship full of liquid, the ship full of liquid has 1,000 times more stuff in it, right? Because of the aggregate state of it. So
selling to Europe is liquefied fuel recently.
Exactly. So this is what I want to highlight is there's vast amounts of LNG, so liquefied natural gas, making its way across the Atlantic from US and Canada to Europe, because there is such a big need for natural gas. The problem with LNG is liquefied natural gas. So this is gas that's compressed to 1,000 times its normal density. The problem with it is that it requires some equipment to be able to squeeze it together, but then it also requires particular specialized equipment to be able to take a giant ship full of this very squeezed together gas, and you need a different kind of ship as well, right? You need a special ship, but you need specific equipment to be able to take that large amount of very compressed gas and then regasify it make it into a gas again to be able to inject it into a pipeline system within a country, right? The problem that Europe has is literally not enough of these regasification terminals on the European side to be able to substitute a sufficient proportion of the gas that they've been getting from Russia thus far, and instead being able to get it by ship. However, already this year, every week for the last 6 months, the volume of liquefied natural gas has been something like double compared to the same week last year. Also, there are significantly greater quantities of natural gas coming in from Norway, which is quite a large natural gas producer out of the North Sea, to the rest of Europe, right? So significantly higher than in a typical year, those exports.
Then I
As
don't
the
have to
year
worry.
goes,
Go ahead, sorry.
you have to worry, but worry like a little bit, not super a lot, if that makes sense. Like it's like it's gonna be more like a case of a really bad ingrown toenail and not open heart surgery kind of case, if that makes sense.
So they'll pull through, basically.
Yes, it's gonna be painful, it's gonna be bad, but it's not gonna be, nearly on the brink kind of painful, if that makes
But they
sense.
do have alternative other sources like the rest of the world does. If necessary, get a space heater that shuts itself off. A lot of people in Poland have been stocking up on coal. My suggestion, which I don't no longer have to think about because I completely forgot about Norway, because Norway's right there, Canada isn't. But Canada also they're sitting on a gold mine of oil. And, I was thinking, well, wait a minute, can't Canada, because they have enough, they could help supply Europe and America with what they already have, which their gas is a lot cleaner than waste of DNA. Russia's and Saudi Arabia's is very dirty and not good for the environment at all. It never has been. But I was thinking, well, can't Canada help Europe out? Because our administration won't take Canada's gas. Why, I don't know. But
I can
Norway,
tell you this, Sammy.
Europe.
Right now, today, there are 81 ships full of LNG traversing the Atlantic from North America, that's USA plus Canada, right? From both origins to Europe. 81. That's out of a global fleet of LNG tankers of about 550, Tim tells me. So, in other words, more than 1 in every 7 ships in the world that can transport LNG are currently on the way from either Canada or US across the North Atlantic to Europe.
Okay.
It's already happening.
Okay,
All
go
of
ahead.
that is already happening. It is happening at a scale that very few people 6, 7, 8 months ago would have been willing to even consider as plausible.
I thank you for telling me that, because the reason I brought this up, my biggest concern was in a lot of European nations, there was thousands. One of them was 70,000 people out protesting. We're not responsible for this war. Don't cut off gas. Why should we have to suffer for what Russia's doing? And I'm thinking, please don't tell me their governments are going to cave to those people and start supplying Russia with money again when Russia should be cut off the island of misfits.
I can give you even better news.
Okay.
That country in which 70,000 people were protesting was the Czech Republic. It was in Prague, on Václavské náměstí, Venceslas Square. Okay? Now, that was not a spontaneous demonstration. Those were not, protesters that represented anything but the people who paid them to be there. The Czech government, is never going to cave in to those demands. The Czech government has been one of the most steadfast supporters of Ukraine, one of the few governments that actually sent main battle tanks, T-72s, to Ukraine, and many other things. That's part of it.
I've seen their prime minister came out and he said those people don't represent our views or values. But that I wasn't talking. I do appreciate you bringing that up. But no, there was another one, and I don't know if it was Sweden or Switzerland and then Germany. A lot of their residents were complaining, and I was hoping that, because the German prime minister, he's up, down, left, right, counterclockwise. He doesn't know his blank from his blank.
That is true.
And I was hoping they weren't going to cave to the pressure.
The 70,000 one specifically, that was in the Czech Republic last weekend.
Czech Republic, yeah.
That was a paid demonstration. The guy who organized it went bankrupt several times. That's the guy who got paid for it. It was co-organized by a bunch of people very close to the Kremlin regime, to that waste of DNA, as you termed them very well. It is nothing. It is getting blown massively out of proportion in third countries, whereas in the Czech Republic, most people are like, who are those idiots? How did they get them? Who paid them? How much did they pay them to show up like that? So it's not a domestic problem at all in the Czech Republic. It's only now being reported in a lot of the media elsewhere in the world, and made a lot of hay out of. So I wouldn't worry about the Czech Republic specifically. Yes, there are always going to be people who complain in that way, but no, Europe is not going to falter. And the best news is that in December and January, additional LNG terminals are going to be coming online, in Germany specifically, which will allow additional volumes of gas to be regasified from those LNG tankers in Europe and injected into the system. The situation is a lot better than people think it is. It is still pretty bad, but again, it's like a bad case of an ingrown toenail bad. It's not like open heart surgery kind of bad.
Well, you can cut out your ingrown toenail. I used to have them when I was a kid, and I would get them removed. That's not a big deal. Okay, so glad to hear that. And just for a laugh, I did post something in here. I'm not going to bring it up. You can read it. It's basically what Putin is saying about his losses. It's funny. I posted it about 28 minutes ago. I know there's 180 posts in the chat room. So if you go down maybe 5 or 6 or 10, you'll see it. Go ahead and read it if you want to bring it up in your next report or later on today. That'll be funny. And then I'm going to yield back. Thank you so much for answering.
Thank you very much, Sammy. Glad to have you with us, and hope we answer all your questions as best we could. We did indeed answer all your questions as best we could, but I hope it's good enough. Thank you very much for being with us. Daniel, go ahead.
Hello, how are you?
I am all right. What's up, Daniel?
First, I want to say to the British people, I'm very sorry. And
London Bridge?
You know what is, when you cut BBC program for 6 hours, is just only one thing in Britain.
Yes. So for anybody who's wondering what Daniel and I are talking about, the Queen Elizabeth II is under round-the-clock medical supervision. The report is that she remains comfortable, says the Buckingham Palace. All of her family is traveling up to Scotland, or is already in Scotland, to see her, because she's currently at Balmoral, which is near Edinburgh, and there is worry that there's a high probability that she's going to pass away in the coming days. So that's what Daniel is referring to.
And after that, we have only good news. In fact, is very, very, very good news. So Russian channels say Ukrainian forces are 2 kilometers from Kupiansk. But what I read it, the people put to defend Kupiansk are the militia recruited from Donetsk People's Republic. So we can say, if Ukraine doesn't want to take today Kupiansk, they will not take it. Only this idea. And I saw again explosion in Mariupol, which is very good news, extremely good news to see explosions in Mariupol. And again, Saki Air Base is on fire.
Sack of Saki, the remake.
I've seen that too. I don't mean to interject. I've seen that too.
No, yeah. No, it's great, isn't it? Yesterday, in a column, Valery Zaluzhny, the chief of staff of the Ukrainian Armed Forces, basically said, "Yeah, we hit them with missiles," and Seems like somebody's been smoking at the Saki airbase again today, which is excellent news. As to 2 kilometers from Kupiansk, Daniel, I'm not sure how much to trust that, and I don't know what it actually means, as in where relative to.
I will not trust some stupid boy who stay in Moscow and tell what he hear from their friends who have friends on the front in Izium. But 2 kilometers maybe are 10. But idea they move from Liman, people from Donetsk People Republic to defend it. So not Russian troops, but recruits from Donetsk. How I can say this? If Ukraine doesn't want to take, he will not take this city.
No, and I think it's very important to remember how important the Kupiansk is for the Russian logistics effort, right? That's a big deal as well. All the train lines, there's not that many train lines that lead from Russia into occupied territory. Two of
It's
them
coming
lead
from Belgorod, if I remember well, right?
Yeah, through Vovchansk, exactly, to Kupiansk. And it is incredibly important. It's one of the few ways for Russia to resupply by rail. It's also a way for Russia to resupply by road. Kupiansk is a hub through which something like, I'm going to make up a number and guess it's roughly correct, something like 300 kilometers, 400 kilometers maybe of the front line on the Russian side is supplied. That is a gigantic deal. It's not just about Izium. It's about a much, much longer section of the front. Everywhere from Balaklia, from Balaklia all the way to Severodonetsk, all the way to Siversk and Soledar. All of that large section of the front is primarily all supplied through Kupiansk. It's a gigantic section of the front. It's very important. And now Ukraine, let's forget how far Ukraine is outside of Kupiansk, because at the end of the day, right now, we don't know. Nobody really knows, except for people fighting there now. But what we do know for sure, and this is the important bit, is that Kupiansk is now within easy range of Ukrainian tubed artillery, right? That's what's important. That Ukrainians now have a bunch of tubed artillery in range of Kupiansk. They can shell Kupiansk, they can shell the railway, they can shell the roads. Kupiansk is no longer out of reach of the cheap indirect fires.
There are Panzer Haubitze 2000, and I saw a capture from yesterday. They have the equipment for Excalibur.
Already in use. Daniel? Already in use. Captured yesterday and already in use.
Yes.
No, it's a big deal. It's a huge deal. What they've managed to achieve there, and this could lead to a rout of many thousands of Russian troops. Losing a whole lot of equipment on top of that. Quite a bit of fairly modern equipment. It might actually give Ukraine a number of, a few additional companies worth of tanks and artillery that they're capturing from the Russians as well. It's making a gigantic difference. So, it is very important. You're looking. I mean, they're collapsing. Really, is what this is, and it's fantastic, but they're fundamentally collapsing. There has been apparently a successful push, another one to the north of Sloviansk across the Seversky Donets River as well. So there's a bunch of different places. So Stary Karavan, Ozerske, Sviatohirsk, where Ukraine is managing to cross the Seversky Donets River, and that's that's very significant there as well. I would venture to say. Yeah, there you go. That's the best. That's the best I can. That's the best I can tell you, I guess. Yeah, it's very impressive. There's suggestions of there being a pincer movement of sorts, closing from both sides against Izium, from both the south and from the north. Once Kupiansk is cut off as well, that's very significant as well.
You know what is the irony? What was the strategy of Russian army when Putin, Shoigu said they enter in phase 2 of special military operation? To surround the core of army of Donbass of Ukraine, right?
Exactly.
And Ukrainian at this moment, they give a lesson. How do you do it? Reverberate with me and history. After Germans used blitzkrieg tactics against Soviet army, the Soviet army explained to them how to do it well at large scale. And I think is a huge irony here.
Yeah, it is. It really is. You're looking at a case of, I mean, this area around Kupiansk and Izium has been a very key battleground back in 42, 43.
Battle for Kharkov.
Battle for Kharkov, exactly, right? And it is now again. It is exactly the same area, again, in the very much in the world's limelight. But I was even asking people from countries where mainline media is very responsible about these things, and even there it wasn't actually reported because it kind of also took everyone by surprise. The Kherson counteroffensive, people predicted that by and large, right? Everybody kind of knew that was going to happen. This one was a lot more under wraps. Nobody really expected it, and Russians had moved all of that equipment out of the way, and instead they've managed to empty and make it much easier indeed for Ukraine to push back out of Kharkiv towards Balaklia and onwards.
Domen, how can you defend with Donetsk People Republic recruits? How can you imagine you can defend? It's moronic. That people have no chance against armored brigade. You not need to be a military to understand a person with steel helmet, then Mosin guns and some AG-7 probably can RPG-7 to stop an armored brigade. So better is take something white and say, that's it, we surrender, because all that people will die or become prisoners. I don't see how they cannot see that.
No, I know. They thought nothing was going to happen. They thought, okay, we'll leave a nominal garrison of a few thousand policemen and Rosgvardia, Sober kind of guys, and some DNR, LNR folks. They're there. They're going to make some demonstration attacks south of Izium like they always do. They're going to get killed. They're going to get pushed back, and then nothing's going to happen, and we'll have to take care of this stuff in Kherson. And instead, what did happen? Instead, now they're getting whacked at Kharkiv. Tim, you used to be a star. What would you say? You were a Ukrainian star, and you were looking at what Russians were doing across the line of control. what would you be reporting back on over the past few weeks before this Balaklia counteroffensive started?
Well, what you need to be doing, you need to be building a detailed. You need to be helping your superiors build a detailed intelligence picture of what the Russians have. Right. So a large part of of observation and surveillance is assessing enemy troop strengths, assessing their capabilities, identifying which units they are. So there are soldiers and soldiers, right? So even within the Russian army itself, there is quite a lot of diversity and competence, right? So you have the VDV, you have the naval infantry, who are generally of higher quality than the normal Russian army. Then you have the kind of the conscripted militias of the supposed People's Republics, who are basically dudes they've pulled in off the street and given a spud gun to. So identifying who the troops are, what the units are, how hard they're likely to fight is a fairly key part of building that intelligence picture as well. Identifying what systems they have to operate, things like do their platoons have the full complement of machine guns? You can take a view on morale as well to an extent. I mean, you're in danger of descending into speculation, but you can take a view on morale. So you can look at how soldierly their conduct is. You can look at whether they're performing their basic duties, which we know that the Russians often don't. So you can kind of take a view on morale. You can build, if you sit there in a bush watching an enemy formation for long enough, you can build a pretty detailed picture of what they're up to, and that can be extremely useful intelligence for your chain of command if they're planning an engagement.
Exactly. I think this makes a big difference, and it's well, Ukrainians have shown just how much of a big difference it does make. Let's go to Big Papa first. I think he was requesting first. Big Papa, go ahead.
Big Papa, you there?
Hey, good morning. Sorry, Mike, I couldn't get my button to work.
Morning.
Hey, this has been a lot of great news last few days. I haven't been where I could ask a question, but I've been listening almost every day. I had a couple of questions or points, if it's all right. I wouldn't. Kind of wish I could have got on when Yehuda was here, because I was wondering about if possibly, and you just brought it up, the Kherson. We all saw that one coming, and it was pretty much telegraphed, and I kind of wonder if they planned both of them at the same time, but maybe the Kharkiv was to be determined. And what I mean is, telegraph the Kherson and see which forces they move over there, and see where that leaves the rest of the battlefield. And maybe they saw a weakness there, forces being drawn down from that, and maybe that's when they decided to hit it. What do you think?
I think that's exactly right. At least in part, they would have been planning everything concurrently, and then, deciding depending on how things went.
And I think I just
like you don't put this together in 3 days. That's for sure.
Right? Yeah. That's what I was going to ask you, Huda. How much planning can you do when you don't have a specific location yet? I guess you can do quite a bit, I would think, and then just determine the area in the last 3 weeks, maybe. I don't know. And I had another point, but I escaped me.
No, that stuff we need to wait for Yehuda for, because he is literally a military planner, and he would know exactly the answer to that sort of thing. Thank you, Big Papa.
Yeah, and I also wanted to say, all you guys are rock stars. Appreciate everything you do. And Doman, you made a comment last week. I heard you, and you said, "Oh, it's not me. I'm not doing anything, but you are. You're a driving force. You're a rock star too. You may be the bass player, but you got to have a bass player. So carry on.
Thanks, Big Papa. Bionade.
Yeah. Luckily, Excel came in the right moment. We have news from Germany. Just a moment. I sent you the pictures. There will be a demonstration today in Leipzig. The far left and the far right decided to protest together against rising energy prices, cost of living, and others. I will just read shortly the participants. The AfD, Alternative for Germany, far right, pro-Russian. Free Saxon Party, quasi neo-Nazi, anti-vax, and pro-Russian. The left, the spectrum of the far left, the progressive, and pro-Russian. Freedom for Germany, a far-right group deemed as a national security threat, currently under surveillance by the Saxon State Office for the Protection of the Constitution. Movement Leipzig, far-right oriented, anti-vax, anti-democracy, conspiracy terrorists. Social Fights Initiative, far left, progressive, pro-Soviet, pro-Russian. Yeah, so for everyone who's wondering, I forgot. Other events except this demonstration will be a vigil for Julian Assange, anti-fascist counter-protest. This is fine as long as they aren't doing some weird pro-Putin stuff with it. Okay, and yeah. So if we see which parties participate on these demonstrations, we have seen the pictures of, some hundreds, sometimes of 1,000 people meeting. These are not parties from the center. These are really far left and really far right, and I think Excel can ramble about this a little bit more if he likes.
You did it already.
It is like I don't know which year, but the far left influence and the far right influence and
Yeah, but the funny thing is that they, compared to what they would like to instill in terms of panic and concern, these are exceptionally small groups, very small groups. And the fact that they are now gathering together makes it even clearer to the center of the German population who these people are. That's not bad. They are not winning the hearts and minds, and they're not winning the debate. And when the very far left and the very far right, and all sponsored by this Russian regime, band together, everyone who's ever learned a little bit about history in Germany thinks back and says, nah, you know what? We don't need the dirty days of the Weimar Republic, meaning towards its end, back. We know exactly what kind of sauce that is, red and brown.
Oh, I think I have to correct myself. I see it is an edited post from 3 days ago. It can be that this demonstration was Monday already.
Well, I don't know when they protested. There was a protest announced for earlier today as well in Magdeburg, I think. So
Yeah. That's the city where I'm from.
well, and there you go.
Yeah.
Check with your local officials. Talk to the people who are still there. Highlight how smart it is to say stupid things about genocide.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm not sure if today is another protest there, but I will look it up.
Thank you, Bernard. No, it's at least somewhat amusing though that when you have two sets of people who really normally very much hate each other, showing their true colors and their true priorities. Yanis, after that.
Yes. Hello. Just some jokes. I found it very funny about Commander-in-Chief of Armed Force of Ukraine, Valery Zaluzhny. I put this very funny meme in the nest. So basically, there is a joke that all the offense in Kharkiv region was due to Zaluzhny's wife, because he asked his husband to go to grocery store and buy some raisins, and it turns out that in Ukrainian grocery store is Balaklia, and raisins is izum. Yeah, so he thought she is asking to go to Balaklia and take izum. So basically, what we are now seeing in battlefield. So just a couple moments to relax from very serious topics. So obviously,
amazing.
Yeah, interesting play of words. So, but yeah, interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Yanis. Yeah, Antti. Antti.
Yeah. Hello. And before I go on, did you want me to bring up that topic, or should I say something else?
No, go ahead, Antti.
Right. Hold on, let me get back to it. So yes, there was a tweet from Ian Kelly, who is a former State Department spokesperson, apparently a reputable source, and he's quoting a source from Russia, essentially saying that there is also a document attached that apparently the municipal representatives of apparently a district of St. Petersburg have drawn up a demand to the Duma that Putin should be charged with treason in order to remove him from office for damaging the Russian state by unleashing the war against Ukraine. Now, there is no way on this earth that at least I can verify this document or where it's coming from. But I think the one thing I can say about this is that it's very interesting. Very interesting.
So, just like you said, you have no way of verifying whether it's true or not, nor do I. I do wonder if anybody, because I would just assume that the deputies of that St. Petersburg city quarter are not, window installation quality assurance enthusiasts.
Yeah.
If you catch my drift.
Yes.
There, and I mean a drift, not necessarily through the window kind of drift, because how stupid could they be to actually try to pass something like that? Beyond that, I quite like the argumentation. Among other, they note that lots of people from Western Russia are now dying. Lots of young men are now dying because of Putin's grand designs. And more importantly, or almost as important, either way, how NATO expansion towards Russia's borders is a strategic threat to Russia, but that the Russian invasion of Ukraine has actually led to an expansion of NATO to Sweden and Finland, more than doubling the length of the Russia-NATO border in the process, more than tripling actually. And I think that was a very good thing for them to add in there, if they did indeed add it in there, or for whomever drew that up to add it in there. So I quite like the logic. I quite like the pitch that they've made, if they've made it, or whomever has made it.
Yeah, though you know, if there's any authenticity to this, there might be an epidemic of window dressing in St. Petersburg of a different sort.
Yeah, absolutely. If anybody, either Tim or Axel, you're both rather close to where this purportedly got passed. Do you have any thoughts on the potential authenticity of it? I don't really. Okay, guess not.
What got passed? Sorry.
Oh, you didn't see it. Apparently, some city quarter council in St. Petersburg passed a document that asks
behind the Iron Curtain. Why would we know anything about it?
You hear things that President Putin should be indicted for high treason for his decision to go invade Ukraine. Now, my presumption is that it's an inauthentic
very
document.
Courageous decision by that council.
Awfully courageous, ill-advised even. As I noted to Antti, I doubt it's true, because I doubt that all the members of that council are window installation quality assurance enthusiasts.
If you can, you should. If you can, in parallel, you should dial into the World Service.
Understood.
Domen, can I say something about this?
Jump at it.
Usual politicians usually they are cowards and not the brightest men on the world. When you are low-level politician, you make anything for attention. Anything. Even make Uncle Boba unhappy. But I cannot say that document is fake or not. But I think this trend is not here to confirm my theory. I think it's a possibility we'll see this.
Let's see. I think it's wishful thinking to assume it's true, but there's always a sliver. There's always a sliver of hope. There's always a sliver of hope. Michael.
Devin, the more I'm looking at these protests, the more I'm convinced, and Axel, you probably can back me up on this, my friend, that history may not repeat itself, but there's some really, really interesting echoes that look like almost look like mirror copies. Just looking at some of these protests, it just reminds me of just going back and looking at some writings from World War II, and I think it's telling these groups, they have this is the same playbook that Moscow has. No matter if the regime is imperialist or communist or fascist as it is now, they want to try to separate and divide any way they can. There was a lot of socialist organizations in Britain during World War II, in the early parts of it, that were very, very anti-war, and were protesting the involvement, and even some publications during that time would refer to the British forces that were fighting the Anglo-French forces. They were very, very anti, and then all of a sudden, all those same groups, right around the 22nd of June 1941, all of their graffiti, all of their protests went from "Stop the War" to "Second Front Now." And anybody wonder why those groups, in a period of 48 hours, went from "Stop the War" to "Second Front Now"?
Were
Moscow.
they controlled by Moscow by any chance?
They were not just controlled by Moscow, I would say. They were owned. These people, I mean, Stalin had his hand all the way up their backsides doing the puppetry.
Yes, one of the key puppets was Mr. David Corbyn, who was the one of the patrons and editors of the Communist Daily Worker newspaper. I'm sure his son needs no introduction. But yeah, I mean, he was shilling for Hitler as the bombs fell on London. It was really quite extraordinary.
Yeah, and thanks for that, Tim. And I think the point is, I think we just need to make sure that we remember where this is coming from and we react to it accordingly. We don't forget the lessons of history. You know, we said never again. This is part of that never again. That's all I want to say. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Michael. In other words, we all collectively should have known better than to think that. Now, we here did know better than to think that, but some people refused to. Okay, we've got Jerome, Big Papa, Shaggy, and Auntie. Jerome.
Good morning. And I wish I would have seen the other morning. I saw it was on Morning Joe. A fellow wrote a book about the similarities between the late 60s hippies and the radical right today. So, but I forget the title, so not much of a hint. But anyway, I'm wondering in Kyiv, was there much of a diplomatic, well, I'm sure, well, let me say, was there a diplomatic presence? Was there like Embassy Row or anything like that before the war? Was there much? And have many embassies or consulates or reopened?
Yeah, absolutely. So what happened was as soon as the invasion began, actually even before the February 24th, a lot of embassies reduced staffing to a minimum level, effectively. Not all of them. Once the war began, most embassies evacuated in their entirety. The only embassies, I believe, that stayed behind in full was the Polish embassy and the Holy See. Right, the Vatican. The Vatican stayed behind, to my understanding. I'm not sure about the Vatican. I'm 100% sure about the Polish embassy. Right after the three Central European prime ministers visited Kyiv as the first foreign dignitaries to visit Kyiv following the invasion, about a month after, around the 25th or so of March, maybe a little bit before 20th of March, thereabout. A lot of embassies started returning. So and within a month or so, literally a couple of dozen of embassies were back, and by now, most embassies of countries that care are back and fully staffed. Not necessarily fully staffed, but at least reasonably well staffed.
Yeah, that's good to hear. And I just would think in the diplomatic circles across the world, there has to be a reset, a champagne set, seeing what's going on. And I was an international relations major in college, so I remember all the nothing done with it since. But this has brought back all those memories, and I'm sure much has changed since the late 80s in the diplomatic corps and all the circles and the halls of the different acronym laden groups. I would have to think they're panicking and reshuffling how they're going to handle this next page of history. So, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jerome. Yeah, so the Polish embassy, I mean, Poland and Ukraine have a very strong relationship now, as strong literally as ever. Now, Poland was, of course, the first country to recognize the independence of Ukraine. They were so keen on it, they recognized independence of Ukraine twice. They first recognized independence of Ukraine about 3 months before Ukraine declared independence. And then the second time they recognized independence of Ukraine was the day that Ukraine declared independence, together with Canada. They recognized it, I think, almost exactly at the same time. So they kind of share first for the second recognition. And they've made it very clear that Poland has no pretensions to any Ukrainian territory. That as far as they're concerned, there's no territorial disputes with Ukraine, which was a major deal at the time, because of course a lot of what is now northwestern Ukraine used to be Polish territory during the interbellum. So there was some worry in the late 80s, early 90s. Oh, what happened? The Soviet Union collapsed. Is there going to be is Poland going to want some territories that are now in Ukraine back? And no, and that has been said and set out outright from the start that they will not even entertain even the most trivial of territorial dispute. There will be no territorial disputes, period. And that has since been affirmed by every single Polish government since. And right now, obviously, Ukraine and Poland are just as close as any two countries possibly could be. Poland is absolutely instrumental in being able to supply Ukraine, with the other countries being able to supply Ukraine with aid, with equipment, with military aid. So that's very significant there as well, I think. And when Poland had a holiday a few weeks ago, celebrating the resistance against the Nazi occupation of Warsaw, there were messages from all the Ukrainian dignitaries going one way, and then a couple of days later, when it was Ukrainian Independence Day, there were endless messages from Polish dignitaries going to Ukraine, and etc. I mean, they are really genuine, as close as possible. And this is why I'm highlighting Poland was the one country that didn't close its embassy. Poland is the one country, one full-sized country with a full army, whose ambassador stayed in Kiev throughout. Even though Kiev was at the start, at least reputed to be at risk of being invaded by Russians. So that, I think that's very significant, and that says a lot about the dedication of the Polish state and the Polish nation to Ukraine in its greatest time of need as well. I just want to genuinely commend that yet again. Jerome?
Yeah, I will say that. Thank you for bringing that up. That does remind me that these people, do not carry weapons. So it was another memory from college that these folks are often very, very tenuous places with, of course, military can be called in support, but these people are often doing very difficult work with no defense, and they stick it out. Thank you for that. Thank you.
So I have a little bit of a funny story here. Sorry, just interject this. When Slovenia reopened its embassy in Kiev, there was a little bit of a problem because the Slovenian flag looks an awful lot like a Russian flag, except it has a coat of arms on it. And for the first day after reopening the embassy, they didn't put the flag out because they were worried it looks too much like a Russian flag. And then after that, there was a very kind offer by the Ukrainian authorities that they're going to station a couple of Ukrainian policemen outside of the Slovenian embassy at all times to explain to any confused passersby what that flag actually is, because if the wind isn't blowing just right and it's a flag hanging outside, the coat of arms that might not be perfectly visible, and just to avoid any confusion that it's all okay and that it's definitely not the Russian flag, just since we're talking about embassies real quick. But there were zero incidents of any sort associated with it. It was just a funny occurrence that made no media whatsoever. Let's go to Big Papa and then to Shaggy. Big Papa.
Yeah, that's a good story about that flag. I enjoyed that. And I want to say also, as soon as early on in your answer, when you said the only embassy that stayed, I pretty much finished your sentence. I knew it was Poland. They've been a really good friend. They're really tight. So, but I wanted to ask. I hope I'm not too far off topic. But Daniel got me thinking about something when he said, the easiest way would just be grab something white and wave it. I wonder if they're hesitant to do that because they know how they treat prisoners. And I'm wondering if I know it's against the Geneva Convention to parade POWs or whatever, but I was wondering if there's a way to somehow publicize that they are treating Russian prisoners well, and get that information out to them. I don't know, through they seem to like Telegram a lot or whatever. Is there a way to show Russian prisoners being treated well, being fed, being, having good accommodations
Nope.
without violating that
Nope.
part of it?
No, you can only no. The only thing you can do is you can show the accommodation before any of the prisoners are moved in. You can only have then independent organizations go in there, which brings you yet again in touch with the International Red Cross, whether you like it or not. Or you can have other international organizations go there. Think about Travesty International and the likes, if you want that. Or you can have a statement issued by the Ukrainian government, which will not be given credit to by the Russians. Either way, there's very few things you can do. You don't want the Catholic Church there because that has no relevance, and this Pope is definitely not helpful at this point in time. The Protestant churches have no unified organization other than that they help. You could technically work with Caritas. That's still a possibility. That's an associated organization, as you will know. And our Catholic friends are good. You could work with the Maltese, for example, if they were to wish to do so. But I can't judge. It's very, very difficult. Under the Geneva Convention, you have very little opportunity for showing off.
Do you think? Do you think enough is being done in that, or is that something that
I
we
trust
can help
the
with
Ukrainian
somehow?
government. I trust that the Ukrainian government is doing everything it can possibly do in line and in cohesion with the requirements under the Geneva Convention. Absolutely, 100%.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, Axel, can I jump in here real quick? So, Axel, I think you may be a little bit off base. I just went through the Geneva Convention's annex on the treatment of prisoners of war the other day. You cannot show prisoners of war for public spectacle. Showing humane treatment seems to be within the rules because you're not holding them up to ridicule or spectacle.
Any photography is considered to be a spectacle. That's the problem.
Do you think it would be worth bending the rules somewhat, just
No,
for that
you
reason?
do not bend any rules. You're not Russian. You don't bend any rules. You go strictly by the rules.
I want to interject here really quickly. I will say that that was already tried. I think this is Big Papa that's asking this. They tried that, and immediately Russian propagandists came out and said, "But what about when Ukrainian soldiers shot and killed or shot in the knees Russian prisoners of war while they were laying in a hospital bed?" So the long and the short of it is, even if they were to do that, hypothetically speaking, it would be futile. They wouldn't care. Russia wouldn't care. Nobody would care. I'm going to tell you that right now. It would be futile.
And just briefly to note, that was apparently a stage video created by Russian intelligence agencies. That's worthwhile noting here as well. That wasn't an actual video of Ukrainian soldiers shooting anybody in the knees while lying in a hospital bed. There are a couple of those that were debunked by Bellingcat and similar people by working detailedly through the video. And Shaggy.
Yeah, on that subject, actually, the Ukrainians used to show videos of Russian soldiers phoning home, which would look normally okay, actually, giving them a chance to phone home. But then, yeah, everyone jumped on that and they stopped doing that. You made that point before. My question was going back to the LNG question. So we got a lot of LNG tankers coming over the Atlantic. What roughly, what kind of percentage of gas can they carry compared to, for instance, Nord Stream 1 running at 100% capacity?
Great point.
Okay, give me 30 seconds and I'll tell you how much is coming by LNG compared to how much can come by Nord Stream. Let's go in the meantime to Antti, and I'll be back.
Right. So just wanted to briefly note that there is a lot more reporting coming in about that municipal council thing from St. Petersburg, and it appears to be legit. There is quite a lot of reporting coming in on it now. So yeah, this is gonna be quite interesting. So there was apparently a council meeting of this district in St. Petersburg called Smolna for short. Out of 20 councillors, 10 attended and 7 voted in favor. So it was considered, this appeal was considered to be legitimate. So the next thing that's gonna happen apparently is that it's gonna be sent to the they're gonna apparently give it to the Duma on the 50th of September for to be handled. However that happens, unless if there are accidents before that happens, or they suddenly change their minds, or whatever. But yeah, there was even one councillor said that it's important to show that there are people who don't agree with the special operation, and that if they are not afraid to show their views, that maybe other local elected bodies might do the same. But this is, I believe, this is just a very, very, very tiny step, but it's gaining visibility, and it will be interesting to see what happens next. That's basically what I wanted to say.
Looks like there is something for Daniel there to run with. In the meantime, Shaggy, I've got some numbers for you. Do you want to hear them? Okay.
Yeah.
These are going to be weekly numbers. All the numbers are going to be per week, and the units are million cubic meters of natural gas per week. Okay. And I'm just going to talk about numbers from now on. But now you know what the unit is. It's million cubic meters of natural gas per week. Nord Stream is about 1,200 at most. That's the capacity is about 1,200. All of the different pipelines that go through Ukraine together have peaked at about 2,250 a few years ago in a specific week. So let's say that's about the realistic capacity. Yamal, which is the pipeline that goes through Poland, from Russia through Belarus through Poland, peaks at about 800. The capacity of that is about 800. And then Turk Stream seems to have a capacity of about 300, maybe a little bit more. It's hard to tell because it's such a new pipeline, and I think it actually has a significantly bigger capacity. It's just not been. It just doesn't have all the turbines installed to pump more through, I think. So let's say it's about 300. So Turk Stream is actually currently operating at its all-time highs, pretty much, at just over 300. So Yamal has been shut off around end of May. Yamal has been completely shut off. So it's been at zero since the end of May. So that's from 800 down to zero, from up to 800 down to zero. Notably, late last year, it was operating at very reduced capacities already throughout much of autumn last year and early winter this year as well, and early months of this year as well. So Ukraine transit is down from somewhere between 2,000-ish, where it would normally be, is down to about 250. And Nord Stream, instead of being at up to 1,200, is more or less close to zero now. So those are all of the routes from Russia. By comparison, let's talk about LNG. LNG has never been near as popular in Europe as this year. The maximum of any week in any prior year. Now LNG is a lot more fluctuational, right? Because if you just have a lot of ships all coming at the same time, there's going to be more in a given week. The peak any time ever before, in any year ever before this year, was 3,100 in a week. That happened a couple of years ago in December. This year, it has not dropped below 2,500 in any single week. Last year, it was only above 2,500, I think, in 5 weeks of the year. And for about half the year, it was at around 1,500. So LNG is much higher than it ever was. LNG this year peaked in April at 3,900 compared to a peak of 3,000 a couple years ago as the all-time peak before this year. So in other words, there's a whole lot more capacity to absorb LNG in Europe than people might think. Also, Norway is operating basically at all-time maximums this year, at rates comparable to all-time maximums, at around, say, 2,500, 3,000 as well. So both LNG and Norwegian sources are much higher than they were before. Notably, Algeria has reserves additional capacity to supply as well. And while there were some upgrades earlier in the summer, stuff is getting back online from Algeria as well. And the imports from Algeria are going to go up to about 800, 900, maybe even 1,000 a week as well. So it's not good, but it's much less awful than people think it is. And crucially, LNG capacity is actually going to increase. And in a couple of months, I would expect weekly imports to be well in excess of 4,000, a little bit over 4,000 a week, every week, as we go into the winter season. Especially once those additional LNG terminals in Germany and some other places come online at the end of December and in January. So towards the end, around the new year, you would expect those numbers to be, well over 4,000 more or less every week. So there is quite a lot of additional capacity to soak up. Now the assumption should be that all Russian imports are going to go basically to zero, except for Turk Stream. But yeah, I think that was understood by most. I hope that answers your question, Shaggy.
Yeah, yeah, it does. Actually, that really surprises me on the upside. Actually, that sounds like a lot of if Russia just chopped all pipelines coming into Europe, then LNG would cope with about 70% of that. I mean, I haven't even got my fact packet with me to write on that. That's in my head, and so that's about 70% covered. And then
What you have to understand is LNG was always previously a mix, right? The last few years, LNG was already a mix of, part of the puzzle for imports of gas. That's why you can't say, LNG covers this much. No, because the baseline isn't zero for LNG. The baseline is already 2,000 or something, right? And it's going from 2,000 to 3,000 or 4,000 instead of going from 0 to 4,000. That's the problem.
Good point. Very good point. I had a brain fart then. Thank you very
No
much.
worries.
Very, very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Shaggy. Thank you very much. Raver, go ahead.
Hey, Domin. So for Jermaine, he was had the embassy questions. Just point out that there's a really neat video from the first or second day of the war where the Belarusian ambassador is trying to leave and the Ukrainian border guards give him a sack with his 13 pieces of silver. I don't think that embassy has reopened yet. On the energy question, what is the total shortfall numbers-wise using your units of measure? And does that include what's being supplied to the UK, or is that a separate nut to crack?
Okay, that's a good question. Notably, the UK doesn't import that much because they have quite strong domestic production. I'm not sure if these numbers include the UK or just include continental Europe outside of Norway. I'm not sure. I'm sorry. I might be able to look that up, but maybe I'm not. I don't think it includes the UK, actually. No, that it doesn't look like this includes the UK. What else were you asking? What the shortfall is going to be? Okay, Raver, I'm going to get back to you. I need, as you noted, a fact packet, which is difficult because I don't smoke. I gave it up because I heard the finance's announcements, and because I don't live next to a Russian ammo dump, I'm not allowed. But I'll do some back of the envelope calculations and get back to you. How does that sound?
That sounds great. And if I would be permitted a second question, does anybody have any updates on what's going on in Orlikova and how close the Ukrainians are to cutting the rail lines at Kupiansk? That could completely change the war.
Okay, Raver, I'm going to tell you this much. As a first order of magnitude estimation, it's a drop of about 10-12%, unless a whole lot more LNG comes online. But if quite a bit more LNG comes online, then the drop will be more on the order of 5% of previous imports. In other words, yes, it's bad. However, there are already, there is going to be lower consumption of gas because gas is just one of sources of energy, and it's going to be substituted by alternatives, at least in part, more electricity produced from other sources, etc. And on the whole, yes, the prices are going to go up by a lot because even a small shortfall means the prices go up by a lot, right? Tim can explain this. He's in banking. It's how economics work. It's problematic. It's difficult, and also, frankly, LNG supplies are just more expensive than Russian gas was as well, and that partially is going to be driving prices as well. The reason why so much LNG is coming to Europe is because prices on the European market are much higher than they are than what this LNG could be fetching in, say, South Asia, where it would be otherwise headed possibly. So that's part of the reason why. But at the end of the day, yes, prices are going to be a lot higher, but no, it's not going to be the sort of thing that Gazprom was suggesting in that video, where Europe would freeze over. Ironically, they were using footage from Krasnoyarsk, Siberia, as an example of how awful it is to be in one of their cities. In one of the Russian cities, obviously. So yeah, there you go. That's the best I can. That's the best I can tell you there, River. Tim, do you want to explain how economics work?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I wasn't going to comment on the economics, but I was going to talk about the UK perspective on this. The UK generally does fine for terminal capacity for LNG, as well as regasification facilities. So it generally has, for its needs, it has a lot. It has a better infrastructure than European countries tend to. And also the UK is quite a large producer of gas for its own market as well. So I believe it's about 70% of the UK's gas needs come from the North Sea, and a proportion of that is exported even. So yeah, the UK is generally happier about LNG imports than the rest of Europe. Would be something I'd add to that.
So, for example, the Netherlands, right? The Netherlands used a lot of Russian gas up until now and had one LNG terminal. That LNG terminal allowed an annual 12 billion cubic meters of liquefied gas to be taken in. Now they're doubling that to 24 billion cubic meters by opening another one and expanding the one existing one. Right, that's a big difference. So the Netherlands will now have enough LNG terminals to import more than half of their normal annual consumption worth of gas through LNG. Right? It's stuff like this, from a quarter to more than half, and that's going to happen in a bunch of places. There are planned terminals in a bunch of European countries that are all going to together add to capacity quite substantially. And thank you, Tim. Those are really good comments about Britain there as well. So all of that together, one of the bigger problems that Europe has actually is that there's not a good gas pipeline going across the Pyrenees from Spain to France, because Spain actually has. Spain and Portugal together, I think, have like 5 operational and 3 currently under construction LNG regasification terminals. And if more gas could arrive there and then be sent by pipelines for France onward, that would be very helpful as well. There were some suggestions now that the CAT Midi, the Midi CAT, whatever it is, Midi is the name for the bit of south of France that touches Spain near Catalonia. CAT stands for Catalonia. That pipeline is indeed going to be constructed now, but it's just less than clear how long that's going to take to be able to be constructed. But there's a lot of this, and there should be enough to prevent an actual genuine energy shortage coming out of it. the question is whether that was going to be actually enough. Raver, sorry about that. Go ahead, Raver.
Yeah, so the back part of that question is how strong are the links between these LNG terminals, and you touched on it with Portugal and Spain, to the rest of the European distribution grid. So, like, how does gas get from Poland or Danzig to, say, Slovakia or Slovenia, places like that? Because you can have localized energy shortages if you don't have the infrastructure.
No, that's quite right, Raven. That's the other really important thing. Now, at least some of these are going to be hooking up to the big pipelines that feed into the big systems. And luckily, the good thing about pipelines is in a lot of places you can reverse flow. So even a pipeline that was designed to take stuff from Russia and then onward to the west, it can actually flow from west to east as well. Just usually not as efficiently because you're going uphill effectively. Not necessarily uphill, but you know what I'm getting at, right? So that's you're very right, Raver. There's the big picture and there's the small picture. The important thing is that the one thing we know how to transmit quite well is electricity. So even if things can't be transferred as gas, energy can still be transferred as electricity. I think this is going to be part of this. Gas arriving to places like Spain, be burnt in Spain, and then sent on to the rest of the continent by electrical grid, right? That's going to be part of the solution to avoid such localized issues. But you're very right. Sorry, Raver, we shall look more deeply into exactly what the current situation is on the various fronts, and we're going to have an update for you as soon as we can. Let's jump to Jerome and then to John. Jerome?
First question on a personal note. Are most kitchens and commercial kitchens, restaurants in Europe fired electrically or gas? Or some other method? And what's the preferred method for an Austrian pastry chef? What's his oven running on? And then back to St. Petersburg note, is that sorry to be cautious, but could it be a ploy to say, hey, they're taking care of it in St. Petersburg, the rest of the country can kind of not worry about it. We're taking care of the whole Putin thing to kind of relieve some pressure, almost like that TV reporter earlier in the war was kind of looked at as doing. And although 10 didn't show up, so maybe there is some legitimacy to it. So, but I am interested in the commercial restaurant, like a high-end restaurant in Europe. What's it fired by? Thank you.
Most of it is going to be using gas. However, some chefs, including one very notable chef whose name I just forgot somehow in Paris, has switched everything to induction because with the reasoning that it makes the working environment a lot more pleasant because there's a lot less wasted heat. Right, you know the saying, if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. Well, the reason for that to a large degree is because gas burners especially waste a lot of heat, and then that makes the kitchen quite unbearably hot. Whereas induction ones, well, there is heat wasted, of course, because pots aren't perfectly insulated, but it's still a lot less heat wasted. And it makes the kitchen a lot less hot. And his argument was basically, look, my staff just work a lot better this way because they're not exposed to such high temperatures all the time. But the vast majority would be powered by gas, absolutely. Then John.
Yeah, thanks, Roman. I just have a question about the electrical grid in Europe. I mean, does anyone know how well integrated it is? The reason for asking is
Sweden is really poorly integrated.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we have overcapacity up north where the consumption is low, and undercapacity down south where consumption is higher, and not a good connection in between. So we can balance out the.
Depends on where you are. There's lots of places that are particularly vulnerable in specific areas. I now don't want to say any specific things because I am minded that I might misspeak if I do. But there are certain places where it's very well connected, certain places where it's very poorly connected. Spain to France, the electrical connection is very strong. The gas connection is basically non-existent. So in that specific one, the electrical one might work a lot better. The heavy industrial areas of northern Italy, France, and Germany are pretty well connected, but through France, across the Alps tend to be more iffy connectors. What else? I don't know. I don't want to go into more detail. I'm sure somebody's listening who can rattle off all the details immediately, and I'd rather let them request and come up and explain to us exactly where the shortcomings and strengths of the European electricity grid are, because I will make a pig's breakfast of the whole thing if I try too hard.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, John. But I know exactly what you mean, especially because we were discussing that quite extensively. Brad.
Howdy. So I'm going to post something regarding Kupiansk. I think that's how you pronounce it. There are tons of rumors and maps being thrown up and Ukraine is like 2 kilometers away from Kupiansk right now. I personally don't believe that. That said, I'm seeing a lot of maps, and so I'm gonna post in the thread, what I found and all the different.
Brad, I don't know if it's just me, but you're breaking up for me. Tim, is Brad breaking up for you as well?
Yeah, Brad, you're unworkable, I'm afraid.
I think we can, yes. You're going to post the various things that you found down in the chat, and then...
Yeah. Can you hear me now? Is that a little better? Oh, never
yes,
mind.
we can.
Okay, well, I'm going to just post it in the chat, what I found, and then you guys can make your own judgments. But if it's true that they are only 2 kilometers away, I mean, it's astonishing if that is the case.
I concur, Brad. It is astonishing if this is the case. I will keep hoping that it is indeed the case, because, I mean, that would be obviously for the best, right? I will refrain from passing judgment of what is true and what isn't. I would not be surprised if Ukraine got within single-digit kilometers from Kupiansk by now at all, because of pretty reliable notes that came out. But there's also a difference between, a recce unit coming within single-digit kilometers and there being more solid control over that area. I will defer to people who are more capable in this respect than I am to make judgments proper, and then just listen to them. Yehuda being at the top of that list, and then the likes of Axel and CJ and so on. So it is what it is. I am not particularly focused on exactly how far Ukraine has gotten thus far. I just know that they have done a fantastic, admirable, impressive job. And honestly, they should have more Western equipment to be able to do more of the sort of wonderful, excellent, admirable jobs elsewhere, with lesser risk to Ukrainian soldiers and with greater possibilities of quicker success. That's where I'll leave it. And either way, I am impressed and grateful for their efforts and hard work. There you go. That's my viewpoint here. And then once they've actually taken over Kupiansk, I will be just as happy as anybody else.
I mean, can you imagine the meeting in Ramstein right now? I mean, that would be a fun meeting. This has basically been a what I would call a shock and awesome, couple of days. You can just imagine sitting around that table, everybody's just giddy.
I mean, I can imagine that the meeting in Ramstein right now is very distracted by what is going on in Ukraine, as opposed to being able for people to follow the meeting properly. Of course, I think the meeting is actually over because if my time is right, 45 minutes ago, 50 minutes ago, the press conference of U.S. Secretary of Defense and Chief of Staff has started. Head of the Joint Chief of Staff has started. If anybody's actually watched that or listened to that, I would be very curious to know what happened because between moderating and seeing if the Queen is still alive, I've been kind of out of it. So sorry about that. But I concur, Brad. Absolutely, I would love to be a fly on the wall there because if nothing else, they have the most up-to-date data.
I mean, that meeting's probably over, but they're still scrolling Russian Telegram right now.
I think they have some better stuff than just Russian Telegram. Just between all the SIGINT planes that are flying across the Black Sea and up and down Romania, and things being told to them directly from Ukrainian Ministry of Defense, I think they know a lot better than even Russian Telegram does by now. But anyway, Brad, let's reconvene when we know more, right? Let's do that. Nina, afternoon.
Good afternoon, and I have been intensely working all day, and I have not been able to see any news, but what I'm hearing sounds like it must be something positive, and I'm sorry that I don't come here to ask for a complete update, but just please tell me it's something good.
Okay, the Ramstein meeting is undoubtedly going to have lots of very good consequences because, I mean, that's what it does, right? There's going to be a whole lot more stuff headed to Ukraine very shortly. Ukraine has been seeing additional extensive successes, especially around Kharkiv, in that area near Kharkiv. Secretary of State Blinken is visiting Kiev today, has announced additional aid for Ukraine there. What else? Yeah, that's pretty much it. And also, it seems like that Queen Elizabeth II might have passed away or might be passing away very soon. That is the one piece of bad news. It's not been officially announced, but seeing that BBC suspended broadcasting largely until a few hours from now, and all of her family is on the way to Scotland where she is, one would presume that it's bad news rather than good news.
Okay,
so, that's the other bit of news.
Thank you for that. But is it right what I just saw on Twitter, like a lot of that Ukrainians have been taking more land back? Is this
Yes.
true?
Yes, absolutely. That is absolutely true. We cannot be exactly sure exactly how far Ukrainian forces have gotten in their counteroffensive in Kharkiv Oblast, but whatever is going on is definitely good. The question is just, is it an 8 out of 10, a 9 out of 10, or a 10 out of 10 kind of good?
Thank you. And a follow-up. I saw yesterday that Axel and was it Ryan, that they made a bet on if Ukraine will win this year or next year. And I am absolutely with Axel. Ukraine will win before this year has ended. And I am betting on Axel's point of view. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. When we know more exactly what happened, I mean, there's various reporting of just how far Ukraine has gotten in the area, but whatever it is, I mean, it seems like it's gotten far. Raver.
Yeah, wow. So a couple of things. So for people who don't know, Kupiansk is important because it's the belt buckle on the railroad belt that links the north and south of Russia's efforts. If you cut that, Russia has to move troops inside Russia, which about doubles their transit time. As for Queen Elizabeth, she's, God save the Queen, and may she enjoy her eternal rest if this is her time. So, wow, I did not hear that about the Queen.
I mean, again, it's not entirely confirmed, obviously, officially, but it seems that it very much seems that London Bridge is down.
There is yes, there's an announcement expected at 1800 hours London time, so that's in just over 2 hours. It seems a process is in motion that suggests that Her Majesty has already died. But yeah, as we say, wait for official confirmation, but that seems extremely likely at this point.
So God save the Queen, long live the King. Is that the proper phrasing?
The Queen is dead, long live the King. But the Queen's not officially dead yet, so we don't say that yet.
Therefore, what Raver said for now. At least the first part.
Thank you, Raver.
Then John.
Yeah, I don't know if it's my if it's the algorithm of Twitter, my Twitter feed, but now in the last couple of hours, there's been, I think, 4 or 5 statements coming from Russia mission to UN, Kalantarian's press secretary was talking about it, and that's talks about filtration camps. And to me, it sounds like, if it's not the algorithm just pumping those because I saw one, then it seems a little bit desperate that they, without having been asked, I think, start talking about that they are innocent. So yeah, I think emotions are running high in Kremlin. I think it looks like, or not emotions, but nervousness.
What else are they saying, then, John? Because what I remember, Russia saying is they're asking the UN Security Council to intervene because the shipments of weaponry to Ukraine are destabilizing the region. And I would really like for 2 responses to come forward. That A, the shipments of weaponry from Iran and North Korea to Russia are likewise destabilizing the region. And B, the shipments of weaponry from Russia to Ukraine is really destabilizing the region, since Russia is one of the top military suppliers of Ukraine. And I think it's second in the number of tanks supplied to Ukraine, only to Poland. And very possibly, the way this counteroffensive is going, it might now be the first most key supplier of tanks to Ukraine, in fact. And they should really be sanctioned over it, I think.
Yeah, no, but I would beg to argue, Doman, that we shouldn't blame Russia for that. We should blame North Korea for waging a proxy war against NATO in Ukraine.
Yes, exactly. And Iran and North Korea together. They alternate days.
What if they took it up in the Security Council like that? That would be wonderful.
I think it'd be great. Also, 17 minutes ago, this is interesting. The Defense Ministry of Ukraine said the following: that the Ukrainian army liberated more than 20 villages in the Kharkiv region and broke through Russian front lines to a degree of almost 50 kilometers. So there you go. Great success. Somebody was asking what successes Ukraine has achieved. Now, this is not just for today. This is over the last few days, but definitely over a while now. We have already previously here spoken about the 160 Hellfire missiles that Norway is providing to Ukraine. They're not actually technically Hellfire missiles. They're Robotskytten or Sjuden, depending on whether you prefer the Norwegian or the Swedish version of 17 missiles, which are based on Hellfire, but are primarily designed by Bofors for anti-naval use, as opposed to but surface to surface anti-naval use, as opposed to air launched. So there's that. The details of the $675 million package announced yesterday for Ukraine by the US has been announced. Additional HIMARS munition, 405mm howitzers and 36,000 rounds for them. Additional HARM missiles, 100 Humvees, 1.5 million rounds of small arms ammunition, 5,000 anti-armor systems, basically 5,000 javelins and the like, 155 millimeter rounds of remote anti-armor mine systems. These are 155 millimeter artillery rounds that when they hit, well, they kind of spray 9 mines out of them that automatically detonate between 4 and 48 hours afterwards, so as to not leave mines there in the long run. But it's kind of useful if you're trying to disrupt an enemy's movement for a short period of time. Additional grenade launchers and small arms, 50 armored medical treatment vehicles and medical evacuation vehicles, as well as other equipment such as night vision devices. All of that is obviously very good news. The press conference by Secretary Austin and General Milley has just started about 15 minutes ago. There isn't a whole lot out of it yet. There's been a lot of credit given to Ukraine's allies as well as to Ukraine, and crucially to the civilians of Ukraine who have been subjected to a lot of suffering and pain quite unnecessarily. General Milley is noting that, thank you, David Farrell, for these notes, that so far Russian strategic objectives have been defeated. He repeated this twice, apparently, in acknowledging that Russia have had small-scale tactical successes, but the strategic objectives are defeated. And that despite being outgunned, Ukrainians have outfought the Russians, as well as excellently and very appropriately used all of the military aid and materiel that has been given to Ukrainians, and how impressive it was to witness the Ukrainians adopt and adapt these new materiel into their ongoing fighting so quickly and effectively. And that today they have been very effective in shaping enemies on the ground using ranged fires, so artillery, especially around the area, especially in the south around the area of Kherson. Somebody asking me if I said 50 kilometers, 50. Yes, I said 50. That's what the general staff is reporting, and specifically the general in charge of that section of the front line. Martin, good morning.
My friend Domen, good morning. I sent you, well, first of all, let me say, oh my goodness, Slava Ukraini, and that was such
Heroyam Slava.
Good. Thank you. And that was, well, thank you for the people of Ukraine. Thank you to the people of Ukraine for being so brave and so clever and so empowering in defense of their freedom and their democracy against the fascist invaders from Russia. And let's call it for what it has always been. Anyways, sorry for my stentorian tone today, Domen. I sent you a DM, and I just thought I'd mention it as well. I saw, and I retweeted it, a tweet from Flash, whoever that is, that said
it's an aggregator.
Oh, okay. Municipal deputies from St. Petersburg demanded that the State Duma of the Russian Federation accuse Putin of treason for starting the war. This was reported by Dmitro Palyuga, deputy of the Smolensk MU, and then they have something there's something added to it in Russian, and I suppose the appropriate part is circled. So I wanted to bring that to everyone's attention if they haven't seen it already, and perhaps it's worthy of some sort of discussion, Domen.
So we've worked through this twice thus far. We're not entirely sure how true this is. If this is actually real. Now this is basically a city district council, so not of an entire city, but just of a city quarter in St. Petersburg that houses about 90,000 people, 90,000 people. So it's not a very big place. It is very surprising if they actually did it. It's very surprising because it means that the entire city district council is comprised of the entire city council is composed of window installation quality assurance enthusiasts. If you catch my drift there, Martin. Or, I mean, if they actually did it, my God, is that significant, right? Because it means that there's something a lot more shaky in the regime than we had previously thought. So let's hope it's actually true. But
Yeah.
I wouldn't go in presuming it's actually true. It seems like it could be. So let's say there's reason to believe it might actually be true, as opposed to just dismissing it outright, which is very much significant in itself. So thank you, Martin. If we ever learn any more about that, we will turn back to that. In the meantime, I would just like to quickly update people on further notes from David Farrell, who's actually watching the press conference of Secretary Austin and General Milley, so we don't have to. That HARM missiles have been provided, small arms, munitions, etc. Those have been very effective, and that there's going to be a transcript provided to everyone in attendance. I hope we get a transcript. If somebody sees a transcript of the WHO press conference, that'd be great. I would absolutely love that. And the ending apparently was guns, guts, glory. I don't know if that's theirs or that's David Farrell's. Either way, thank you very much, David, and thank you all for listening. Raver.
Yeah, BBC Twitter is reporting that she has passed, so the Queen is dead. Long live the King.
That might have been a fake because it's not actually on their website yet. Just saying, because it got published by fake BBC accounts twice and then retweeted by actual BBC editors and journalists. So I'm not entirely 100% sure it's the legit BBC Twitter. And until I am 100% sure that it's the actual BBC Twitter, I see there's the BBC Breaking News that tweeted it, which has a total of 521 followers. I don't think that's the actual BBC Breaking News that tweeted that. I think it's a fake account that's trying to troll people a little bit. Raver, has a blue-checked BBC account tweeted it?
I'm going to look right now.
Yeah, have a look at that. I just don't want to confirm things that aren't actually confirmed and misattribute them. It's just I'm very cautious about these things, as you will understand why and how. Brad.
Okay, so that story that Martin just talked about, it's also being reported on Medusa, and they have the document, and I just posted it on the thread.
Yeah, no, the document got posted by a bunch of sources over time on Twitter during the course of the day today already. I wouldn't be necessarily trusting that document either, necessarily, because I don't know if it's an actual document. Now, the only places it's been posted are some Russian media outlets, so-called independent Russian media outlets, but each of them can be problematic in its own way and maybe overly prone to jumping at things a little bit. So that's why I'm particularly cautious about when talking about that until there's actual concrete, independent verification by non-sketchy outlets that have, like, when Bellingcat come out and say this is legit, I will believe it. But until then, it has to be someone very much serious. In better news, in more serious news, there is smoke reported. Something's on fire again next to the Saki or at Saki airbase. You will remember that being the first place in Crimea that got struck a few weeks ago, and now it's on fire again.
Yeah, I can't pronounce his name. So he posted about this Duma situation, and he goes to the Twitter account of a member of the St. Petersburg Duma, and I'm
Okay,
just
first of
reading
all,
the
it's not St. Petersburg Duma. It is one district inside the city. The city has many millions of people. This represents one city quarter or one district with about 90,000 people.
Okay, well, thanks for that. I'll just read the translation of what's on this guy's Twitter account. We turn to the State Duma with a proposal to remove Putin from office in connection with high treason. His decision to start NMD, I don't know what that means, led to 1, the death of the Russian military, 2, problems in the Russian economy, 3,
That's special military operation, civil.
Okay. 3, the expansion of NATO, the border with NATO has doubled. So anyway, for what it's worth.
So I'm aware of all of that. I agree that it looks like it might be true. I am nevertheless very skeptical. Okay, so let's put it in these terms. If it isn't true, fine. It isn't true. It's a psyop. Great. Okay. Then it makes sense. If it is true, what are they doing? If it is true, either it means that they have no instincts of self-preservation. Well done, and I commend them if this is real. But if this is real, it also means that the Kremlin's hold on power is a lot weaker than anybody thought it was, by a lot. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened, right? And that is what's significant. But because of how significant that is, I am minded to be particularly cautious, because it's very easy to get overexcited over this and then get doubly disappointed. The various outlets that have reported this, the various Russian outlets that have reported this, all have their question marks over them about their authenticity, about their motivations, about their funding, about various things. So it seems like it still could be, even if it did happen for real, it seems like it could very much be, designed as a psyop of some sorts. That's why I am particularly cautious. The way and the language that they use, I will admit, is the sort of language that somebody who has some sense of self-preservation in this context would be using, because they're using very patriotic, very etatist language, if that makes sense. So that does make sense in itself. I am just still honestly shocked and surprised that something like this would be there. Now, until we know more of what actually happened, I would just warn everyone that this is just one district of a city. It is one very, I think, pretty young, relatively affluent, relatively cosmopolitan district of, yes, a major city, but it's just one city district. These are people who take care of maybe like garbage bins collection and, I don't know, park rebeautification projects. These aren't people that actually decide things in the big picture, right? So they don't have any real ability to do anything. They being brave enough to do something like this, or stupid enough to do something like this, yes, that in itself is certainly very significant. But at the same time, we have to be careful in thinking of what we think about this, because who knows what can be behind it. And just whenever big news comes out of Russia, I always worry that this is designed intentionally as a distraction from either what Russia is committing in Ukraine or how badly Russia is losing in Ukraine. because you can bet your bottom dollar that, let's forget news from anywhere else. But if it was just Russia and Ukraine news, that in many outlets tonight and tomorrow morning, the top news will now be Russian, brave Russian deputies show that there are good Russians in the world, something, right? Something along those lines, instead of saying Russia in catastrophic defeat in Kharkiv Oblast, long-held territories liberated by Ukraine, logistics routes to 400 kilometers of the front line destroyed and denied to Russians, thousands of Russian troops encircled, etc. Right? Instead of saying that, it's going to be about the good Russians in St. Petersburg. And this is why I'm particularly cautious about news like this, because this has happened before many times, right? With Ovsyannikova, with I forget what it was when they were destroying Mariupol. There's a lot of various things that get launched out of Russia, and then a big old nothing happens, and that's why I'm particularly careful. Because even if it is true, how are you sure that this isn't another Ovsyannikova slap on the wrist? Kind of sacrificing something of yourself to do this, but benefiting much more greatly from it still, without actually achieving anything whatsoever anyway.
I guess my thought is, it's given the timing and what's happening right now, it's a powerful piece of propaganda, and it's not the type of thing that Putin would have approved of, right? I mean, can you imagine Putin allowing this to go out? So even if it's not, even if these people don't have power, the message has power, and so its propaganda value is very high. And this type of thing, it can go viral and it can stir up trouble. And who knows? But it might be I mean, I hate speculating, but there are scenarios where it's an inside job, it's FSB, or it's whoever who's like, or it's the military. They're like, hey, you guys should do this. We've got your back. Anyway, I'll stop talking now.
Thank you, Brad. In other words, we will see. Puppy.
You said it all. So this is an extraordinary claim, and while keeping my mind open, I would still require extraordinary evidence. And frankly, right now, the extraordinary evidence is not there. All the news sources, admittedly, some of them somewhat reputable, that are reporting this quite uncritically, are all mentioning the same Twitter account and the same post on a Twitter account that purports to be belonging to Mr. Dmitry Payluga, who is a deputy in that municipal council, Smolniskovye. And digging through that Twitter account, there is a history of posts that are seemingly anti-Putin. So the first question that comes to mind is, considering the crackdown, especially in recent months, the fact that this Twitter account with this person seemingly being, a deputy in a municipal council, not a top job, but still something somewhat like of a public figure. The fact that he was allowed to do so without, meeting some people that would convince him to do otherwise, would lead me to say, don't hold your breath for now. So let's, I'm not saying that it is impossible for something like this to happen, because it does happen. The old saying about bankrupts, they go, help me here, they go slowly until they go all of a sudden, right? So it is possible, but right now there is absolutely not enough evidence to support such an extraordinary claim based on half an hour digging. So don't take it as a too deep, other than an impression. That's it.
Thank you, Papi. We need to avoid possible distractions. That's very important here, and not pay them undue attention. Light Sniper.
Thank you. I'm not certain that this thing is true, but I tend to be on, let's say 70-30, or perhaps 80-20. That I believe that this kind of thing has been done in St. Petersburg. But then I started thinking, why, and why would it be allowed, and why? Okay. Suppose they would have done it, and what would happen next is that Duma will take this paper and this suggestion, and it will be totally trashed there, probably, because I assume that Putin has still quite a lot of support there, and that would be a very media visible occasion where they can sort of spread their propaganda like to broad masses when they sort of have evidence and justification why this whole trial would be a complete completely senseless, and Putin is a hero and he has saved the country and whatever. They start going in that direction. So basically, if that comes to Duma and they make like a broadcast of it, it might even worsen the situation instead of improving it, because if it would come to Duma, then I don't think that it would have many very realistic chances of going through. Thanks.
May I just 10 seconds allow me? So the reason why we should be skeptical is that the way it works in Russia and the Soviet Union before, they run a puppet shows, right? So that's the way the propaganda works. They have people that play roles. So I'm not saying with any type of confidence that it is absolutely false, nor it is true. But the history of the propaganda in Soviet Union and Russia is that they create those situations. And it's probably difficult for people that, we live in, if it happened in Denmark, yes, of course, I mean, it's Denmark, there is no entity that plans those things. In Russia, there is a puppet master type of agencies that do these things all the time as a job. And it's not like I am being paranoid about this. It has been shown without any doubt over and over. So that should make us all extremely cautious when something like this comes out before we give any credence to it, because it can well be a distraction. It's very likely that something like this can be planned somewhere. So that's all I wanted to say. I have to leave you for a while, guys.
Thanks, I absolutely agree. That's precisely my point of view as well. Thanks.
Ian.
Hi guys. Just wanted to come back to a topic that was being discussed a couple of hours ago about this Lieutenant General Andrei Sychyvoy, and the possible identification or maybe misidentification of him as the guy that was captured, what was it, yesterday, near Kharkiv, dressed in the uniform, or at least the jacket, of a lieutenant colonel. I've been looking at the images in Photoshop quite closely, and actually I have to disagree with the lady who was on a couple of hours ago, who said that the ears looked wrong and that the mole was sort of in the wrong place and the nose was wrong. I think actually, if you look at the second photo of Andrei Sychyvoy that was posted by Nordic Fox, I don't know if Nordic Fox posted the original claim of this or suggestion of this, but there's a second photo of Andrei Sychyvoy below that tweet, which is clearer, and it really does look to me like the ears are a match. At least they're very, very close, and I think his nose has been broken, presumably either in the fighting or whatever. He might have just hit his head on something, unfortunately. So I don't think you can really compare the nose too closely, but it doesn't look like it's the wrong shape or anything. I would note that the angles are important as well, and the lighting is important. And I think the most doubt would be over this mole on his left cheek. But I think given the angle of the different angles of the two photos and the different lighting, I think there's every possibility that it is that same mole that we see in the clearer photos of Andrei Sichevoy dressed in his proper uniform. So I'm putting it at 80% or above that it is in fact this guy. And I would note that if it was him, it would fit because he's meant to be in command in this area, I believe. So it just seems quite probable to me that is a correct identification. So at least I'm quite optimistic that it is the same guy.
I hope you're right. I'll leave it at that. It would be a massive coup for Ukraine to capture not a lieutenant colonel, but instead a lieutenant general. A lieutenant colonel is great in itself, right? But a lieutenant general would be a genuine coup because he's a district commander for the Russian invaders. And
yeah, I would just note that it's not the same rank as in Western militaries. He's equivalent to a major general, I believe. So divisional commander. I think that at least that's what I discovered online, because they have colonel general above lieutenant general. But he is also, it seems, a wanted war criminal as well. So if they have got him, it will be he'll be front and center in the war crimes to come, trials to come.
Yeah, you're right. It's it would be the equivalent of. I guess it would still be equivalent of 2 stars. I think it would be a 2-star equivalent instead of a 3-star equivalent, right? That's the point.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Good. But yeah, you're right. But nevertheless, a general officer, nevertheless, one way or another, big deal. So it would be a massive coup, and let's hope that's true. Hi, Wendy. Nice to have you here with me.
Hi, Damon. It's a real pleasure to be here. I think I was just thinking many people in the country I live in are probably watching the news if they're not at work. But I think Brits value continuity of peacetime and continuity of economic growth, and for as many children to be born into a society which enables as many as possible to have that opportunity. So although this is there's a lot of speculation going on, Brits are very much able to distinguish between a change of monarchy from one monarch to the other, and the events in Ukraine. Is one thing that parents, I'm sure, at some point, maybe today, maybe in the future, will be saying to their kids, well, look, our current monarch has just passed on. But it's not as bad as it could be. Think of the kids in Ukraine. So Ukraine continues, I think, to be a learning experience for parents in this country and for people in the free world like myself who are lucky enough to live in a country at peacetime. So God save the Queen. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава.
Slava Nazi.
Смерть ворогам.
God save the Queen.
God save the Queen.
Nina.
Oh. What you talked about Putin and Duma and all this stuff. If we haven't learned this within a little bit more than 6 months, that everything is the opposite what they say. So just a reminder that if they say something like that, I don't believe it at all. Just a comment. Thank you. And I don't believe anything before I see it.
I concur. Let's see where it goes, but we will see. Live Sniper.
Yeah, we have had this last hour, like been an hour of unconfirmed news. This Queen Elizabeth and this St. Petersburg thing and all kind of things. But I think even the Finnish press has already taken this, and this is spreading these claims about this St. Petersburg thing that normally quite reputable media in Finland has also taken it, but it's still not the guarantee. They might have fallen into the same trap as all the others. But do we have any like confirmed like events or facts or happenings in the past hours to get away from these speculations and unconfirmed reliabilities?
Okay, we have more than $2.5 billion additionally, $2.5 billion worth of stuff going from the US to Ukraine. We have that confirmed. We have 160 Robot-Skytten missiles, which are basically Swedish slightly redesigned Hellfire equivalents, going to Ukraine. That's confirmed. What else do we have confirmed? We have 81 LNG tankers currently on their way from North America to Europe, confirmed. There's a few things that are confirmed. I don't know.
I saw some smoke in Crimea also, and has something done boom there as well?
Yep, Saki Air Base yet again.
Nice.
Visas also. Good news.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Slava. Yeah, Poland and the Baltic states have collectively said we're not letting Russians in no more. Thank you very much. That's basically to all effects what they've said. So a whole lot of the visa ban discussion is now for none because many places that they could previously have entered are basically saying nope, not anymore. I'm being told that the order of $2.5 billion is not for Ukraine. It is to support a number of European countries regards to Russia. That is true. However, what it is a lot of the money that is going that the US is spending on it is going to be used to backfill third countries for them to be able to send stuff to Ukraine, right? To be better able to send stuff to Ukraine. So that's why you can say, okay, fine. Is it the US sending $2.5 billion to Ukraine, or is US sending $1 billion or so to Ukraine, and then $1.5 billion is going to release stocks of other countries for stuff to go to Ukraine? Either way, the US is enabling a whole lot of movement of other things to Ukraine, be they from the US stocks or not. I guess that's really the key summary here.
I also watching the Ukrainian flag in the center of the Balaklia. Also nice view. So just wanted to share it. Thank you.
Slava Ukraine, tell me this. Is it true that a grocery store in Ukrainian is called Balaklia?
Again, grocery stores in the Ukraine.
So earlier, if you check the Nest, check the most recent tweet in the Nest.
Okay.
Does that make sense to you? Is this true? I know that Raisins Izium. I know that's true, but because that was going around when Russians were trying to take Izium months ago in the first place. But
it may be in a Balaklia, Bakalia. Bakalia is like another grocery store. It's like a Bakalia is like when the drinks and other stuff, but I need to check it. Because
okay, I get it.
It sounds like a familiar Balaklia, Bakalia, but it's like a bit different sounds and different meaning. So, but I need to check it also. So I will check it. Thank you.
Thank you, Slavakalini. Okay, so it's good that the joke makes sense.
I will have a really constructive input here. In Arabia, they have this baklava, and it's like something sweet.
Yes.
I actually eating right now. It's like halva. It's the same thing. It's like from the seeds of the sunflowers. I'm just eating right now. So thank you. Halva, we call it halva. There's also
Halva is different.
That's different. Okay.
No.
Halva. Yes.
Okay.
Slavokrini, trust me, this one. Halva, what you're eating now, is like a seed paste. It's delicious. I agree. Baklava is basically phyllo pastry, stuffed with things like walnuts or pistachio nuts, and soaked in basically sugar water or sometimes honey syrup kind of thing. It's different and it's baked. It's different from halva, but both are delicious. I agree with that.
Thank you.
Nina?
I get really worked up when you talk about halva because it's like the best thing. I will tell a short story if I might. First time I had halva was when I was about 5 years old, and my grandfather gave me a whole big package, I think 250 grams or something. And I went behind the house, the cottage, and I ate the whole thing at once. And I felt really bad after that, but still I like halva. Excuse
Good.
me.
I mean,
for
I think
talking.
it's difficult. It's difficult not to like it. I like it as well. Then John, go ahead, and then we have Danny finally putting his hand up. Then John, go ahead.
Yeah, don't be disappointed now, but I want to add some useless knowledge to Nina's. Baklava is also headwear used by dubious people.
No, that's a balaclava, not
you
baklava.
know what I mean. I know. Close enough.
And balaclava is named after a place in Crimea.
Okay.
That was featured in the Crimean War. What am I here? Have I now assumed my role is the dictionary? Because it does feel like it. Oh my.
Dom, and you are a walking dictionary.
Yeah, walking, sitting, both depends on when. Thank you, Nina. Danny.
Thank you, Doman. I love to see a linguist that actually knows something about the war in Ukraine as well. Not like Chomsky. You're doing a far better job. Also, I now want both baklava and the seed paste. I want them both.
Halva.
Halva, yes. I love halva as well. Because of course in Romania there's a lot of Turkish influence, so we get all of the sweet treats from everywhere. I guess it's the only advantage of being a transitional country between East and West. But I had a point. I did see a piece of news that President Joe Biden at around 5:30 p.m. I think his time will be gathering with NATO and EU leaders. I think in a virtual meeting to discuss more support for Ukraine. So it adds to the visit of Blinken today, and I imagine it's for him to drum up support right now and strike the iron while it's hot, while the counteroffensive are going on. Have you heard any news about that, or do you have any takes on that? On
My
that meeting?
My understanding, at least in part, is that tomorrow Secretary of State Blinken will be there at the emergency NATO meeting as well. It is somewhat surprising that there's going to be a NATO meeting the day after Ramstein on top of it and separately to it. But hey, there you go. It's I'm not entirely surprised that Joe Biden will be in attendance, at least virtually as well. Axel?
Yeah, I think the decision will certainly have to be made today. It's a very symbolic day in also many ways, both in terms of what happens in Balmoral, what happens in transition. This is an impact on government and procedures and processes in the UK government in the coming days. It is vitally important, and we shall be very lucky that a new prime minister has been appointed in the UK, and at the same time that the United States today at Ramstein has already communicated very clearly what needs to be done. And in consequence, now the decision has to be made. I think the Germans will be quite surprised to hear what kind of decisions the US is making and has made already, and will invite everybody else to make with them. And yeah, I think that is what Mr. Biden or President Biden will say. Pushing hard.
Axel, can I ask, what would you like to see come out of Ramstein? Apologies if you've already mentioned it today.
460 Bradleys, a commitment of at least 250 M1A1 Abrams, and a hard push by the US government to force two governments to deliver more. And I do hope that Prime Minister Truss will find it in her heart to take the remaining challengers and send them where they belong. A better answer could not be given on a day when the Russian crime syndicate wants to discuss matters at the UN Security Council.
Thank you, Axel. And in terms of those leopards, how likely do you think it is that we may see those used in the near future in Ukraine?
This solely depends on Ron Klein.
Understood.
This is completely binary. If the United States of America asks for them to be released, meaning a release to be given, I cannot believe that even this stubborn government will deny it. They have no power to do so.
What kind of clout does the Ramstein meeting have in terms of parties that do not live up to their commitments?
I think this is clearly peer pressure, and that's fine. Evidently, it's coalition building is hard. You have to constantly communicate. You have to constantly cajole everybody. You have to make sure that the interests of everybody else are aligned, and you have to reduce it. You have to reduce the ask. You have to make sure that the ask is clear, and that people understand why they're being asked, what they're being asked. Now, obviously, this is all diplomatic and it's power politics and whatnot, but at the same time, it is a simple, clear task and target. The task is to arrange the logistics in order to supply Ukraine with the capacity to win and win swifter than people would have feared. Sorry, I like Wendy. I thought you have a hot mic. And in addition to that, the target is also clear, that Ukraine can prosecute a victory in a fashion so devastating that the Russian armed forces and the capacity of the Russian government are so attrited and degraded, beaten in the field, and so humiliated that whoever is in charge in Russia has no other possibility other than to surrender and take every single step to fulfill the requirements of the international community and Ukraine to return the 3.5 million plus displaced, abducted, and those of them who have been killed. That's the target. And this can be achieved better, faster, harsher, with more success, if and when heavy weapons of use are being given. The German excuse to solely muster anti-air and artillery is so far beyond the pale. It is so meek, so narcissistic, so in denial of what is possible, what is mandated, and what is morally and strategically right, that it requires a lot of force. Now, that force, the United States of America and the international coalition do have. So it's less so just the peer pressure. It is factual denial of future opportunity to Germany, which has to be expressed by the whole coalition. Because you can take Mr. Scholz at that one word, or at that sentence which he actually uttered, that Germany does this in close coordination with its allies. All right, let's coordinate and collaborate.
Yeah, well said, Axel. I mean, no one wants an ally or a trading partner which refuses to live up to its commitments, to uphold human rights, particularly when they are threatened on one's front doorstep, and when the human rights of countries adjacent to one's own country are threatened. Peace for future generations is one of the social contracts that governments everywhere hold with their citizens. Governments have a duty to they have a responsibility for the safety of their citizens and the safety of the generations to come. So yes, like you, I believe this Ramstein meeting is, from a layman's perspective, is an excellent thing. Whenever they get together, things happen. We saw that when the first one occurred, and the wheels got turning. So if you're just finishing work, or you're tuning in for the first time, you're listening to the Mirror Report. It's a 24/7 space dedicated to Ukrainian solidarity, providing news and the latest information on the Russian invasion of Ukraine and Ukraine's heroic fight back against the tyrannical forces which invaded it back in 2014 and again in 2022 this year. If you'd like to retweet the space or send us a quote tweet to tell us what you think, please do. You can find that in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Or please request the mic and do come up to speak. Danny, you've got your hand up. Please go ahead.
Sorry, it was a little bit difficult getting off of mute. What I would personally love to see coming out of Ramstein, and maybe after the talk with Joe Biden later on, personally, I'd like to see Romania donate HIMARS if they haven't already, because some things I've heard is that they might have donated some equipment without publicizing it. But if they haven't donated our country's HIMARS already, that's what I would like to see, to be quite frank, because from what I understand, we have quite a few. including ATACMS missiles. So that's what I would personally want to see.
I think you may find that those Romanian HIMARS systems and ATACMS, which went around in circles a few weeks ago in Bucharest, have already found the natural habitat. Unfortunately, I don't have the right voice to do a David Attenborough voiceover for it.
I certainly love nature. That was my attempt at the voice. I'm sorry.
Oh my, very good. Yeah.
We are here in the southern steppes of the Kherson Oblast. And right over there on the horizon, we can see a little blip, and it is coming larger and faster and coming towards us. And we'll take the course and path over our heads. And whilst we look into the distance, a balloon comes up. We've just witnessed the arrival of the ATACMS in its natural habitat, the southern part of Ukraine.
Was it Axel?
No, that was David Attenborough. I mean,
Brilliant.
didn't you hear it?
Absolutely brilliant.
It was perfect, Axel. Well done.
Mr. Attenborough, sir, it is a welcome to the MryiaReport. It's a pleasure to have you here. I mean, I'm trying to find storage space right now. I couldn't store 500 HIMARS. That would be a problem. And to be honest, who needs 500 HIMARS? So, you know, if there's anyone out there that's perhaps encountered 500 HIMARS, just maybe they've been left it in a will.
Wendy, look, it's very simple. You just need enough third floor storage space specifically, because that's where they like to be, right? Because they're HIMARS, they're not regular Mars, they're the high Mars. You might recall that Russians claimed that they have destroyed some number of HIMARS on the third floor of a building near Kharkiv some weeks ago, and since then that's it's been the running joke. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава. As we on the jokes, I'm ready to explain the meme because it's really good. So this is like how it's like it goes with the words in Ukraine. So in the stores, I will explain. In the stores, we have this in the stores there is like a different departments, and departments for the wines and drinks calls bakalia, with from the word bakal, meaning where do you glass. It's like a bakal, where do you pour your drink, like a wine. Yes, but it's called. Yes, but it's Ukraine is like a bakalia. It's a department in this big store, like a supermarket when only just drinks, like a wines, vodka, and other things. And this is like a wife of the Zaluzhny sending him to a store. Go to a store in Bakalia and buy me izum. We know what it means. So this is not like a play on the words, and he's actually takes like a little bit misunderstanding and understood that he needs go into Balaklia and take izum. So he's done what he thought he's doing exactly right, but he's done good job either way. So wife remains happy. So this is like a good. Thank you.
Thank you, Slava Ukraini. That's an excellent explanation. Thank you very much. Now we know what really happened. This is now the active conspiracy theory. CJ, how well is General Zaluzhny, the Chief of Staff of Ukrainian Armed Forces, doing on his wife back in?
I mean, where to start? This is, I thought yesterday might be the high watermark in terms of military achievements, but today is showing me that was a real underestimation of everything that's going on. Just absolutely incredible. But I'm sure that's all you've been talking about in the space. So I have a more specific question, unless
No, go more. CJ, go into more detail, please, because we were holding back because we were waiting for somebody who can speak to this with appropriate authority, such as yourself.
Well, so I mean, obviously Kharkiv is really on everyone's minds. Of course, just important to note that in Kherson, Ukraine made some significant advances in the direction of Chernobyivka today, breaking through at least one defensive line. Again, they still have a ways to go, but that is progressing, pretty well for a heavily fortified area. Kharkiv, it's really hard to describe why it's so impressive, how far Ukraine has gone. It's not just the 30 kilometers or 50 kilometers. Those